Like, I think I'm just peak apathy for most things. Like, I like the world we're in, but like most events are just kind of like whatever, you know? Boop. There we go. Oh gosh. Crashing stream. Too many crashy stream days today. Timestamps are fucked up now. Quite thoroughly. Oh no, they're not. I can recover them from here. Who the fuck cares? We're good. We got this. Do you get happy about stuff? I don't know. Also, fam, me as a little kid was a morose shitcake. Like, there is no equivalency of little kid me to my feelings now. Like, also, I never saw the snow as a kid. I don't know. Like, I was just chilling, quite apathetic and uncaring. Just like, oh, cool. I got happy about learning stuff, but like, I still feel that joy. I just like learning stuff. I don't know. Meh. Life is life.
People talk a lot of crap on Dark Souls 2.
Oh no, it literally is
Nobody has
mute
played
site.
this game and not screamed. How did that hit me?
I mean, generally with this one, is this the one I think it is?
Nobody has played this game and not screamed.
Yeah, it's because it hit their leg.
How did that hit me?
It's because it hit them.
Is the game really that jank, or do we all just
It hit their
suck?
body.
I took a look at Dark Souls 2 in slow motion, hitboxes on, and the answers I found surprised the hell out of me. In this video, we're going to be building up to the most accused bosses of crappy hitboxes. So by the end of this, you can
Have any of these people seen Orenstein and Smo in DS1? Have they gone to DS3? Seen Dancer, Pontiff, or mostly Dancer and Pontiff? Like, early game, it's whatever, but like, have they gone and done this?
decide for yourself, are Dark Souls 2 hitboxes really that bad?
I mean, are Dark Souls hitboxes in general occasionally deceptive? Yes. Yes to fuck they are. Are they consistently jank? Which is, if it's consistently jank, is it understandable, predictable, and manageable enough? Yes. Was that clip of the person getting clipped on the leg and then sucked into their body accurate? To represent that, like, the hitboxes are jank? No, it clipped their fucking leg. That's why they got booped onto it. It's like, yeah, it processes your roll first, so your roll animation finishes. But after the roll animation, they still got hit. Their leg was still in there, so that's why they got sucked onto it.
Before we start, there's one thing that Dark Souls 2 does that no other FromSoft game has done since. It's something that you need to keep in mind as we go through this.
Use a new engine that wasn't Armored Core? Because also, Armored Core is a Souls-like, bruh.
Souls 2, the adaptability, and for some reason also the attunement stat, directly influence how many iframes you have in a roll. You can see from Adam Barker's video the difference of starting.
And then your fucking weight load is your percentage, or sorry, how much time. So you have like number of iframes defined by adaptability and attunement, and then you have duration of roll, or length of roll rather, defined by armor weight capacity load, right? Okay, cool beans.
Class adaptability makes compared to a character with adaptability well leveled. This variance in
I genuinely found myself okay at 99 adaptability.
Frames, which some players don't even know exists, is part of the frustration with the game, but it's not even close to the whole story.
But it literally says what it does. Like, if you go to the box that says explain, it'll tell you what agility does, which is the cumulative of adaptability and attunement, right? And if you read each individual one, it tells you what the fuck it does. Also, mousing over everything, it'll tell, not mousing, just wandering over everything. It clearly indicates what downstream affected buffs. But when you actually do go look over it with the explain the item thingamadoodle, it like definitively and quite clearly says the speed at which you take certain actions. And it even explains how your Estus now works longer. It's quite
First
nice.
up,
Very
the
descriptive.
last giant. His arm swing hitbox is what you expect, but then it gets to the end of the swing. This is my pet peeve with early From Software. Just adding.
Yeah, but yes, again, Titanite demons, Dark Souls 1. Little Titanite demons are fucking murder. No, hold on. Yes, thank you.
We've. If I told you.
Nope, too long. Too long, didn't listen. You ever just wanted a short of this? You ever just wanted a single short really quick?
These.
Gaping Dragon does some wonky shit. Yeah, that's fine, who cares? Centipede never really considered it as an asshole. Whatever.
Let's start with this little beauty. First off, look how early his tail becomes a hitbox. If you've ever been behind him and just take damage out of nowhere, that's probably why. The rest of the attack makes even less sense, and what's interesting is how this weapon stops being a hitbox while his tail continues to follow through. Anyone who knows these games will tell you to always roll into the enemy's attack. But this is actually a rare exception where the tail is designed to catch you for doing that.
Yeah, the little caveat that I like to think of now is roll into the attack if you can stagger it. If the mod can't be staggered, because rolling into it still does poise damage, right? So if you're trying to accrue poise, rolling into it helps you not lose your counter. Do you really think you're gonna fucking poise break this motherfucker? Cool beans.
You actually want to roll with his weapon, which feels really jank. Like, look at how much more swing is happening on his weapon, but there's no more hitbox on it. You would think rolling into his still swinging weapon would cause you to take damage, but it does not. Which brings me to a really interesting point about this enemy's jank. Visually, you would assume the staff is his main weapon because all his moves are built around it, but it's not. Like, watch this. Many of his attacks begin and end with the tail as the weapon. The actual spear is only active here for a meager 6 frames, whereas the tail is active for 3.5 times longer for 21 frames. Looking at this enemy, you would not assume the tail would be something that you needed to be concerned about. There's nothing on this character design that would indicate that. Not like on the gargoyles, where clearly the tail will damage you as it swings. Oh my god, it has spikes and an axe on it, but no hitbox. Whereas this guy, his entire moveset is built around his lethal tail. Jank. And now for the big finale. God help you if you are one shot when this move comes out. It's like at this frame, the devs asked Miyazaki, where do you want the hitboxes to be? And then he just responded with, yes. This move has a whopping 24 frames of continuous hitboxes, complete with what seems to be like an explosion at the end where his entire body just becomes a sphere of death. To put the 24 frames of that attack into perspective, when you mid-roll in Dark Souls, your character is invincible to damage for only 11 frames. Which, good luck. Hitboxes on appendages that moved a bit, but definitely are not anticipated to be part of an attack. With this boss fight emphasizing positioning to avoid attacks, it just feels kind of lame to get back.
I have just always stood between their legs, and if I'm a little bit to the rear without being definitively to their back, it's like doing the headless walk in Sekiro. They just don't work.
Candid out of nowhere. That and this little beauty. When the boss uses its severed arm as a weapon, which is...
You can take the arm off, I learned. And if you take the arm off, they can't do that.
Is pretty badass. The hit capsule
Good luck doing that.
extends well beyond the model and is much thicker than the swings previously. It adds some arbitrary difficulty to his second phase, requiring tighter roll timings without having anything visually to communicate that to.
I just looked at it like, oh, now he has a thing, but it's hard to maneuver. So I just stay close as fuck to this brother. Like, you would never catch me this far away from him. It's good to see it illustrated. But playing the game, why the fuck would I be so far away that I can't hit him? Like, if I want to Estus, I'm gonna be right up on you, slightly to your back, and I'm gonna disrespectful sippy from behind you, where you have to distinctly move your sprite around for you to do shit. And it's a lot quicker for, especially if you can run between their legs, you get to the other side either through running or walking. Lovely, lovely momentum and motion as they are. The closer you are to this little circular thing, the more quickly you might accelerate through it. And so you get to the other fucking side of this dude. You spend less time because you're close. You crack your little, like, disrespectful sippy, even if you don't need it, and you're done. And you would have never known this existed.
The player, but there is
that's
some
fine.
very cool stuff that this
This
boss
is cool.
does, like area of effect attacks that have
Presentation's
different
cool.
effects based on how you get hit. There's the initial stomp attack, but then after it lands, a growing AoE expands from the impact. In action, if you are hit directly under the foot, you get squashed, but if you get hit by the extending blast, you get blown away, taking about
cool.
half the damage, rewarding you for at least avoiding the initial stomp. The
Right.
Taurus Demon from Dark Souls 1 has a similar idea, but the AoE appears instantly and doesn't have any kind of special effect. You just take full damage, even
Early from
well
soft.
after an otherwise decently timed roll. I've got a whole
Well, back then they had just finished Demon Souls. We had just gotten Dark Souls, them breaking away from Sony, the egregious shitbags that Sony are. And what? They're a fucking. Sony is fucking weird. Sony and Bethesda, fucking weird.
video covering Dark Souls 1, and you can check that out as well. But essentially,
same
you
person.
have a good example of a
Easy
Dark
follow.
Souls 2 hitbox actually being significantly more dynamic and intuitive than games in other titles that maybe you hear less complaints about. A win
Dark
for
Souls
Dark
3.
Souls 2. And what's been a win for me is discovering that clothing for gamers doesn't need to be.
Dark Souls 3 hitboxes are fucking. If you think hitboxes in 2 are bad, hitboxes in 3 are fucky. The whole notion that our roll animation has to finish, a lot of our player animations have to finish before we'll see the initiation of the animation of the thing hitting us. So getting clipped with a attack that is a grab in DS2 feels more obscene because you spend more fucking time rolling. So your brain is like, oh, must be done. Must have gotten through. But then you find out you were wrong. As opposed to 3, where the timing is more snappy, and Elden, where the timing is more snappy, you just might. It's a skill issue with perception.
Kinda just an ugly blob
That's me.
rolling around, not sure how this thing convinced the developers to let him in the game in the first place.
JK.
No.
This thing is that way because it's a
All
gooner.
right. Overall, this boss is a pushover because you simply walk away from his attacks most of the time. But he does induce panic when his tail is going nuts, looking like it's about to damage you. It can launch you, but very often doesn't have any hit detection on it. So sometimes hit detection isn't where you'd think it would be, but other times he swings an arm attack, but apparently his gingivitis is contagious because his mouth hurts you too. He does have a similar expanding AoE hitbox after his belly flop, kind of fun. So there is some jank stuff with him, and he is a big beefy boy, but people don't realize Dark Souls 2 was more about positioning yourself around a boss's attacks rather.
And it's another good example of please do not auto lock. Auto lock is there to kill you or make negotiating tight turns around another player more manageable. Like, if you're in arenas, maybe you want to look towards someone while you get your shield up and also walk backwards. Don't tell me there is a time in PvE when you need to do that.
Rather than rolling, you can tell by iframes being an optional stat that they didn't design bosses or enemies around a hard expectation of rolling. If a boss like this hits you, you probably should have never been in that position in the first place. You'll notice there are few, if any, massive arena-sized AoE attacks in the entire game that require you to nail a 3-frame window roll in order to avoid certain death. For people who disliked Elden
It's not fucking Ibex Gondor.
Ring, some saying it felt like a rolling simulator, give Dark Souls 2 a try. You might actually like it. Up next, the Smelter Demon. Holy shit, am I allowed to show that? Oh,
No?
try face butthole, am I right? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
All right, enough jokes. I promise. Grow up. I agree. So, the Smelted
Be
or
wary,
Delta Demon.
woman.
His body is surrounded by an AoE flame big enough that it's just about unavoidable with a melee build. And his jump attack
luck on your
turns his
no-hit.
entire body into a ball of death, finishing with this AoE blast.
Yeah, I'm
which
a lamer,
luckily
I don't know how
doesn't
y'all
stick
know
around
that.
for long at all. A final interesting
We can
note
go look.
is his
We can go
sword
giggle.
features 2 hit detectors. One for his standard sword
Isn't this
and
pro
one
option?
extending
No.
even further for the flame. It doesn't line up well in game though, because the flame trails behind the sword
Bro's
during his
required, right?
swing,
Yes.
so the flame hit capsule is nowhere near where the flame visually appears at the end of the weapon. You'll notice the flame reconnects with the sword at the end of the swing, likely when they designed the character in a separate software, that's the way it looked, but in-game, basically roll way earlier than the flame shows if you're trying to get away from it. Sin the Slumbering Dragon. The first thing I noticed about this boss is
Good
how
tip.
his
I had to
AoE
internalize
fire
that
breath
one.
attacks work. You'll be playing along and then get absolutely
Murdered.
tubed by a wall of flame. This kind of attack is actually handled differently by modern From Software. Flame attacks spawn individual hit detectors spaced out, making it a little easier to roll through them or get a little lucky avoiding damage. If you're curious, I have a video covering Elden Ring and its DLC as well, but in Dark Souls
Oh, that's
2
what's
though,
up.
the dragons are tubed up, as well as other bosses in the game.
They got
Rolling
that
through
tube
them
sausage
is
for you.
much trickier,
That tube
which
snake.
reinforces positional play being the primary focus when they designed Dark Souls 2. Sin also has multifaceted AoE attacks like his fire bomb exploding, then expanding the poison out from it. What's kinda odd is he does have
Also, don't forget, Dark Souls 2 was going to have a better lighting engine from the get-go, but we never got that better lighting engine because they thought it would be too much work on our little compu-pews. Optimization on DS2, inclusive of SOTFS, which had a lot of artifacts from not Scholar to the most I'm aware. We lost out on a lot of shit they wanted to plan because they were worried our little bitchy bitch computers weren't beefy enough to run it.
stomp style attacks.
And meanwhile, like, right? Well, it also has a lot of fucking like shit that doesn't get not the biggest thing, not the biggest component shit that doesn't get implemented for the player. But like, you're playing it with all 3 DLCs. So that's not terrible, right? Like Subnautica was like what? 14 gigs, I think. Given how much exploration you can make the differing use of texture and shader work, it's not too shabby. An upscale project shoves another 5 gigs in there.
Which weren't given the expanding pushback hitbox, even though you can see the particle effects being there where it would have been. But they are all over his full body swing attack. I guess when you have a giant dragon that can turn its entire body into a hit detector, you give the player a little mercy here or there. But not here though.
Little bit.
This is
Just
a roll
gauche.
to the side if I've ever seen one. Because if you manage to roll through the flame ball that he's dragging
won't
in
miss
front
the
of
Dragon
him,
Ball.
a whiff of his little toesies is the last thing you'll smell before his feet hitboxes take off your head.
Oh, remember this dude? I kept getting bitchy because I wanted a tail weapon. And motherfucker didn't have a tail weapon, so I disrespectfully styled on their bitch ass because they were not kind enough. If I didn't waste my first life fixating on a tail weapon, it wouldn't have been so fucking rough. That's the one thing. A lot of DS2 and 3, you'll go spending your time like, Dark Souls trained me for this. Where's your tail weapon? Where the fuck is your tail? Most things don't have tail weapons, dude.
Old Iron
We
King.
lost that. That was a
You fight
DS1
this
thing.
guy on a small platform surrounded by
Does anything in in Elden even have a fucking tail weapon? Like, why the fuck?
certain death. His hand flame attack is the beam of death we've already seen, but his breath flame attack
Also, his hand attack, it's really fun to just get his nails while his hand is in use. Like, a lot of his attacks, as long as you avoid the specific point, like, you can get his cheeks, his horns, his fingies, all of the time.
attacks
So
are
funny.
actually similar to the future games.
Yeah,
But
it's so
here,
pretty.
they serve
Holy
a
shit.
double purpose of distracting idiots. Man, this guy's got hella balls.
Balls.
What's funny though is take notice of this hitbox shape on his fist smash attack. Then
What?
take a look at his side swipe with his hand extended. They got a
What?
little lazy on this one. They just reused the fist one, which doesn't really line up with the extended hand one. Not that big of a deal, but it is fun to know. In reality, this fight is
I think I forgot to spin my souls and I had to bone out to spin my souls because I was like not about to like walk to him twice.
about just not getting hit into the lava.
Oh, I spent my souls and I think I got life gems. Because like the first time I played the game, I fell into the lava hole and I was like, I'm not falling into the lava hole. Oh no, after him, I immediately boned out because I was scared. For some reason, I had it up me that that Aldia did damage to me for some reason, and I just fucking left. And then I was like, "Hey, let's get jump scared," and I didn't do all of the fucking souls we needed to trigger Aldia, so then I was just like scared for nothing. He has Gwyn's soul. This man has Gwyn's soul. This man has the soul of the god of lightning. Old Iron
which is
King, bro.
obvious from his two-hand smash having a second AoE blast extending well beyond
Because like the old Iron King and Aldia aren't they the brothers? No, never mind. Vendrick. Whoa, I just fucked up. I forgot who's related to who. Hmm. 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 It's like some modern day fucking ye olde television show slash book. Hmm. Hmm. With consistently differing and hard to find family ties.
his initial smashdown attack. Eventually,
I mean, he is all up until you see his ass. Yeah, he's still the king. For what it's worth. He's just hollow.
you do reach his phase 2, which
But he's a
has
nice
its
dude.
own quirks. His one-arm
Wait, there's a phase
smash
2?
flame AoE isn't centered around his arm. You'll notice his arm is barely even in it on the left side.
Wait, there's a
So
phase 2?
dodging to the outside of his arm is way more likely
Wait, there's
to
a
avoid
phase
taking
2?
damage than the other way. At the same time, his two-arm phase 2 smash.
Wait, there's a phase 2?
Good thing it's well centered because goddamn, it is hefty. Luckily,
Wait,
we
there's a
had
phase
cheats
2?
on, so we didn't take any damage, popping us up in order to give him a nice goodbye kiss. Before we get to the most
there's a phase
misunderstood
2?
boss in the entire game, here are some brief honorable mentions that were requested. Also, if you've liked the video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. Royal Rat Authority. His arm swing also includes just a chunky ass head hit detector. I mean, good
Why
lord,
not?
why use a circle instead of a cylinder around his head? Generally speaking, the vibes are much better under his belly.
Yeah, this is why, like Monster Hunter, I do that cloaca play. I hide under the cloaca for good measure.
As his feet
I don't wanna
don't really
die.
pose any threat. Except
Cloaca.
here, good God, I'm convinced Clifford, the big red dog, would have been put down immediately. What's a little odd is that his front paws have hit detection to the floor, but his back feet, it's way higher up on that higher bone. Works in the player's favor though, because it's a lot less likely you or your summon are gonna be tall enough to, get hit.
What's a summon?
And lastly, to answer, how close can you get to his vomit attack? I was surprised by this because the special effect of the poison is just multiple circular textures on the floor, but the hit detector is one singular expanding circle. It doesn't exactly match the actual poison on the floor. Sometimes it's farther than the poison, sometimes it's less.
I wonder
It
how
also
it would. I want to see like how From does with like puke attacks in future, because like this could benefit from the way they do fire now.
Spawns earlier than the poison SFX does. So how close can you get to the
I like
vomit
that.
poison attack? Yes. Giant Lord. Just showing this because it's funny
Why
to
not?
see this
Ooh,
big,
fire.
scary boss attack compared to where we are now. Let me know if you think a mod where you try to beat Elden Ring as a Dark Souls 2 character with the same iframes, healing, clunky movement would be fun.
Yes.
Or hell.
Yes.
Fume Knight is well polished. Everything
Life gems in Elden Ring, it would be like you'd get all the fucking Demon Souls players that want grass back. Easy.
as expected, but here's two of his most requested attacks
Oh, easy.
visualized. And finally, the boss I see the most accusations of hitbox tomfoolery, the Pursuer. A straightforward
How many times do I say just walk to the shield arm? Just constantly walk to the shield arm. You don't even have to roll. Just like walk to it. You won't even have to roll.
guy with sword and shield at
Unless you fuck up. Like if you fuck up, you're strafing and walking into the shield arm and you go late after an attack, then yeah, roll. Otherwise, just walk.
the game's opening boss challenge. His
Look at
sword
it.
hitbox is consistent
Looky.
across all his moves, but he also has this circular hit detector on his wrist. You might think, that's bullshit. That's not part of the sword. Game sucks. And you'd be right. Dark Souls 2 can suck in a lot of ways, but not for this reason in particular. If there's no hit detector close to the boss's body while they swing, it allows players
have
to
this.
just stick to the boss like glue, slipping past attacks. They learned that lesson from Dark Souls 1 and apparently forgot it again because you can trivialize some boss attacks in titles as recent as Shadow of the Erdtree. Whoops. But here in Dark Souls 2, a game notorious for having bad hit detection, they actually nailed it here and with other bosses in the game as well. The Pursuer's shield hit detector is also quite a bit larger than its model appears, like the opposite of the gray sweatpant effect, but I think it's needed for the attack to feel threatening in the combo. His projectiles also have the shape you would
Fire.
expect to how they appear visually,
Elden Ring
unlike the
fire.
arrows in this game for some reason. You can literally walk into the tailing hitbox as it's 3 times the size of the arrow. But we'll cover enemy
Based.
goofery in another video. Now, the main complaint you see about this boss in particular is his sword grab attack.
That is a skill issue of a complaint.
It has the same hit detection as his weapon, but what confuses people is that if any part of your character model connects with that hit detector, iframes excluded, your character will be placed in the center of the sword,
Called
the
it.
starting location for this unique grab animation.
After certain animations are done queuing. Like if you queue a roll, your roll animation finishes, then that shit happens. GG. Skill issue.
This works the same with other grabs on similar bosses as well, but it gets particularly silly in clips like this. You'll notice the character's
leg.
foot is barely clipped by the sword hit detector. The hitbox is placed where it should be and operates as it should, but it sure doesn't
Queuing.
look or feel good to play against. A potential solution could be having one hurt box surrounding the player's outer extremities, which, if hit, don't trigger a grab, but instead take damage normally, while having the torso hurt box be the trigger for the actual grab animation.
Fuck it,
This
get good.
should eliminate any jarring teleportation and would make the start
Fuck
of
it,
the
get good.
stabbed animation better line up with in-game events. So in my opinion, this
right.
isn't an issue with the boss hitboxes as much as it's an issue with the character model. If you want to see some real goofy ass hit detectors, look at FromSoft's newest release. They have the grab extending way behind the hand, so you get teleported backwards into it. Dark Souls 2 is not as bad as you think. So the Pursuer gets a lot of shit, but
But the slow, clunky motions give the player so much time to consider, oh, I must have gotten through, as opposed to the nice fluidity and smoothness of execution and speed of DS3 and Elden, where they just don't process it because their eyes don't work that way with their brain. That's not how fucking human brains work, so they just don't notice it. But they do with this because it's more paced and measured.
Actually a solidly built boss from a hit detection standpoint, but is plagued by some of the same animation quirks present in essentially every FromSoft title. So overall, I actually found Dark Souls 2 to have more good than bad in its hitboxes by a long shot. I expected to see tons of blatant bullshit in each boss, given how much people reference the hitboxes from the game. This video was just the highlights. I have plenty of footage of bosses' hit detection performing exactly as expected. But let me know if you think there's something that I missed. Also, I want to do a video covering Dark Souls 2 enemies in the future, so leave a comment of which enemies you would want me to cover. Remember, a like and a comment really helps send the video out to people that want to see it, and subscribe to see more. But as always, thanks for watching.
Yes.
Hello everybody, what is up? Welcome to my channel, or welcome back to my channel. Really just depends if you're new here or not.
Y'all, are we gonna try to y'all, do we want to fuck with Elon Musk's legacy and play PoE? Or do I want to play Fallout? I don't want to play Fallout. I'm gonna give it I'm gonna check back onto DS2 periodically as time goes, because I'm just not in the fucking mood, or DS3 rather, because I'm just not in the arenas are really fun. They're fucking based as shit. We'll probably end up on PoE 2 for a bit because I'm a fucking uncaring noob and I don't give a shit. And outside of Duelist Event Network, PvP on Elden seems like garbage. Vess? Do you have anything actually critical other than poo-pooing someone's stuff? That's all I'm gonna ask. Because, it's okay to be skeptical of people, but you should be skeptical of everyone. You shouldn't be more and or less skeptical because of the target of her content. Maybe you got some reason in the presentation, but you only mentioned the who, not the why, not the how. So, I don't know, fam. Okay, why? Outside of white knighting someone that doesn't need your protection, why? They can just have Jeffree Star protect them. It's okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I should have got off my ass a long time ago and filmed this video because it's currently 2:37 p.m. and I wanted to make this around 12 p.m. or 12 earlier. So I was just sitting there minding my business and I ended up getting carried away playing Fallout 4. I'm currently rebuilding.
Just what are we facing here?
I almost played that.
A relic of the...
I almost got on that game right now. God damn it, I almost legit got right the fuck on that game. God damn it. Also, that one is fucking up my audio. Fallout 4 it is. Good call. See? Good takes. Good takes. Like, they're not stoking hate, they're not being an absolute goober, they're not being rude. They're being critical of something the best they can. It doesn't matter, like, that it's the same person. What? Because if your complaint is it's the same person, then literally look at everyone we know and where gripes align.
And it looks really good. And I told myself, I was like, you know what, I'll get off at 3 or something and I'll make sure I get the video done before the day is over with. But then y'all, out of nowhere, I heard an explosion, and I literally, I'm not shitting you, I heard the loudest explosion I've heard in pretty much my entire life. Literally everybody in my house was like, oh, what the fuck was that? And I was like, I don't know, like, y'all are asking me like I have some insider information. I went outside, I was looking around, literally nothing. So I figured, you know what, who knows? And I went back inside. Next thing you know, there's like a shit ton of firefighters and everybody like zooming down the road. And my neighbor's a firefighter, so I went over and asked him. I was like, what the hell is going on? And he said a dump truck exploded. Well, not a dump truck, but a garbage truck. And I was like, oh my goodness. Y'all don't get in the comment section like, oh my goodness, was everybody okay? I don't know. I started minding my business immediately after I heard that information. I was like,
good call.
Okay. And I just walked back home. But since my heart was fluttering away, I figured that would be my motivation to just start the video. I was like, you know what, while I'm up and my heart's pumping, let me just get this out of the way. So the dump truck exploded and here I am making a video, so let's get right into it. So I have a couple clips that I captured over from Jadeniss's channel. I will be leaving her in the description box down below, and she will also have her channel name across the screen during that clip play. Feel free to go check her out because she captures really insane moments from Eugenia and Cooney's lives. There are a few miscellaneous ones we're going to be reacting to, and one I really want to get into is this one where Siri asked her, did you ask for suicide prevention? Y'all, the censorship over here on YouTube is crazy, so bear with me as I play these clips. I might have to censor certain things that I say, but I'm going to try my best to just let the clip be in its entirety. I might start a Patreon. I've been talking about it so I can just say the words. I just want to say the words so badly, but I can't. I can't even cuss. If I say fucking, I literally have to like censor it. It's insane. Yeah, but we're 2 minutes into the video. I've been blabbing away, but
as a not monetized person, I can get away with saying a lot of shit. Like, if I were monetized and that's were my job, I wouldn't be able to.
What, Siri? No, what? Siri?
Search the web for suicide prevention.
No, what? What was that? What was that?
That's your
I
phone.
just said, did I just hear what that said right? What? What, Siri? No, what? What was that? What was that? I would have just said, did I just hear what that said right? What?
Yes, you did. We've heard it back now, repeatedly.
What did my iPad just say? Okay, sorry you guys. I think I just heard it say like the weirdest thing. And I'm like, what, Siri? I have no idea. Anyways.
I forgot
she's
how to play
always
this
listening.
game.
It's scary. Oh my gosh. I'm like, Daniel, thank you for the cowboy hat and mustache. It said the weirdest thing. I don't know where it would have said what it said. It was so weird. I'm so confused. But anyways, you guys.
I mean, probably because it overheard it from the music.
I'm not gonna lie.
Probably the music?
Because I've seen a lot of speculation going on around this clip. I've seen a lot of people in her comment section being like, and I even said it could be scripted, you know what I mean? But like the reaction that she had, it's kind of like, I don't think
like
it was
bats. Get out.
scripted, you know what I mean? I know that she does a lot of things for attention, but she doesn't like people really speculating or talking about her disorder, and there's so much speculation about what goes on in her household, so I really don't think that she would have, personally, just myself, let that slip on stream because she knew there was going to be a lot of conversation around it. I don't know if she was searching it for herself or for her brother or somebody else that she might know, but it's interesting.
She may
that
not have
Siri
searched
just
it.
snitched. She, in that clip too, was saying, guys, it's so weird. Siri's always listening. Like, Siri never just, like, takes a break. She's always trying to listen in on conversations. But nobody, you can't hear the chat. You know what I mean? So it's not like somebody had texted in the chat and it just vocalized it and Siri picked up on it. Eugenia didn't say nothing about it. So that had to have been something that she had searched either prior to the live stream or something. I don't know. Like, it's really weird and iffy. But
No, I'm genuinely under the impression because Siri misinterprets a lot of things, and it could have been that I will say something that has nothing to do with that bitch, and she will pop up and take over my whole phone to ask me some egregious question like, "Were you talking about X and Y?" And I'm like, "Why the fuck are you talking to me?" So I don't know. Like, it's not like a very strong given or even an indicator of anything, really. Like, sometimes the AI hallucinates. Like, not a hot take. AI hallucinates sometimes. It's annoying when it does. It's actually very irritating. But AI hallucinating isn't like a new, strange, or oddball thing. It's just what we live with. So it literally may not have to do with her at all. AI hallucinates and it can really fuck up songs. Okay, cool. I actually made sure to drop it in the comments because, like, I'm me and I do.
I wanted to talk about this because there has been a long-running theory over here on this channel. We've talked about it multiple times. A lot of the times, if you can't control your own environment, you can at least control you. You can cut your hair. You can gain or lose weight. You can, you can control yourself and your actions even when you can't control your own environment.
I know where
and
this
that
is
9
going.
times out of 10 will cause people to do crazy things to themselves just because they can. That's the one thing that they can do that they have control over. So we've talked about this in the past, and I have said myself, maybe she continues down this disorder because it's the only thing that she can control in her own environment. I don't know if her or Deb runs the show. That's also speculation that goes on. It's pretty 50-50. It could be either one of them that controlling the situation. But I said before, I think it's Deb strictly because there's been so many moments that Deb has filmed that Eugenia's been uncomfortable, and the biggest example, i.e. here, that I can think of is when they was in the store together. It was like a thrift shop or something, and Deb found a bathing suit and wanted Eugenia to try it on in the middle of the store instead of going to a dressing room or something. And Eugenia's face was flushed. She looked uncomfortable, like she didn't want to do it, but she did it anyway. There's also been a lot of other moments. Y'all can insert examples in the comment section down below, ones that you remember personally, but there's been so many moments that I have caught where Deb is kind of directing Eugenia. It's uncomfortable, like she'll be showing her shoes or something. There's this one video I had covered in a short video before where she showed her shoes off, put her foot up on the rock, and then her mom, like, went to zoom in on it some, but Eugenia had already put her foot down. She's like, oh, wait, here. And, like, her mom, like, directed her to, like, put her foot back up there. It was just really weird, y'all. So, maybe Eugenia's doing this to herself because that's the one thing she can control, but it could be the other way around. Maybe Eugenia has this, like, weird hold on Deb, and Deb feels obligated to do things for Eugenia because of the condition she's in. I don't know.
We'll never know.
But back to my main point, I don't think that that was scripted. Like I said, it could be, but me personally, I don't think that was scripted because her reaction seemed a little bit off.
the AI hallucinated
And we all know when she's, like, forcing an emotion or forcing something, she'll be like, oh my goodness, Jeffrey, thanks for the gift. Or, you know what I mean? Like, something like that. I just don't think that that was a fake emotion or a reaction that she was putting on.
What's it do?
I feel like that was genuine. And she was pretty shocked that Siri called her out like that mid-live stream. She probably wasn't expecting it. And how much do you want to bet? Siri's not going to be featured in any more live streams moving forward. She's going to make sure that is turned off. Anyways, now that we rambled on about that, let's get into the next clip.
What is this? What is that, girl?
It looks like a Kodak moment.
Hello.
What the
Hi.
fuck?
How are you? You feel good? You feel good?
Oh, it's this. It's the machine gun. Okay.
Can
I was
you
like,
say hello
what the
to our
fuck?
mama?
You were 50 years long time before you ever met her.
Ay, papito.
15 years.
Oh, she can walk, she can walk, she can walk.
No, she ran away.
She's a starlight witch.
That's right.
And what? And what? Oh my goodness. That's a magic broomstick she flies around on through the neighborhood. It smells like Gucci perfume. Girl, do you shave your pussy?
So that was a
What the
clip over
fuck?
from Jadeness's channel where she basically said this is another big reason why I cannot stand Jeffree Star, which, girl, same. Jeffree Star is such a vile, nasty individual that genuinely it gives me goosebumps whenever I watch certain clips such as that one, because I'm like, there is no fucking way. There's just no way. Anybody could do this to anybody and find that acceptable behavior. And if you're doing that shit, you probably have
yourself.
tickets reserved in hell. Like, you're probably going to be in hell one day, front row seat to the burning fires, because that is literally disgusting behavior. I feel like a lot of people nowadays know Jeffree Star from TikTok, from YouTube, and weren't familiar with his past, such as this. And it's insane because I feel like if more people knew his true colors, which, yes, by the way, y'all, this is his true colors. Sweet. Not the makeup he paints on his face, that is not his true colors. This video right here is truly who he is as an individual. Allegedly, this is allegedly for legal reasons, but y'all know what I'm trying to get at. If Jeffree Star turned his life around today and started being a better individual, I couldn't even say that because it's never gonna happen. But if he would turn his life around somehow and just become a better person, I still wouldn't have respect for him just because of all the shitty things that he has done in the past. And yes, I do believe that the past will catch up with you if you're a shitty individual. And I'm just waiting on his reckoning at this point. I truly am. You know, it drives me nuts nowadays when I see TikTokers, which, by the way, if you're out there doing good deeds, y'all, you don't have to film it for validation because God can see it, okay? God can see
not
it.
there.
He don't need you to film it and put it on the internet for validation.
But it's
He will
fucking
give it
weird
back
to
to you in
record
some form,
just
shape,
good
or way.
deeds
Don't
in
worry about
quotes.
it. And if you're not
free cash
religious
shit.
and you're like, oh, no, you mentioned God, then just believe that if you put good out there in the world, good karma will come back to you. You will get good things if you do good for other people. Or just the world in general. And I can't stand it whenever there's TikTokers out there who's like, helping the homeless today, let's film it all. Like, just do it. You don't have to film it just to get validation, you know? Yes, sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it does make me happy to see TikToks or YouTube shorts of people going around helping the homeless, but at the same time, I get an ick from it because it's like, you don't need to film it, you know what I mean? Like, I help animals all the time, I help animal owners all the time, I literally donate a shit ton of food weekly, monthly. I donate money to people monthly just to help them with like vet bills or something for their pet. And I don't film it because I don't need the validation from the internet. I know I'm doing good and I know good things will come to me from doing that.
It doesn't matter
if you're
good
going
things
around
don't come,
helping
just
the
be
homeless,
kind.
but you feel the need to film
Just
it,
be
at that
kind,
point you're
'cause-
doing more exploitation, which is doing more bad than good for that individual at the end of the day. Just in my opinion, I feel like all those people who film it, not all of them, whether they might not have the intention of exploiting them, but at the end of the day, with them going around
their
and
intention,
filming
the
the
outcome.
homeless while they help them, they're exploiting the homeless at that point just for the sad people out there to be like, oh yes, they're doing something good. Like, do you need validation that badly? You know, the twisted thing about it is Jeffree Star wasn't even filming this homeless person. I don't even know if they're homeless. I assume that they are. But Jeffree Star and his friend, whoever the hell this is, cringy as hell by the way, was filming this individual, not even in the goal to help them, but just to berate them and make fun of them and belittle them, and that's absolutely disgusting. Now, y'all remember that video might have been from years ago, but he is still the same nasty individual at heart. And who knows what he's doing off camera, okay?
He says
That's
some
all I'm gonna
abhorrent
say. He
shit
knows
to
what he's
people to
doing
this
off camera,
day.
and God knows that he knows his past. If y'all are out here buying his products and buying his Acne and buying his whatever the hell, scrunchies, hoodies, etc., y'all are quite literally giving money to this man. Grown-ass man, even then, who went around belittling the homeless.
No.
And all types of other nasty shit, but if we would get into that, this video would be entirely too long. And it's not about Jeffree Star today. I came in here wanting to talk about EC, but I found that clip so disgusting I wanted to include it. With that being said, let's get into the next clip.
How old am I? Older than I feel.
What the fuck is this sentence?
I'll just say it, you guys. I'm 30. I know. Some of you guys are gonna be like, you old woman. I know. Sometimes people really make fun of me. Like, they'll come on here and be like, you're so old, like, whatever. But I don't know. I honestly feel really young. Hey,
what?
It's just like whatever with how old people are sometimes, you know? You're as young as you feel. You're 31. That's cool, Rebecca. I don't know why some people are like so, like, people sometimes really like it's a weird thing to like get mad at someone for, you know? Because it's like none of us can really like change our age, you know? I just think like no matter how old you are, we should just try to like live our best lives, enjoy your lives, try to be best versions of ourselves every day.
No shit.
And thank you, Katie. I appreciate that, because like sometimes people like come in my live and they will get so mean about that, like super mean. So I'm just kind of like, well, you know, guys, yeah, that's just how old I am.
The music does go hard.
Thank you for the follow, Sherry. I'm a granny. Aw, I know you guys. Well, hey, I loved my grandma. Okay, my grandma was like an amazing person.
Did y'all catch that? I don't know, like, what that was, but she's like, thank you, like, what the hell was that? To be honest, y'all, I have a Mexican aunt, and she turned 56 for like 4 or 5 years straight in a row. She just kept telling people that she was 56, and we would get the 56 for the candles every year, like the number 5 and 6, and just she turned 56 for 4 or 5 years in a row, and now nobody in this family truly knows her.
My grandmother never
Somebody
got her
like how can you be 56
birth certificate properly because she was born at a time and place
so now nobody, like, we just go with it, whatever age
where
she is,
she was not issued that.
Sorry for the ramble.
No one gave a
but I
fuck.
feel like when people
No one
bring
treated her with
LGBTQ
kindness.
age, it's not really the age
Racialism
shade,
and
like, oh my
colorism are
goodness,
levied
you're
against
old.
her
It's probably like,
constantly.
you're too old to be acting this way. You're too old to not have a vocabulary.
So there was like this whole 10-year period of no one knew
You're
if she
too
was
old to be dressing like
10 years older or
and
younger.
doing scrunchies and pigtails 24/7 and just behaving the way that you do on a daily basis and not having a laugh. I feel like that's more so what people try to get at whenever they bring up her age, which I know that there are trolls out there who are like more so like, oh, you're old, even though 30 is very young, y'all. Probably not for Eugenia, given her circumstance. She is clearly not doing well. We all know this by now. She's only getting worse. I don't see her getting better at this point, and it's very unfortunate to say, but I truly don't see her getting recovery, and even if she would, I feel like it would just be too little too late for her body and her organs. We have seen over the past just year that I have been covering her a lot of symptoms pop up. And it's always the same shitty shebang excuse that she uses, like, oh, it's just allergies, y'all. Or I just have these spots on me because, you know, it's black eyeshadow powder that dropped on my legs. It's not like skin spots or anything. I just feel like she's past the point of anything at this point, like recovery-wise. And I feel like people, when they bring up her age, are bringing it up, 1, either in concern, 2, to troll, or 3, to be like, yeah, you're 30. Like, you're really 30. You're not, like, 13 going on 30. Like, Missy, man, you're 30. You're not going back to 13. So why are we going to continue to act like this? Anyways, I have like 1 or 2 more clips from Jadiness's channel. Thank you again so much, Jada, for letting me react to this. I really love her channel. She finds like the most insane moments that I'm either chuckling or my jaw was dropped the entire time. There's no in between. So with that said, let's move on to the next clip.
Yeah, Romy friend, I know, it's like, it's not there here to worry about. It's kind of weird how like some people are so like, change your hair, Eugenia. Which, it's like, it's okay. I understand not everyone's gonna like every hairstyle, and not everybody, I guess, is always gonna like the pigtails, and you know, that's fine. But it's just like, hey, at least you guys don't have to wear them, right? So, yeah. So don't judge me. Let me wear my hair how I want.
I'm giggling because I had my hair in pigtails a decent bit.
We can wear our hair how we like to wear it. And you guys at least got to admit that my Jeffree scrunchies are really cute. See, they actually get like the Jeffree logo. I got these like when I was in Wyoming.
And I like the room. Clearly, I think the room is fucking cool.
It's okay, trust me, you guys. I've been online a long time, so I've basically heard like everything. Lauren, thank you with the bracelet. Like, I have heard like far worse than that.
Didn't I have a second shotgun?
She's getting so
I
proud,
do.
so sad anymore. Like, genuinely, it's always been sad, but it's at the point now where it's like,
The sound discrepancy is going to keep me working.
Like, oh my god, it is really sad. I might talk my shit, y'all, but I do really genuinely feel terrible for her at the end of the day. When she talks, and I just zoomed in on a clip there towards the end when she looked to the side and they had like that I love you lipstick filter pop up. when she was talking and she had her face turned to the side, her nose tip was genuinely moving with her mouth movement. And why is that happening? Is it like because how frail she
My
is? So,
eye
like, her
twitches
face is
with
like,
my
I
fucking
don't know.
speech.
But I've talked about it before. I think she's genuinely a bratty girl at the end of the day, and I think she has mean girl energy that she likes to hide behind.
Like,
The
there's just
voice
certain
in
things
the
that
nice
I'll,
girl
like, certain
antics
syllables
and
I
the
say where my
church
whole
going
fucking eye
videos that
twitches.
she likes to upload now
It's life.
every Sunday. It's terrible. But I truly think her mask
Where is
slipped there a
out?
little bit when
There's
she
out.
said, "So let me wear my hair how I want." It's like, I really feel like that is her true personality coming out. Since we're just speaking about like her hair here for a moment, and by the way, y'all, this is the last clip that I had from her channel. Again, thank you, Jadenis, for letting me react to it. But anyway, y'all, since we're talking
we
about
already
her
tossed
hair
those.
here, I just want to bring up the fact, of course, when you age, things about you changes. But if you're taking care of your hair is going to be healthy. And it's probably from her lack of nutrients that she brings into her body that her hair has nothing going for it. Because she used to have decent hair. Like, back in the day when she did, like, the whole seam look to her hair and had it puffed up, she had a thick, long head of hair.
Volume-wise?
And now she has extensions. And I'm just going to say allegedly to the extensions for legal reasons, which I don't feel like somebody would sue somebody over, like, speculating on the fact that they have extensions or not. But I'm a small channel and I do not have CUNY lawyer money, so I'm just going to say allegedly. But I have seen and noticed there is a lot of thinning going on in her hair, and this has been happening for a while now. She's had like bald patches even, but whenever she styles her hair now, she'll like section it in parts, like for the bangs and then the ponytails.
Where the fuck was I sleeping
And
at?
that's where you can truly see the damage being done. The thinness of her actual hair now.
God damn it.
But y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this video up. Like I said, I've just been lazy today. I feel a lot better, genuinely. I'm like over my allergies now. I'm over my cold. I still feel a little bit stuffy, but I feel good now. So I have just been being lazy, enjoying not having to blow my nose or move every 2 seconds or having to take like Benadryl. I have been taking Benadryl for the past couple days to help me with my allergies and everything. The weather has been so crazy. I don't know if y'all like
nope, that's the big hole.
South, but
no,
what
not that.
the fuck is happening? It's freezing cold. It goes down to 20, then the next day it's in the 60s, and then the next night it's 40 degrees, and the next thing you know it's 80, then the next thing you know we're back down to 20 degrees, and it's 50 during the day.
Where I'm walking.
What the fuck is genuinely going on? But like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this video up. Again, let me know your
climate
thoughts
change brought on by human actions
down below about anything that we just discussed.
By the humans.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to go play Fallout again.
I'm playing Fallout because you reminded me I like this game.
I don't know why. I used to always skip that settlement during like the main gameplay. I used to just send the people there I didn't like Preston Garvey. He was banned from the castle. I genuinely sent his ass back to Sanctuary because he gets on my nerves.
Don't know what the fuck I'm doing
anyways,
still.
if y'all have Fallout and y'all have played it, send me to my email, revokereality@gmail.com, what y'all's Sanctuary Hills look like, because I have been building away at mine for the past, I think, 2 to 3 days now, and it looks really, really good. But oh my goodness, y'all hate gaming, most of y'all, so I'm just gonna wrap this up. That was so pointless to even bring up or talk about. I'm just ranting at this point, but let me know your thoughts and opinions, like I said, about anything we discussed in today's video in the comment section down below. A big thank you again to Jadenis. Please go check out her channel and leave a subscribe button while you're over there. She's currently on the road to 5K, and a lot of the clips and things that I find to talk about from Eugenia CUNY, she is typically the one who posts it. It's either her or the Love Eugenia CUNY channel. That channel, I have a lot of questions about. I have a lot of questions. But Jade actually finds really incredible moments from her live streams, things that we really question and do a lot of speculation on. So feel free to go check out her channel and leave a subscribe button. And
here's our
with that
custom
being
marker.
said, I will catch y'all.
Now we can get back easy.
All right,
this is the long way down.
Alright guys, so today's story and today's topic, I don't even know, wow. I don't even know where to begin or how to begin telling you this story, because do you guys ever come across something you see on the internet when you just like, that is just so beyond parody and so insane that you cannot almost believe that it's even true? Well, we kind of have a story like that today.
Lots of times.
If you guys know a thing or two about what is going on in Russia, or if you watch my channel, you probably know that Russia currently is not really a country that could be described as LGBT friendly, right? Russia has recently banned so-called LGBT propaganda for all ages, which means that you cannot even show scenes of same-sex love in like movies. It has to be actually blurred in music videos and stuff like that. And even in books, references to homosexuality need to be completely removed and censored, which leads to stuff like this existing. The LGBT movement is now considered an extremist organization in Russia and is completely banned. And also, Russia has completely banned transgender surgeries, and according to the latest news, Russia is now apparently creating a new registry, a new official list of LGBT persons in Russia, which I'm not really sure why they would want a list of people that they consider extremists and terrorists, right? I have absolutely zero idea what the Russian government might want to do with this. Anyway, the point is that Russia is not exactly well known as the most gay-friendly country, and well, how do I put it, you guys? What if I told you that apparently,
the state is doing a similar?
Currently, in the Russian army fighting in Ukraine, trying to take over Ukraine, there are actually transgender soldiers fighting for Russia, who also unironically describe themselves as Z-patriots that are fighting against like Western degeneracy and Ukrainian nationalism and so on. And once again, like, these people actually exist. And today we're gonna look at a story of one of them, which honestly kind of makes me lose my faith in humanity. Or makes me feel like people are just not serious anymore, you know what I mean? And this whole thing is one of the most insane examples
I'm very
of
ha-ha these days.
and of people fighting against their own interests that I've ever seen in my entire life. So hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video, we are going to be looking at a real story of a transgender soldier in the Russian army, which in my opinion just shows how deeply unserious of a country Russia is at this point, and in my opinion it is just incredible, considering the fact that recently I reacted to a video on this channel which was a Russian army recruitment ad, and in the video the whole point was basically to actually make fun of gay men, and the video was basically showing that if you don't want to be a weak beta gay soy boy living as a civilian in Russia, then you have to join the army and become a real strong manly man that is defending the nation and is as masculine as possible. I mean, all of that is absolutely amazing because it actually turns out that there's real trans soldiers in Russia. And also, come on you guys, we've all seen that one video of one Russian soldier performing a you know what on another Russian soldier, and then they both get, you know, then they both perish. We've all seen that video, so I'm not saying that things like these don't happen in the Russian army, but usually they try to keep it on the down low at least. This person though decided not to. So this right here is what I'm talking about precisely, what shocked me so hard. This right here is an article that came out in the Russian sort of anti-war, anti-Putin new media called Pickled. This is a media that is run by a bunch of Russians who left Russia as far as I understand. And essentially here we have the story of, I am already a queen, as in chess. The veteran of the special military operation, Maxim Perov, has left the front for vacation in order to be able to get his transgender surgery in time. Having become Maxine, she decided to continue serving Russia, but was fired. Yes, guys. This is not a parody article, this is a real person. Невероятные истории, о которых невозможно молчать. So let's just read the synopsis. And the synopsis here says, Maxim Perov was brought up in a family that has a history of military service. He studied in the Suvorov military school, however did not want to tie his whole life to the army. From the youngest age, he did not feel himself as other boys. He was friends with the girls and he felt not himself inside of his own body. He started serving as a conscript, having left his university and trying to get a vacation from a new failed family life. But in the end, he ended up becoming a soldier on the front line. And while serving in Ukraine, he decided to do his transgender surgery. Special for Hola, the journalist Ivan Kozlov has decided to talk to Maxine Perova, her friends and family, in order to tell the story of a decorated veteran of the special military operation who has committed one of the last transitions in the entirety of Russia. So yes, guys, I really wasn't overselling it when I was saying to you that this is the most insane fucking story I've heard in my entire life. Let's just read, okay? Because this is... wow. Cannot make this shit up. And the craziest thing to me about this entire story is obviously the cognitive dissonance. How this person is essentially transgender, part of the LGBT community, and yet this person is actually fighting for Russia, a country that is super adamant about defending traditional values and essentially considering LGBT people as non-human. And you guys might be wondering, what exactly makes a person act and vote against their own interests? Well, a lot of the times it comes down to propaganda and the way news are presented. A lot of media these days has an agenda agenda, and they use politically charged language in their reports in order to influence how you think. Which is exactly where ground news comes in. It's a tool that I've been using for a long time now. I've talked about it on my channel before. And if you guys are not familiar with ground news, it's essentially the ultimate news comparison website. Ground news collects the news from all around the world in one place, letting you compare news and headlines in real time as they happen. And ground news actually shows you the ownership, the political bias, and the factuality of every single news source. For example, here I am actually in a very fitting article on ground news about Trump citing an order that likely will set in motion a future ban on transgender troops in the US military. Here ground news shows me there's a total of 403 news sources that cover this article, and I can actually go down and scroll and check out all of these and read them individually. Now obviously Trump's new orders have been a very divisive topic, and the left and the right have both been saying different things. For example, the left-wing media here reported on the fact that Trump administration actually got sued over this trans military ban, or some even mentioned that trans soldiers actually date back to the Civil War. So obviously the left is reporting about the attack on the LGBT rights here. However, on the right, a lot of media is excited about how Trump is going to reinstate troops discharged over COVID-19 vaccine refusal. There's a couple more like this right here, for example. So clearly the left and the right care about the rights of very different people and care about very different things. So yeah, it's quite cool to compare different headlines like this on the exact same topic. And another feature that I personally enjoy is the blind spot, which actually shows you articles that are either underreported on the left or on the right, essentially allowing you to kind of challenge your own views a little bit and kind of get out of your echo chamber and political bubble. I personally love using ground news. I believe it's a great tool that allows you to not only see the agenda behind your news, but also to see what different media is reporting or trying to hide. And if you guys would like to try it out for yourself, then go over to the link down in the description to ground.news/NFKRZ, subscribe through my link and get 40% off of the Vantage plan, which is exactly what I use. Huge thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video. Check out Ground News if you want a whole new insider news reading experience. And now guys, let's finally get back to our terrible story of today. Let us finally read it. So I'm gonna skip some parts of the article. For example, here in the start, it basically says how this person that kind of told the author of the article about Maxine, this transgender soldier, met her. And they're talking about here how they met at like a movie, at a private showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, by the way. A very not traditional, not Z movie, right? So this person met this trans soldier at this viewing party. Let me read this. According to her memories, Maxine stayed for the after party, which was happening in the apartment of one of the attendants. But instead of having fun, she spent a few hours sitting in the kitchen having a philosophical dispute with somebody. A lot of people like that about her, and also, after a few more parties together with Maxine, some of the members of the friend group started questioning the fact that the girl really likes to troll, and also that she, for some reason, really loves post-ironic right-wing memes. She's able to say the word goida about 100 times per hour. One time we were playing Truth or Dare, and as soon as she would choose Dare, she was forbidden from saying the word goida until the very end of the party. If you guys are not familiar, goida is a Z-Russian meme started essentially by an insane pro-Russian celebrity and actor Ivana Khvabystin, who screamed this word on stage next to Vladimir Putin at a kind of a demonstration organized by the government on the Red Square in Moscow, which was celebrating, I think, the annexation of new territories of Ukraine. So the guy was basically saying, we Russians, we need like a war chant to go into battle with, and goida! 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 He said it's like an old Slavic battle cry that we should use.
I don't know where they said
I feel like
they're
with this
going.
person here, this
Gonna do it
transgender
again, where I just
soldier
make more
who likes to
saves.
say goida 100 times per hour. I don't know what this is, if not
Fuck
like
it.
the biggest evidence
It's very
of the
tedious
fact
in
that
here, so I'm gonna keep
4chan
doing
and,
it.
you know, its spawns in other countries have been, you know, an absolute disaster for society. In Russia, that would be Dvach, that is the Russian version of 4chan. This is essentially where a lot of the stuff breeds, and a lot of you probably already know what kind of expect here. Yes, this person is essentially a 4chan dwelling incel who's trans but also transphobic and homophobic, who is also, on top of all of that, a soldier in the Russian army fighting in Ukraine. I want to leave this planet right now, if I'm going to be completely honest. Maxine says, this is not the first time that I've had to tell about myself to other people. So now I'm about to give you guys some based facts. This is essentially what she's saying here. So once again, 4chan has been a disaster for human society. But
okay, you hush that shit up, because I go there for papercraft. And papercraft is legit, first off. We just want to do our origami and leave us the fuck out of this, okay? Thank you. Papercraft for the win.
Anyway, I'm gonna skip a bit more of this, right? Essentially, here it says that Maxim was born as Maxim Perov in the year of 2000 in Nizhny Tagil, Sverdlovsk Oblast in Russia. In a regular family, actually full of career soldiers and so on. So this person basically grew up in a very traditional sort of, Z Russian family, but also has felt sort of gender dysphoria and some discomfort with her own body. At the age of 12 years old, Maxim has enrolled in the Ulyanovsk Suvorov Guard Military School, which was creating essentially candidates for military higher education. And once again, we have a quote. This was suggested by my grandmother on my father's side. She said it would be great for him to get a military education. And I listened to that and said, Goida! Cringe, блять. Просто пиздец. And here we have the first photo of the article. So here I'm gonna skip a bit more of a backstory, where essentially, long story short, Maxim ended up not going to a military higher education school for an undergraduate program after studying in this military school for children, basically. Instead, she decided to go to a regular university to study to be a programmer in 2016. And here, once again, she's sharing stories about how she started coming out to some people in her life, like friends and female friends, and how not everybody would accept her, and another paragraph I want to read. The gender dysphoria that at this time has already developed inside Maxim did not really create a lot of sexual desire inside of him, so Maxim Perov did not exactly hate himself, but did not really like himself, and he's also spent a lot of time trying to understand what to do with all of this. And also around the same time period, he met with his future wife, who also turned out to be from his hometown. One of Maxim's friends, noticing his interest, has said that he should not talk to this girl because, according to certain rumors, she's not interested in boys. О, думаю, тупо гол! Блять, эти ебаные, нахуй, двачевские дети умеют хоть какие-то, блять, какими-то другими словами разговаривать, нахуй, кроме гол, гойда, база, соя и так далее. Прочитайте Достоевского, блять, уёбки вы сраные, нахуй. Что это, блять? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just... Gol is like another post-ironic right-wing sort of Z pro-Russian meme. It's basically saying goal, like in football, but like basically the meme is that, anything bad, whatever happens, только выиграли, it's only beneficial for us. We should just celebrate and keep going and say goal. That's the way it should be, that's kind of the meme. And once again, we have a transgender person in the Russian army. Let's just keep fucking going, okay? Let's just keep going. Oh my god, this is just goal. Maxine laughs, thinking about this moment, and then continues a bit more serious. That, of course, sounds very ironic. I have to be honest, I am a very homophobic and transphobic person. However, I am not the kind of person that would be judging or shitting on somebody. It is way more important for me to make sense of it all. However, even back then, I already understood a lot of things. Trans people in Russia have to grow up very quick. Yes, guys, exactly. This is a person who is a trans Z soldier in the Russian army, who also loves Russia, Russian propaganda, the Russian ideology, and fights for a country that actively considers him to be subhuman. And like not a normal person that should just like die or be forcefully, re-educated forcefully to stop being trans and gay. This is essentially where Russia is going right now,
it ends up on a registry.
Ironically enough, America is kind of going in the same way right now, saying that there's only two genders and so on. So it's kind of funny. Vladimir Putin cannot even longer claim that Russia is fighting against the degenerate West with 72 genders. America also has only 2 genders now, bro. Nobody's woke anymore. But yes, once again, I'm cis and straight as a rock, right? However, I can imagine probably that if I was a gay or trans person in Russia, I would probably be trying to, either hide my identity to a certain degree, especially now with the new crazy news about the registry of gay people that they're planning to create or whatever. Or I would, try to leave the country as quick as possible or something like that, because a lot of people do right now. Gay people actually get an asylum in the West and so on, leaving Russia. I imagine if I was in any of these minority disenfranchised groups within Russia that I once again considered subhuman, my reaction would probably be different from, once again, enlisting in the Russian army and going to fight in a special military operation in order to defend Russia's ideals, and once again become a soldier for an army of a country that does not consider me to be a normal human being.
I AFK react you to Roman, but Roman will take good care of you.
I don't know.
I have to tinkle really bad, so I can't hold it.
Russia's just not a serious country. How is this fucking real, man? So then here it says essentially that they ended up getting married. Maxim and that girl that he met, who supposedly was not, you know, into boys. Here then it says that he found out that trans surgery still exists in Russia and he decided to do one. And now the photo right here. And then it here says basically that their life together did not really turn out well and that his wife actually did not appreciate of him being transgender. Here it says that, you know, he got backstabbed from a way he did not expect. The wife that would voice her support for him, upon facing the fact that her husband could actually do a transition, has completely changed their opinion, and essentially the couple's relationship has gotten way worse. And here it says that at the end of 2020, when Maxim met up with a bunch of friends to celebrate New Year's Eve, turning, you know, to 2021, I've told all my friends everything about our relationship, and my friends said that, you know, it's absolutely terrible and I need to do something, and that is when I decided to get back into the army. Maxine says it as easy as if she's talking about visiting a family therapist. At first I wanted to become a conscript, kind of like a vacation, because I feel completely fine in this environment. I am a military person, not really to my last bone, however, that kind of exoskeleton of being a military man is still on me and I'm not trying to take it off. Moreover than that, I am a patriot. 2021 came and Maxim, a 20-year-old at the time, went into the army. And so here essentially he says that he spent a year in the conscript army and by the end of 2021, he basically already understood that, you know, Russia is going to invade Ukraine. His wife cheated on him, they decided to separate, and long story short, at the very end of 2021, Maxim decided to sign a contract with the Russian army to actually become a contract soldier, and you know what happened next, right? Maxim and his wife got divorced on the 17th of February of 2022. A couple of days later, Russia has announced that they're recognizing the independence of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics. Maxine remembers that at that time everybody around was pretty scared. Even in my unit, a lot of people were pretty scared. Because a lot of people came just for the money, not to die in a war. But I did not have such an issue. Maybe I just didn't care about my life that much. It might be just because I am a trap. It's a trap! And on top of that, I've always believed that self-sacrifice is based. And here I'm able to do it for my motherland. So yes, if you guys are not terminally online, you probably don't know about this, but trap, it's kind of like a transphobic language that is used a lot, once again on these kind of incel websites like 4chan or Dvaj. And some of you guys might actually know that these image boards, which appear to be super right-wing, you know, homophobic, transphobic, ironically enough, a lot of the time, have a lot of trans people and gay people on there that are being transphobic and homophobic to themselves because they're essentially kind of stuck in this weird self-hate and wallowing process, and they're going on these websites, right, in order to indulge in that even more. They already feel ostracized by society, right? So they just want to be like, they want to experience kind of the same thing on the internet. Again, and being, you know, transphobic and homophobic towards themselves, and they're calling themselves traps. Trans people call themselves traps, for example, like here, because, you know, it's like, it's a trap. You know, trying to hook up with a transgender person is supposed to be like a trap because you don't know what's, you know, underneath the covers. You know what I mean? That's kind of, you know, the entire meme here, the entire points. And this person, once again, who is once again a trans soldier in the Russian army, who is once again, obviously to me, a frequent visitor of like Dvaj, the Russian 4chan, using transphobic language against herself in order, you know, to cope with the internalized trauma of living in a society that's completely unaccepting, and you know, when everybody around you does not accept you, this is what happens.
I would say.
And this person ended up going to the Russian army and fighting in Ukraine, all out of this kind of self-spite that was created by the Russian society, which is fucking insane. And of course, this person also thinks that sacrificing yourself for your motherland, meaning, you know, invading another country, is based. So, once again, guys, I want to leave this planet. This is fucking ridiculous.
I want to leave
too. So here Maxine kind of describes her
time
in the during the special military operation during the war in Ukraine. What she did, she says that she was involved in Velika Doroga and Novy Bykov, apparently areas in which Ukraine has accused Russian soldiers of committing war crimes.
Basically, I want to be on low orbit because I want the metal-filled planet to give me its magnetosphere. I want ease of access to the, you know, resources I'll be sending to gravity wells. I want to do radio relays in space. And never touch the surface again. Hey Roman, let's go to space. Be fucking based.
So, trans war criminals, it's awesome, guys, you know? It sounds a lot like Israel, to be honest. Like, when they do pink washing of the Gaza genocide, you know, they essentially say, oh, you say that Israel is fascist and kills children and all of that, but guess what? We actually have gay and trans people in our army. And we're actually trying to save the Palestinian people from the homophobic Hamas or whatever, right? Like... Oh my god, we live in an insane reality, bro. It's incredible. Right now, I have
We do
3
live in a
military
weird
decorations,
place.
says Maxim, and
that's fine.
demonstrates one after the other. For military performance, not particularly cool, but whatever. For military courage, and also the Medal of the Field Marshal Zhukov.
Oh, that's
During
why
the
it
war,
shot me.
Maxine was part of the army group Censor, and this fact is
Damn,
extremely
that's why it
funny
shot
to
me.
her. Where else did you have an army group named Censor? Okay, I see now, I see. So Maxine here is essentially is talking about this. That it was funny to her that, you know, her group in the military had the same exact name as a group in the Nazi Germany's army during World War II. Yes, once again, guys, yes, this is a Russian soldier. Incredible. And look, overall, a lot of the things that happened to us were kind of post-ironic. For example, in my unit, we'll have people that will be watching Maxim Katz while there's, you know, bombs dropping on top of them. Maxim Katz, by the way, he's like a Russian opposition, anti-war sort of anti-Putin YouTuber who's also considered a wanted criminal by Russia right now and so on. And, you know, he's like a big spokesperson against the current Russian government and so on YouTube. This is the reality of Russia's fucking army, dude. People are watching anti-Russian propaganda while sitting in a fucking trench, while fighting for Russia, while also being trapped. This is the reality of Z, okay? This is what modern Russia is all about. None of it is fucking real. Everybody's taking the fucking piss, and yet they're doing awful things. This is the banality of evil. Maxime does not say anything too concrete about her participation in battle. However, she does enjoy sharing some overall impressions. I wouldn't like to appear either as a vatnik, so you know, a Putin supporter basically, and neither would I like to appear as a liberal. However, I've seen a lot of different people and I've participated in a lot of things. And look, what I can tell to you is that the Nazis really do exist. That actually turned out to not be a lie. Great! At least we are right about something. Okay then. Says the person who finds it funny that her army unit has the exact same name as an army unit in World War II from Nazi Germany. Curious. When asked to elaborate, she responds, I'm not gonna describe to you what exactly happened in battle, however, even if we just look at prisoners of war, especially the beginning stages, a lot of the prisoners were completely covered in Nazi insignia. At that time, it did not really make me surprised. I thought to myself, well, they're just, you know, fond of this kind of ideology, just so that essentially soy boys get triggered. This is essentially what's said here, okay? Once again, this transgender Russian soldier thinks that being a Nazi is cool if you're trying to make the soy boys triggered. Which country is like needs to be denazified again, guys? I forgot, because like, what is this? Honestly, what is this? However, afterwards, I've seen a bunch of more of them, and I understood that this is actually a systematic thing over there.
They can all benefit from it.
Of course, you have idiots on both sides. However, on our side, unlike Ukraine, this is not systematically rewarded. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. That beg to differ, actually. Then this is a picture of Maxine's bag, supposedly, that she took into battle with her, saying, specialist in solving unsolvable questions. If not for the Dobry juice brand, I would be still killing people. And please keep silence over here. Great, very based, very cool, very, you know, manly and shit. No, especially if you're walking around in public with this, you are actually like, get a fucking life, okay? Of course, I think war is definitely bad, as does everybody who has actually experienced what war is, Maxine says. We are all against war. However, the motherland is the motherland, and an order is an order. Yeah, there were other guys who also said that in 1939, until a certain time. Good job. And even though at the start of the war, some people still had their doubts, now everything has changed. And it's not only about propaganda. 2023 was really a great year that was really sunny and positive for the front line.
It's always sunny.
However, it was not that great for me. In the beginning of the summer of 2023, Maxime found out that Russia is planning to finally fully prohibit transitioning. He understood that he cannot be slow now. He tried his best to get a quick vacation and then went to Nizhny Tagil and changed his name from Maxim Yurievich Perov to Maxine Yurievna Perova. And actually in a few days she managed to even change her birth certificate and get a new passport that she later got in Ekaterinburg. Maxine managed to jump on a leaving train. Only a couple of days later, Russia signed a law completely banning transgender surgery. I sent the photos to my friends and all of them, liberals, centrists, Nazis, vatniks, everybody is happy and says Goida.
AN3.
Once again, like, these people don't have an ideology, these people don't believe in anything, they only want money, they only care about what feeds their own interests. And even then, it doesn't make any sense to me, because this person, once again, is actively fighting against their own fucking interests. And then it basically says here that Maxine now having officially changed her gender before, you know, it was banned in Russia, and now officially being considered female in Russia, right? She actually tried to come in back to her military unit and try to notify them about how, you know, she's had some changes in her personal data, the change being the gender. And essentially what happened is that Maxine tried to, once again, enlist in the army now as a female. And the army basically told her to fuck off. First of all, they said that it looks like you have falsified your documents. And then later, she ended up being sent to a military hospital in Yekaterinburg. And essentially what happened is that she was given category D, so she has received her military draft document back. And essentially, she was given back her military ID, essentially stating that she's no longer fit to serve for psychological reasons. They essentially now consider her to be clinically insane and unfit to serve in the Russian army. You know, a lot like what happens in the US actually now too, right? Didn't they ban transgender people from serving? And in summer of 2024, Maxine, using the quota for the veterans of this special military operation, has managed to enroll in a St. Petersburg University. So, and then here it basically shows another picture. This right here says, "We are Russian, God is with us," and it's actually, Maxine has an imperial Russian flag in her room. This completely fits within her system of values. And essentially, the article kind of ends with this, you know, we don't know what's gonna happen to Maxine now. She's living her amazing life as a transgender person in Russia, and also about how, like, some people in her life accept and some don't. And here, you know, we get a picture at the end. Петя English, конечно, жестко скатился, это пиздец. And yes, this is essentially kind of where the article ends. Yes, that was the story of Maxine, the transgender soldier that fought in the war in Russia and then came back and last second managed to get her transgender surgery and is now considered insane and a subhuman in Russia, which is the life that she signed up for. Because, like, once again, this... I have honestly no words. It's fucking insane. It's unbelievable.
There were some
you cannot
things
even
there
come
that
up
broke
with this
me.
shit, bro. This is like a compound joke or something. This is like a podcast bit. This cannot be fucking real, dude. It's just like, yes, dude, yes. Some Russians are either so brainwashed by propaganda, right, and they believe fully in, you know, defending the motherland. Whatever she does, doesn't matter. The motherland is the motherland, and an order is an order, right? Or a lot of Russians are either just like so irony poisoned at this point, right? Because Russia is a country that it never takes anything seriously and it also takes things super seriously, right? If that makes sense. There's never any accountability for the people in power, for the people with a lot of money, you know, for the people with a lot of status. There's never any, you know, consequences for their actions. People can do kind of whatever if you have power and money, if you're in the ruling class, right? You can be gay, you can be transgender also. There's a lot of gay people, believe it or not, in the Russian government that are covertly gay that still, you know, do end up citing laws that are homophobic, and still these people, you know, they're essentially working against themselves, their very being, against their very own interests in order to just continue kind of existing in this, you know, powerful position that they found themselves in, right? That kind of makes sense to me, right? It's just greed. But some people are just so irony poisoned, once again, by Russia and how Russia has always, you know, gaslighted people, has always changed its history, has always changed, you know, what they're telling people. You know, Vladimir Putin lies all the fucking time. Nothing is real. Everything is a joke. Everything is parody. Everything is a fucking, you know, farce. And this is why a lot of youth in Russia, right, who find themselves essentially as victims of this entire system, like, for example, transgender youth right here, these people see no other way for themselves to even exist in the society except to essentially become extremely ironic and have, like, no real opinions and no real convictions, just making fun of everything, being Z and kind of being crass. Saying shit like Goida, Gol, Soya, Baza, and all that fucking nonsense, man. It's unbelievably fucking sad,
live in a
that this is what happens to these people. That we have a society that is so perversely sort of sick, cynical, and ironic that, once again, people have literally no other choice. They're in so much pain and trauma that they're like, alright, I guess I'm just gonna, you know, I'm nothing. I'm fucking shit. I'm gonna work actively against my own interests. And also, I'm going to commit war crimes in the process. Is this really like what we fucking want? Is this really a sign of a normal country?
I mean, some people just
I don't
want
really
that to
fucking
be
think
based.
so. But I guess, you know, now that I have seen this story right here about Maxine, I you know, anything is possible, basically, at this point. Jewish Nazis, transgender homophobes, Russophobic Russians, right? That's what they describe me as. Pro-Russian Ukrainians, homophobic gay people. This is the reality of Russian society, and like, I'm just glad that my child, if I ever have one, is not gonna have to grow up in this kind of environments where they have to choose between, I don't know, either being shunned or killed, or, you know, becoming the most ironic, unserious version of yourself that just does not care about their own human rights and just will fight actively against their own interests, just as long as they're not considered, you know, soy or, you know, a lefty liberal cuck or whatever, a westoid. No. My allegiance to my personal...
I love eating soy. It's very tasty. Off topic. Really tasty. Like, in case you were curious, it's so fucking good. Oh, it's so fucking good. Depends on how you make it, like everything else, to be fair, but like... So fucking good. Can be so fucking good. Expert locks. Don't let me forget.
Personal values and my personal moral convictions has always been stronger than my allegiance to my country, and that's never gonna change. And it's not gonna change depending on the country that I am in also. As somebody who managed to build a life for myself and leave Russia, I am very lucky and I'm very happy that I'm not in this situation. However, it is fucking unbelievable what people have to kind of come to terms with and do, and how people cope when they're essentially stuck in a system when their voice and their opinion and their entire existence doesn't matter, and you know, they're considered subhuman. Absolutely fucking unbelievable, and I just wanted to share this insane story with you guys, and this is the only way that I came up with, right, to do it. Fucking unbelievable. But yeah, guys, I guess that is going to be pretty much it for today's video, though. If you guys did enjoy it, then please make sure to slap the motherfucking like on it. And also, yeah, make sure to tell me your opinions down in the comments. I'd like to find out what you guys think about Russia having transgender soldiers. More content coming soon. Subscribe for more. And if you guys also would like to support me, support what I do on this channel, if you like what I do, then as always, you can go over to the link down in the description and become a YouTube member. It is basically like YouTube's own version of Patreon. It's a monthly donation. That's the best way to support me. Or you can also do a super thanks underneath this video for a one-time donation. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video, and I will see you guys in the next one. And I hope it's gonna be a little bit more normal, because this is just, I don't know. I'm gonna have a drink or something.
I thought that was
see you guys in the next video.
Because I'm an ignorant fucking goof.
About a week ago, I made this video called You're Effing Insane, where we take a look at a comedian, realistically an Instagram comedian, but we don't want to get technical, right? So this comedian who goes by Natalie Cuomo, not related to legendary frontman lead singer Rivers Cuomo from the band Weezer. This comedian crashed out in front of about 20 people, 20, 30, 40, who's counting.
Actually, yeah. What? Whose idea was it? Oh my god, I love it! Okay, wait, what made you want to ask him?
Oh gosh, I need to click that.
Huh?
Why are you making it sound like we're a couple?
Oh my god, don't get scared. What? Oh, it's not that, wow, it's not that wow, look at you.
Yeah.
I can leave right now if I
can roast you too. You can't just roast all of us and get nothing.
Embarrassing for you. Let's move on. Small dick energy, let's clap for him.
Oops, I mashed that when I really didn't mean to.
I will say this, like, it is such a hard time in this world right now. There's so many people that came together to be supportive and fucking amazing, and you're putting negative, no, fucking look me in the eyes, you're putting negative fucking energy out here. This is the last show of my fucking, look me in the fucking eye. Fucking weekend is a sold-out show, and you
and then playing the victim. Every single good comedian knows how to control the crowd, how to do crowd work, interact with them, and
no, the first look me in the fucking eye was a killer. Everything after the first one was a little bit weaker, and then the berating began, or it felt like it began. But the first look me in the fucking eye was actually hilarious, and I would have died for that. That shit was funny as fuck. Like, look me in the fucking eye, you goddamn fucker. Look at me in the goddamn... Okay, now do I have cataracts? Like, you could do other shit with that.
She just didn't know how to handle that. So after a week of everyone making fun of her, people making videos on her,
stuff you could have done.
Finally decided to respond.
Anyone see me have a meltdown recently online? Okay, so don't fuck with me.
Valid.
Please don't fuck with me. Yeah, I actually have the same agent as Kanye, and they only got one of us, so.
Not bad. And now I feel like a fucking pretentious douchebag. Not bad. That made me laugh about 10.5%, Mr. Natalie Cuomo. Now, despite the fact that I think she's I don't think she's the worst nor the greatest.
It was a good recovery.
I think she's
not terrible.
Okay for an Instagram comedian. It doesn't warrant guys simping and laugh, holding their stomach, be like, oh, this is like the funniest shit ever. Now can you date me and let me smash raw, Natalie Cuomo? I'm noticing the audience, a lot of guys, very interesting, a lot of down bad individuals who worship this girl despite the fact that, you know, I think she's married or something like that, or is dating someone. And if you listen closely, there's a guy, if I'm not mistaken, there's a guy who goes like, yeah, fuck yeah, and they just like clapping. It's just like, bruh, she's not gonna date you, okay? It's because you're cheering her on or you're clapping for her and you're like a few feet away from her. Just because you defended her for hours on Reddit and YouTube, she's not gonna let you hit, little bro, all right? You gotta chill.
Yeah, you gotta like make a whole subreddit.
I went viral for saying,
make a snark subreddit about every one of her ops. Then she'll let you sniff the farts.
Death threats online.
That's what I do.
Like all these guys are saying they want to finish me. I am used to men saying they want to finish on me.
I'm focusing. The lie detector, the hood nigga lie detector detects.
Did he just fall or get punched?
Get down, please. Calm down.
Well, I didn't know I didn't have pants on.
Might go down. No.
Oh,
absolutely not.
So this is a clip that she's posted on Instagram. One of my favorite works besides, you know, the racist one is definitely mid. Everything she does is just mid. Yeah, that mental breakdown would end my career and I would never show my face ever again. That is just so embarrassing. How do you even come back from that? You don't deserve the death threats, but you do deserve the criticism for your reaction. Yeah, people that do death threats, I do not support that one bit. Criticism, of course. Doxing? No. Death threats over this? No. I think that's insane, unhinged behavior that I haven't, nor will I ever support. The worst part about this is that you thought you actually could. Lack of awareness is slow with this one, folks. Yeah, pretending to be unbothered and then turning off comments on Instagram for like, what, a week or something like that didn't help at all. This guy says, everyone supports you. Who is this corny ass dude? She's not gonna let you hit. And then, of course, this is the only comment that she responded to with a praying emoji.
She might let you hit yourself.
Imagines he gets
be funny.
blowjob for comments.
I like
yeah,
when
that's
people
how I imagine every guy that's defending her. Like, you know, all the real ones still love you. Everyone supports you, honey.
Hey,
so
there we go.
When are we gonna go on the date? You know what I mean? Come on, Natalie. Then this other guy, I would say it wasn't a meltdown, but standing up for yourself and holding boundaries as a performer. Once again, a tier 5 sim. Now, she was not standing up for herself. What do you mean? She's the one that started this. Are you insane? Now, we could go back and forth about this for hours, but the point being, a real good comedian wouldn't react like this. This is how Instagram comedians react when they're put under pressure. But then she posted this video a few hours ago. I'm in an Uber in another country, that country being Canada, if I'm not mistaken, when I realized they're talking about me on the radio, guys.
With the guy, basically, from what my understanding is, she implied that he and his buddy were a couple. Yeah. And then he was like, okay, well, let me just start it. It's kind of a lot of talk over about. Okay, wait, what? You want to ask him?
I dig her handing. That shit's legit. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a butterfly. There's a butterfly in the middle. Yeah. Like butterflies.
Yeah, because I think he's like, it's just not true. So you can't make a joke about it because it's something false you're saying. Right. Sure.
I can make jokes about false things. Your great-great-grandma let me hit. Your great-great-grandfather. I'm sorry, your great-grandfather.
The thing is, the guy wasn't a heckler as far as we know. And if you're gonna be crashing out over this, you should probably rethink your life choices and your career. I don't know, pretty fucking embarrassing. Definitely not something to be proud of nor showcase. What is up with these fucking sims? If you were a dude, no one would be giving you this much shit about it. I'll argue that if this was a guy screaming at a girl, he would get a lot more backlash. Why are we doing this? Oh, well, if it was a guy or if it was a girl, it's like, shut the fuck up. Like, it doesn't matter.
First one was funny. Everything else was a fucking L.
This is something that I've noticed. There's so many people here
like
who are
massive
guys who are simping for a woman that will never look at them twice. It's pretty embarrassing. Now, I don't blame
look me in the
people for
motherfucking eyes
for,
one time.
Simping a bit,
funny as
but
fuck.
You gotta be realistic here, bro. Like,
two of them.
What are you talking
really
about?
Fucking weak
look at
shit,
Will
bro.
Smith. Yeah, perfect example of this. The Oscar incident is still hanging over his head. People don't want to watch his movies anymore. True, I know people in real life that are extremely turned off by Will Smith in any of his movies.
I only like watching AI Will Smith because the spaghetti memes
to
funny.
Chris Rock a few years ago. This is what standing up for yourself gets you. Hope you keep blowing up. Hopefully that's satirical. That's her response to the fallout of her mental
blow up
breakdown.
The restroom with
and
my
once again,
farts.
Death threats are not cool, but I genuinely hope she learns her lesson.
Yeah, no, death threats make you a
weak
little fucking bitch and you need to go fuck yourselves.
Again. The moment didn't even happen to me, and I'm embarrassed for her, but anyways, with that said, what do you guys think of the situation?
Maybe that's just my opinion.
Below. Appreciate you. And before you go, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe to the channel so I can get my own Netflix comedy special with Amy Schumer. That's a goal of mine. But with that said, thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you.
I mean, you know, if you don't forget to like update the stream on YouTube, I get to do a comedy special with fucking Jimmy Wisman. Clearly. Okay, that would actually be really legit though and super fun. I would just be like, don't fuck with our short king. I will fight you, you fucking bitches. I will fight you till the fucking lights turn out. I'll break your face. Don't you dare fuck with Jimmy Wisman. You can fuck with a lot of people. Don't fuck with Jimmy Wisman unless you have a valid reason, in which case do it. But if you're on some bullshit, don't you dare fuck with Jimmy Wisman. You gotta come with some real shit and I'll listen to you, but if you're on some bullshit and you start fucking with Jimmy Wisman, I will fucking pickle your fucking panties and make you fucking cry. I presume that's gonna sting. So, you know, maybe it won't, but I think it'll sting. So that's why I want to do that to your bitch asses. In the event you do some jackass shit. I don't know, man. Seems reasonable. Seems virtuous. Guitar Hero Cheater comes up soon.
Hello, guys.
But I want to get told hello, guys and gals. See, this one was all ready for, like, this one was ready for Mr. Trump to be like, and the States is aligning with Russia. There's only 2 people to address in a room. Yo, what's up, bitches? Hey, motherfuckers. This is how I will address people in an amalgamate that both of these can be interchanged to use one or bajillions of people. Hello, motherfucker. Hello, motherfuckers. I'm just gonna find amalgamations that I like because they're fun, and that's just how I roll and have rolled since I was a youth.
And gals, me Mutahar, and North Korea performs one of the most impressive hacks the world has ever seen.
Oh, that's
a hack so impressive that they've allegedly stolen $1.5 billion US. So again, ladies and gentlemen, to kind of start off with what we're going here. Obviously, North Korea is not a small, jokey country. I have a
I'd
real
redistribute it, like,
throughout my
fuck,
history,
bro.
I've covered things like
the homies would have dough for days. We'd all be good.
Most derelict, dangerous pieces of malware on
like,
my
we would be
precious
legit.
Virtual machines. All for the
Windows
sake
versions?
of internet entertainment. But today, we're talking about a hack that literally is part of one of the largest heists that I've ever seen. So, for anybody that doesn't know, there's a company known as Bybit, okay? Now, Bybit is an exchange, first and foremost, and on this website, it literally is just a place where you can get into cryptocurrency, you can swap currencies around, and of course, it's got tons of things like crypto loans. In fact, if you're somebody who has a religious background, you may be able to get religious benefits, all right, or religious compliant accounts. It's got basically everything a bank could imagine. Institutional services, referral programs, even a VIP program. It's got markets, it's got trading, it's got futures, it's got options, anything a growing Wall Street adjacent gambler needs in today's society. But all jokes aside, this is probably people's first foray into cryptocurrency, getting onto an exchange, swapping fiat currency for cryptocurrency stuff as well. And these people have suffered a $1.5 billion draining of their actual Ethereum wallet by what is suspected to be North Korea.
Based.
So before we get into it, I want to just address how this actually happened and how people can prove that it's North Korea.
Because
so you may recognize a name known as ZachXBT.
You put literally any of your money into cryptocurrency, not a fiat currency, and you got. And it's haha funny. And that's how it happened. Sorry, bruh. Like, the how? More than likely, because someone used cryptocurrency writ fucking large. I imagine that's how. You know? Like, maybe I'm a goofball, but I presume the how is because the modality of how they decided to, waste their coffers. You know? Like, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like that's the case, right? Like, maybe if you don't do, like, I don't know, man. It's like saying, hey, oh fuck, I got a bladder infection, but what did you do? You, like, literally shoved fucking dirt up your urethra. So that's some ignorant shit. So, I mean, it's no big fucking shock, right? Like, clearly if you shove fucking dirt up your urethra, you might get a bladder infection. Clearly you put your money into cryptocurrency. Clearly you fucked up. What? Fundamentally, it's fucking garbage because of how it impacts our planet. And don't tell me you didn't go read that much, because it is. No, fundamentally it's trash, fundamentally it fucks with things, and fundamentally it's garbage. So, yeah, just don't do that. Be good.
ZachXBT is a friend of the channel and a good crypto investigator, somebody who is kind of like the Batman in the sphere, somebody who shows up to basically prove things can be not as kosher as they seem. So generally in this case, what it appeared to be was Zach produced evidence of a wallet, OX33D0, being what appears to be a overlap address between two actual hacks that have happened, the Bybit exploit and the Femix exploit. For those of you who don't know what Femix is a Singaporean crypto exchange as well that had around $70 million drained.
It turned the frogs into not straight frogs. It turned the frogs gay.
At it led people to assume that the actual people behind that hack were North Koreans. So the way the Femix hack is linked to North Korea is basically the systemic way, the modus operandi, the MO basically of the hack. Basically where they swapped assets, you know, in a way across multiple chains and moved money around, which basically led it to believe that it was actually North Korea doing it because the systemic way the hack was done falls in line with the Lazarus Group. So based on Halburn, who provided a good summary of this as well too, they said the Femix hack is likely another example of a CEX that held assets in insecure hot wallets. So ideally, these accounts should be protected by multi-signature wallets, and one wallet shouldn't be compromised, shouldn't impact the security of the others. And that's true. The fact that not one, but two, but 16 accounts were impacted indicates that something actually seriously went wrong in the situation. And that is quite possibly the most understated thing that I've ever seen. Obviously something did go real wrong. And what do we do from here? So for instance, OX33D057 is the wallet
Start mocking people who used cryptocurrency. Its current iteration in time and space, how we implement it now? Oh no, I think I can just mock you. Viciously.
Yes, it gets money in, puts it into stable coins, and of course, the further and further you get up to more recent times, as of literally less than 24 hours ago,
and it gets made
you've got the Bybit exploiter address sending money into this account. This one particular transaction we're looking at is 78 Ethereum, which again, if you look at how much 78 Ethereum is, that's $217,000 being moved right there. And of course, the further you go up this chain, the more you can see, like 119,000, 119 Ethereum, 45 Ethereum. So if we go to the Bybit exploiter's address, this one is tagged on every Etherscan platform, every crypto analysis platform as a dangerous wallet, as a wallet to be watched for. So you can actually see right over here, the money was drained from the exploiter to the tune of 5,000 Ethereum sent to this wallet, and immediately this wallet starts sending out to other addresses as the hack is being done, as this account is effectively being drained. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where, again, I should probably make merch for this, because ladies and gentlemen, men lie, women lie, the blockchain doesn't lie. The best part about this technology is it being so transparently
non-binary
open
people
that now
probably
the
don't lie
mere
then.
act of laundering it has eyes on it. But we'll get to that towards the end of the video. Now again, if you like that kind of crypto analysis too, I like to cover it. Zach did a really good job, so I want to shout him out again. Check him out, ladies and gentlemen. ZachXBT over on Twitter, X, whatever people want to call it. But for me, that's not the focal point of the video. I want to look at how this crypto exchange actually got hacked. Like, what happened? So for anybody that doesn't know, I made a video on Lazarus Group probably around 3 years ago going over their history. And they're, by the way, one of North Korea's largest hacking groups out there. In fact, going on the OFAC, which is the Office of Foreign Asset Control, they go by multiple names, right? The OFAC has pointed out a bunch of their actual crypto wallet addresses, first off. So if you want to see just what Lazarus Group's verified wallet addresses are, the government has them for you. In fact, even down over here, they've come up with different names. So they've got Hidden Cobra, Office 91, Guardians of Peace, the new romantic cyber army team, Who is Hacking Team, Red Dot, Temp Hermit, Group 77, Zinc, Apt C26, and Appleworm. So they're wild names, and of course, when you look up their actual area, they're in the Potonggang district of Pyongyang. A closer satellite view of this area leads you to this location. Obviously, I can't street view it because this is in good old-fashioned North Korea. The closest thing I can show you is the Potong River right here. And of course, this is a
systemic data breach does make me laugh a lot,
ladies and gentlemen.
So, you know.
There are other locations like Chagwang Street, which again is where the infamous mansions of North Korea's finest elite currently reside. So nice area, again, totally unstreet viewable, but it also possesses a name known as Bureau 39. And for those of you who don't know what Bureau 39 is, Bureau 39 is also referred to as Division 39, Office 39, or the Central Committee Bureau 39 of the Workers' Party of Korea. And their effective job is an organization committing illegal actions to the tune of generating $500 million to $1 billion a year, and potentially more by engaging in illegal activities such as counterfeiting U.S. currency, for instance, producing controlled drugs like methamphetamine.
How did you not see me down there?
Literally Walter White's drug empire, but moved over to North Korea. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the most dangerous of all, international insurance fraud. Yeah, you know the insurance companies keep bending us over and the rates keep going up? Well, some of these scumbags have to do with it. But again, I'm not here to pit fights between insurance companies and North Korea. To me, they're both one and the same, purely evil. At least their regime, sorry. The North Korean people are great. They're absolutely amazing. The regime, however, very, very evil. So, of course, the more you look into it, obviously there's other banks and associations basically related to them, such as banks, for instance, being subordinate to the financial wings of Office 39. And obviously, the Lazarus Group actually has a play in that. The Lazarus Group serves as North Korea's elite cyber warfare team. So one hack that I'll show you is, if you don't remember a while back, this image was floating around, hacked by GOP, which, if we look back at the OFAC list, the Guardians of Peace. Warning, we have already warned you. This is just a beginning. We continue till our requests be met. We obtained all your internal data, including your secrets and top secrets. If you don't obey us, we'll release data shown below to the world.
It was a fine
and of course,
clear,
they provide
but I'm not doing it twice.
data links right over here. And of course, for anybody that doesn't know what this is the Sony Pictures Entertainment hack. Now, why would North Korea have beef with Sony
hella
Pictures?
anti-consumer.
Well, a lot of it was apparently
they had that coming.
Because of Sony Pictures producing the Interview movie with James Franco and Seth Rogen, where they were making fun of Kim Jong-un.
Also, they're anti-consumer,
they didn't take
so
too kindly for it, and obviously a state-backed hacking group would obviously be the cyber warfare army.
GG on the Sony
since
pop.
then, North Korea's kind of been on a tear with actual cryptocurrency hacks, okay? It's not just Bybit. These people have stolen billions of dollars throughout the course of their entire time on the internet, okay? Throughout their entire time going after various exchanges and groups around the world.
I mean, sanctions really suck, brother. You gotta eat somehow. And sanctions are fucking sucky. So all I'm saying is,
in the United States,
seen it coming.
The rest of the world. So for instance, this one actual press release by the FBI has them talking about 2 North Korean nationals and 3 facilitators in the US indicted for a multi-year fraudulent remote information technology worker scheme. So it sounds like a lot of stuff here, but basically 2 North Korean nationals, Jin Song-il and Park Jin-song, were apparently using falsified credentials to get access to US jobs. So for instance, inside over here, what
there's one where people were paying
DPRK has dispatched thousands
for
of skilled
legit
IT
access
workers to live abroad, primarily in China and Russia, with the aim of deceiving US and other businesses worldwide into hiring them as freelance IT workers to generate revenue for the regime. Again. DPRK IT worker schemes involve the use of pseudo-anonymous emails, social media, payment platforms, and online job site accounts as false websites, proxy computers,
not dealing with them
writing
right
and witting and unwitting third parties located in the US and elsewhere. So basically these people will move to like Russia, China, and they'll use falsified passports to basically bypass these sanctions lists and apply for jobs, get in for massive IT work, and in some cases individually earn up to $300,000 annually. Basically, these workers generate money for the regime back home. But remember, because they work in the field of IT and, again, furthermore, cybersecurity,
AKA critical
having
infrastructure.
These people inside your company can not only have you giving them money, but they can probably leave some nasty malware behind and open up routes and doors to have constant, persistent access into your business. So, yeah, when you're hiring...
I mean, once I had to catch a US citizen trying to, like, facilitate giving themselves dodgy access to systems they shouldn't have access to.
Road, you might get blackmailed. In fact,
so I'm just saying, like, they just wanted clout.
Came out this year, where they actually said extortion of theft of company data, sensitive data.
They were willing to take down a whole infrastructure and a whole company to do it.
Workers have extorted victims by holding stolen proprietary data and code hostage until the companies meet ransom demands.
It's fake, Preston. It's fine.
Remember things like WannaCry with North Korea, one of the most elaborate schemes where they literally ran one of the largest ransomware basic operations to generate a shit ton of money while holding obvious code and business is entirely hostage. So it's really, do you play along with the FBI
it's not real, Preston, it's fake,
until
Preston.
your business gets back up on track, or do you lose millions upon millions of dollars a day? No, you'll probably pay the ransom and just, you know, get back to work. So the more you go down here, North Korean IT workers have copied companies' repositories, such as their GitHub, especially their private stuff, user profiles, personal cloud accounts, and of course just large-scale theft of company code that they will then resell or use in North Korea.
Fake Preston.
Now I know that I've kind of got you into the weeds over here with North Korea's Lazarus group, but I'm just here to bring you up to speed on how this group operates and why it's gotten so good at what it does. Okay?
Quick save.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
it's not the real
Bybit
Preston. Don't be mad at me.
1.5 billion
it's an imposter.
worth of their crypto exchange basically drained
They're
out.
extorting money. They're luring people to some bullshit location.
You know, the heads behind it.
I don't trust them.
About
They're dead now.
A little bit. Now, Ben Zhao had a live stream literally on the 21st talking about this whole situation. And this is where, again, it's an hour 45 minutes, but I'm going to play you what I believe to be basically the most important aspect of it in relation to a hack, and then we'll go from there.
Signer of this transaction. When this transaction came, it was a normal URL. I double checked. It was the safe URL from the official safe website. We always use the official website.
So to give you an idea of what safe is, what he's referring to is safe.global, which was the third-party tool that was involved in basically assisting, I guess, the security of this chain, these smart accounts that were being used in order to assist these guys on their platform, using things like multi-signature wallets, which, if you don't know what a multi-signature wallet is, the best way to describe it is something like a bank safety deposit box. Like when you go there, it's typically like a safety deposit box will have like 2 keys inside its ports. So one key is opened by the bank teller and one key is opened by you. You stick the keys in, put them in together, it opens the actual bank security deposit box, and then you can do whatever you want with it, right? So it's basically adding an extra layer of security. That's generally what's being mentioned here. Let's go back.
That was one of the safety protocols we deployed, is to check. So I checked on that, I clicked on the link and checked,
not serious right now.
And then I checked on the UI the destination address to make sure that it is our warm wallet. We have a procedure to make sure that it is what we saw. So all of that checked out, and the initial transfer that we made was...
you know, you can just use Selenium, the fucking web testing framework, to do all this for you. But whatever. I'm not even. Fuck people. 2024, fuck people. 2025, fuck people. 2026, fuck people.
As a hardware device for the last signing hack. Okay. So after I signed and I also checked the ledger screen, one of the issues with, at least from my experience with the Ethereum related cold wallet transfer, is that it doesn't exactly show the destination. It shows a lot of code. So it's not, so I checked the code, but I didn't check fully.
You didn't check good.
If normally also the address, the destination address is not inside of that multi-sig signing. So I signed. After signing 30 minutes later, then we got the emergency call that our cold Ethereum wallet is drained.
So just to give you a quick dramatic representation of what that call sounded like, the guy dialed up and he's like, "Are you fucking stupid?"
Oh, shit.
So yeah, that's kind of roughly how this occurred. So I wish I could say that the North Koreans did some crazy Hollywood level hack where they breached into the network, sent
really
some crazy
basic shit every time
out.
someone
No,
gets popped.
This was what appears to be some pretty
It's
elaborate
never something
phishing,
complex.
right?
It's
and
just
so
little
when looking
things.
closer into it, so first thing first, he mentioned that he had a ledger, which for anybody that doesn't know what a ledger is, it's a crypto wallet that you can buy right now. It looks similar to this. There's actually multiple different products that they have. So for instance, this one right here is around $349. Then they get more and more expensive. Like you can get this ledger stacks for $559. And of course, if you want to get the cheapest option, a $114 Nano S Plus is here. Now I have hardware wallets, and one thing that he is right about is obviously things are not super duper convenient in transacting. But ultimately, when you're transferring such a large amount of Ethereum, such a large amount of money, you probably, in a million years, should be very, very mindful about everything, right? Like whenever I send money in a wire transfer anywhere in the world, I usually check every single digit at least 100 times because I don't want my money going to something else and then it being a whole headache.
Yeah, I don't
With things like
send much at all, and I
once
still
you
check
send the
this,
money,
and it's not
you
crypto.
can't reverse it. And you might be like, well, Muda, why can't you reverse anything when it comes to cryptocurrency? And the thing is,
you can't with your bank with a wire
if
transfer.
You have the majority of the processing power, but remember, cryptocurrency is decentralized. And because cryptocurrency is decentralized, once a transaction is effectively made, it just can't be reversed, okay? Because there's no central authority like a banking system where you can go in and reverse things or communicate with the other large banks and say there's something fraudulent, something bad occurred, freeze that money, reverse it, yada,
That doesn't
yada,
even
yada.
happen with your fucking
Bitcoin
banks, brother.
Or any cryptocurrency, once
If you
it's
do a
sent,
transfer,
it's sent.
it doesn't
Now,
fucking do
thankfully,
that.
in the crypto space, surprisingly, compared to almost any
They'll
other
let you eat
business
shit.
out there, there's a surprising amount of camaraderie in amongst nearly every exchange, where they all just come together and basically bail each other out, it seems. But so what they've done is, so what has Bybit done, okay? So basically, because of this, the money now is gone. They've effectively said, yeah, we're going to give you up to 10% of the stolen money if you can help us recover this money at this moment in time. So if you're somebody that wants to make 10% of $1.4 billion, so around 140 million USD, you can help them try to recover all of this money. And we're going to talk about why that's challenging just in a bit. One of the things that I wanted to cover too is somebody that in this situation claims to have been responsible for a hack, something in regards to sphere phishing. Some people have mentioned why they didn't just create a program where obviously, like many other companies in the world, if you detect any invulnerability in their network, they will pay you a bug bounty. And so I wanted to show you a bug bounty of a company like Apple, for instance, which obviously far more money, but clearly Bybit can also afford the funds and the finances I'm showing you here. So for instance, with Apple, if you can show them that you can bypass the lock screen, they can give you $5,000 to $100,000. But of course, if you show them how to, again, bypass the secure lockdown mode that they made, they'll just give you $2 million, okay, as an additional bonus on top of whatever else you may have discovered here, right? Like, for instance, if you show them I can attack a device via a user-installed application via the elevation of privileges, I can't speak today, $5,000 to $250,000, okay? So generally speaking, companies will offer big money for people to give them, you know, information about vulnerabilities in their software. what does Bybit do? Bybit has bounties from, for instance, if you discover something low, they'll give you $50 to $200.
Let me think.
Really? $50 to $200?
That's not enough.
Are you fucking serious? And then, of course, for medium bounties, $500 to $1,000.
Yeah, when you can make more by selling the exploit, selling the vuln, when you can make more by selling info than the bug bounty can, like, okay, right? Here's my favorite thing. Here's a Jimmy Westman that you will enjoy. If you can afford a hitman, that is not a hitman, that is a fed. Or that is the cops, or that is somebody trying to rip you off. They're trying to afford a hitman on something that you can, like... They are trying to pay a hitman less than their 1 month's salary. So what are they gonna get? They're gonna get fucked. That is not enough. That is paying someone 1 month of rent in California for what might take hundreds of hours. $4,000 for a critical vuln? Yeah, you can just sell that. Or you can use it yourself and make a clean 4,000. It's not a fiat currency, so it's not gonna... They're not going to have the same systems to audit and inspect you. They're not going to be able to just pop into the other bank, knock on the door, and be like, hey, this is fucked. Reversal, please. It's not your bank that's going to process a chargeback. They could have offered more than Apple, and they'd still probably have been fucked. That is wild. $4,000 for a vulnerability that could potentially be critical? You could sell that to fucking somebody for 1 month of their fucking paycheck. Maybe a month's rent for a California person, right? Because, like, remember, don't forget, there's folks in Cali where rent prices are so high there that you gotta have multiple people making over $100,000 a year to all be roommates. Just so they can afford to live somewhere and not be pushed to the streets. So... why the fuck would somebody take your 4,000 grimy ass dollars when they can utilize it and pop out 4,000 without it getting closed? And then just use you like an ATM, like a fucking fleshlight ATM. And why the fuck would they do that? That seems very weird and very nonsensical. Like, clearly, $4,000 for a vulnerability? Because look at it. How many millions did they just come out with? How many billions did they just pull out? Right? Why the fuck would they why would they, like, be fucked with 4,000? When it's not a fiat currency, there's no real protections for it. The government doesn't insure it. There's no fucking organization that universally insures it. It's stuck on crypto bro fucking clout. Because they all want to see something succeed that has no viability outside of... it's effectively, they've made a union. But that's about all that holds it up. Oh, no, fam. And they have no legal recourse to do anything aside from bail each other out. There's no prosecution for that shit. This is I mean, there might be in terms of, like, fraudulent what have you, but whom took it? We don't know for certain. I bet we don't fucking know. Because they're looking at indicators of compromise and the wallets that were utilized, and they are suspecting it might have been someone from North Korea, but they don't know that for sure. It could have been a fucking bored teenager in Ottawa. You don't fucking know. So, that's hilarious. Point being, if you're offering someone anything under 40,000, 50,000 for a critical vulnerability for a financial institution, like, you better cash them out for a year. They need to be able to take a year off work. Give them at least 300,000. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, bro. 400,000 maybe. Give them a year off work. That's a California person being able to pay fucking rent and or mortgage. They can pay off their house and be done with it. Let them go. $4,000 for that? These people are ignorant as piss. If you're offering $4,000 for that kind of access to your systems for something marked critical, You clearly need to go fuck yourself. That is disrespectfully low. Honestly, I think, you know how I sometimes laugh at fucking information disclosure in large-scale breaches? It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. They're getting bailed out. It's fucking funny. It's disrespectfully low amounts for what they're asking for. This could have taken someone a year to work on. It could have taken someone ages to plan out how they wanted to get in, who they wanted to get in touch with, how they wanted to execute this, which hardware they would have needed, put people in the right places, meet the right people, do enough intelligence gathering. Could have been 2 bored kids out of Ottawa. You don't fucking know. And they just netted out a lot. Yeah, they should just, like, keep that, bro.
But critical vulnerabilities go from $2,500 to $4,000.
That's
now,
bullshit.
If you were somebody that breached in and had the ability to extract, let's just say $100 million, why the fuck would you go out of your way to get $4,000, okay? You might say, oh, Muda, it's the same thing for Apple, right? What if somebody could sell the exploit for millions of dollars somewhere else? Sure, you know, but...
But there's the thing. The fucking market is Apple versus someone else. This is just disrespectfully low. Like, fuck these people. They asked for this. They had this shit coming. They pasted this on their forehead. They went to Pastebin and said, hey, fuck me up. I'm not even paying my fucking, like, my red team. Also, it's weak and pathetic. Also, it's a guaranteed payday. You dropping a vuln for Apple that's going through how many hands before you see a cash out? Or before someone sees a substantial take? They have to exploit it and deal with exfiltrating any relevant data, find someone, if anyone, who wishes to procure it. This is just straight up fucking money. This is like lower fucking less effort. This is a lot less effort. Free money.
I would say the act of laundering that money, the act of basically avoiding
it's not
every
even fiat currency. It's like GG, let's go.
Law enforcement agencies on top of that is wild. But obviously, when you're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars, most people would probably think, yeah, I'll take the risk of the feds and a already shoddy crypto market in terms of regulations in comparison to $4,000, okay? That's insanity. Somebody discovering critical vulnerabilities is basically given like a month of rent in Toronto. That's insanity.
Called it. Boom, bitch. I'm on
So
this
basically,
shit.
the end of all this, Ben here, Benny boy, fucked up.
over.
And it wasn't just Ben. I feel like people are putting a lot of the blame on just the CEO. Remember, a multi-sign wallet involves a whole bunch of people, which is where, as a cybersecurity person, I have to point my fingers at the internals of the company. Look, it's one thing for your grandmother or grandpa to get phished from somebody on the internet because they just don't understand technology. But you're telling me a bunch of people that run a crypto exchange, that have cryptocurrency, that know how to purchase cryptocurrency, which already has a barrier of entry, to be honest with you, and they already got like wallets, like ledger wallets, you're telling me these people aren't smart enough to not get phished? So effectively, North Korea got, either they're so good at phishing, okay, that they convinced every single person here to be dumb as shit and agree to something that they shouldn't have agreed to, or somebody involved here may have possibly go to the team or possibly helped be the mole in the system that got the money moved to North Korea. And again, this is just speculation, but it's not speculation that comes out of nowhere, right? I really do think that there might be something malicious.
It is hilarious.
Maybe at the company level. And this goes for any company that's been hacked by North Korea. Again, I showed you that whole North Korea hiring operation because, again, for some of these people that are getting hired at companies with falsified credentials, it really makes me wonder if maybe there aren't moles that are planted within these companies that assist in the exfiltration of funds, right?
No hate.
There's a lot of things to consider, and honestly, it requires a really deep, thorough
Sanctions
investigation
are fucked up.
of all of these services
No
to
fucking
really
hate.
come out with how good North Korea has effectively gotten in basically
Sanctions are
stealing
fucked up. There were better options than
yearly
literally starving people to death.
You know, 2023, they probably stole less than $1 billion. 2024 is when they crossed the billion mark. 2025, in the first 2 months, they've already crossed the billion threshold with an extra $500 million.
I don't know what to tell you, brother.
It's insanity. And this makes it, by the way, the legitimate largest heist in history. Like, yeah, it's one of the biggest hacks. Even if you don't think the hack is impressive, just from a monetary perspective, I think the largest heist in history was the Central Bank of Iraq. And of course, this Bank of Iraq heist rather, was not really so much of a heist as it was, I have the power, let me walk in and basically grab money out. Basically, if you read up into it, like at some point on the 18th March 2003, a day before the US entered Baghdad as part of the invasion of Iraq, nearly $1 billion was stolen from the Bank of Iraq. That month, a handwritten note signed by Saddam Hussein surfaced ordering $920 million to be withdrawn and given to his son Qusay Hussein. Bank officials state that Qusay and another unidentified man oversaw the cash. Boxes of $100 bills secured with stamped seals, known as security money, loaded into trucks during a 5-hour operation. So yeah, it wasn't so much somebody did some Ocean's 13 shit, it's just that they had the power, they went in, grabbed the money, moved off. And of course, later on, Qusay Hussein was killed by the US 101 Airborne Division in a battle. So according to a few military researchers, $650 million of that money was eventually found by coalition forces. However, $350 million was never actually seen or heard again. So
a lot of that time was just me bitching, so we're good.
But this isn't about Iraq, this is about, obviously, North Korea. So I guess the way to tie it off
Are we sure it wasn't a bored kid in Ottawa?
To apparently $1.5 billion of Ethereum, how does this money start to get moved off? What do we do about it, right? Well, the thing about the blockchain is, since it's so readily transparent, the big benefit is laundering it isn't as easy as one would think. So the way that actual laundering can work is you can use things like bridges, where you can basically send crypto from one blockchain to a bridge and then move it to another blockchain. And then you can then obfuscate between those blockchains because they definitely don't have like transaction histories that they share between each other. And of course, with other situations like mixing services, you can move your cryptocurrency into a mixer, which will basically pool your money with other users and redistribute them to effectively different addresses. So those are two of the ways money effectively gets like laundered. And for a while, it used to be pretty useful until eventually law enforcement started catching up to it. And there were plenty of other businesses and companies that started to get into it with machine learning to reverse some of this money laundering. But also with exchanges, a lot of these started to use KYC, which is before you put money in or money out, you gave them your identity. So generally with each crypto Bitcoin address, which used to be anonymous, it has now become a situation where everyone is effectively, or most people, at least in most first world countries, are identified KYC. That doesn't mean there's ways past it. Obviously you can use shady exchanges or whatever to get on. But yes,
the shady exchanges
there are
might steal from
obviously
you.
ways to launder this money. And what has appeared to be the case is Ben has shown that apparently some of the money is being moved to places like Chainflip as a bridge, by the way, like I just taught you, to convert to Bitcoin or BTC. And he provided this address, which obviously if you look at this address, they've got 12.5 BTC, which if I did just napkin math, if Bitcoin is valued around $95,000, you're looking at around, 1.2 million, a little bit over that, like a little over $1.2 million worth just going to this one Bitcoin address. So obviously, you know, a very small percentage compared to the large billion, but nobody launders $1 billion, $1.5 billion in a day. It's going to take a while for it to eventually end up in usable currency by North Korea. And I guess one of the things we can end it off in is obviously this is not a situation where clearly, you know, there aren't other parties.
It can come out
like
real
Safe.
slow.
Ethereum, which, you know, was the website that they talked to, even they said they found no evidence of their front end being compromised. So again, investigations are really going to be needed. But ultimately, with North Korea taking all this money, the reality of it is that this money that North Korea has taken will be used for a pretty nefarious reason. Now, based on the United Nations, South Korea, and of course the United States, it's been rumored and basically talked about that these crypto scams and these crypto thefts are basically an important revenue source for Pyongyang's nuclear and ballistic missiles program. So while we're kind of sitting here kind of going, yeah, it's pretty wild that North Korea did a $1.5 billion heist, you have to remember that, yes, when it comes to cryptocurrency, North Korea loves it to the point where, yes, when this money is stolen, it is eventually ultimately funding, the elite lifestyles of people that are oppressing the, you know, working class in North Korea, the literal slave class, if you will. And of course, and beyond all of it, they're using it to fund and finance weapons of mass destruction that are used to actually threaten global security. So forget about just the security of the United States, right? The security of countries like South Korea, security of countries like, for instance, Japan, who literally are in like actual attack range of North Korean missiles. For a lot of those people, anytime cryptocurrency gets stolen, it's just several extra pennies in the entire armament like war chest that is used to further threaten the world. And again, the more nukes that a country like North Korea gets, you might be wondering, man, why don't we just rush in and like stop these people, right? Well, it's because they have nukes, right? Like if they have nukes, you can send in soldiers right across the border and they'll just start firing nukes in Seoul, in Tokyo, and literally destroy the world as we speak. So because they have nuclear weapons, North Korea can effectively get away with hacking the entire world and stealing all of the nuclear weapons they want. And realistically, no one is going to jump in and stop them because it's almost impossible. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long video indeed. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it,
Plans.
Today, I found 4 more MMOs that have literally 0 other players online. Yes, I've seen the comments. Wait, this game doesn't technically have 0 players because you ran into the market at 16 minutes, 128 seconds, 0.4 milliseconds. I saw a glimpse of a player's username in the top right corner of your screen. Yeah, I hear you. But today, by scrolling through the deepest, darkest recesses of Steam and reading countless of scathing reviews, I found 4 games that I promise have absolutely 0 other players online. These worlds feel desolate and strange because MMOs are supposed to be populated, and you're generally supposed to interact with others in order to progress. So what do these games look like when the only other population is that of the NPCs? But real quick before we get into all that, I would just like to tell everyone that I have recently started streaming back over on Twitch. We've been playing some dead MMOs and also some Final Fantasy XIV, and it's been a great time.
I'm a fan of Twitch.
I would like to ask everyone to go over there and follow me, and in fact, I'll be live just an hour after this video's release. So there's a link in the description. Now, let's get into some dead MMOs. So to start things off today, we have an insane game, and I truly mean that. Quest Master's Realm. Judging from this first bit of the preview, you might assume that this is some sort of cheap, outdated mobile game, but as it progresses, you'll find that this game actually looks quite clean, with a nice 3D graphical design. Quest Master's Realm is currently in early access and only has 24 mixed reviews on Steam, so this is insane. In the top left corner, there are a couple of vials and a yellow cube. To the right of that is the word Ergazdarg 91114. Okay. The game then asks you to choose between Quell or Hell. This does nothing to change your appearance, and there's absolutely no explanation given as to what Quell or Hell might mean.
Good, you shouldn't explain things.
Furthermore, you can change your gender as well as the color of your skin, hair, eyes, and underwear by using the entire full spectrum of the rainbow. I messed around with this a little bit,
that's what I liked about
my character appeared as though he had severe liver issues. But eventually I ended up just using
the one thing I liked about that
until I found a color scheme which looked
Fallen game. That one
and there's another race you can be.
That one's similar. Sorry, Souls like we played.
But I stuck with human and named myself Wade
for that reason. I could be a drow.
Now you're told to choose a skill set, which is basically class selection. There's 4 options: rogue, warrior, priest, and wizard. Though none of these options really seem to differ from each other in appearance or armor. So I don't really understand the point of showing me these armor slots. You would think they could offer a preview of what gear or items this class might use later on, and even what they might look like, but instead for every class they just show you the same 8 empty armor and weapon slots, with your character on the side just standing there in their bright blue underwear. The descriptions provide a slight insight to each class's characteristics, but ultimately it doesn't seem like your class is really going to impact gameplay all that much. Anyway, I decided to be a warrior before pressing start, and I was met with this loading screen, which I'm almost 99% sure is AI generated. You see, every loading screen in this game features this sort of origami tilt-shifted photograph that definitely comes across as AI. Trust me, you'll see what I mean as we progress further into the game. Anyway, I finally loaded into the Plane of Quell, and you're met with this interface. This is not confusing at all. We have some sort of sci-fi elements with these sort of futuristic pulsing circles in the top, but also some fantasy elements to the right that suggests I have a sword, shield, bow and arrow, etc. And also, this interface telling me some sort of pertinent information about what I'm supposed to do seems to be written in a default font. It's like this game's interface has been outsourced to a third-party company, but the third-party company was only paid for half of the actual work, so they only did half of the actual work.
There's a way
also,
to avoid
F1
the fight. I
to
just
close
learned
this
about
menu,
my head
strange
to do it.
keybind, but fair enough. You walk with WASD and use the mouse to move the camera. There's some arrows on the ground leading me to this NPC, Wellsong, who tells me that she's glad I'm here today to join the forces of Quell. And out of absolutely nowhere, she says this.
I hope your adventures are finding you well.
Which doesn't correlate with what is actually being said in the chat box, but also just a moment later she says,
this shit.
Quell has time for all.
And then again,
I hope your adventures are finding you well.
Okay, so the game features AI voice acting, leading further credence to the fact that the loading screen was probably AI generated. And also the voice acting doesn't correlate with what the NPC is actually saying, and also seems to just sporadically and randomly activate as long as you're within range of said NPC. Anyway, I proceeded forward following the game's directions to this box, which I examined, and apparently I collected a Light of Quell capsule. I brought this back over to Quellsong before this insanely loud nuclear alarm siren started going off,
no easy
and my
way.
character turned into a blue ghost that was doing the
large
Macarena.
pepperoni and a calzone. Name is.
If you're not here for this,
I bet you've never heard that sentence before. Oh, and then I died. I guess this is how the game introduces you to the
And just who is
death/revive
this,
mechanic.
anyway?
Apparently, I now click this box in the center of my screen to revive, which I did, and apparently I lost 100 CBs. Trust me, I don't know what those are either. Anyway, I respawned in the same location, but now a glowing light is following me, and I made my way back to Quellsong where I finished up the tutorial and was met with this loading screen. The Shield Inn. You see what I mean? This is AI. Anyway, this is the actual game, I guess. We're outside of some sort of medieval inn. I can't help but feel that the tutorial basically showed me nothing about how to actually interact with this game, or what even is the point of this game. But anyway, I was directed toward Quellsong again, who tells me that I need to complete basic combat training by talking to other NPCs in the area. I'm then directed towards the Black Knight, who sounds like this.
The sharper the blade,
Oh
the
shit.
faster the sword.
Nice.
And he says the same thing again a second later.
The sharper the blade, the faster the sword.
He tells me to practice combat by fighting this tech mech, and at this point I'm getting the feeling that this game is just completely made up of random purchasable or even stolen assets, as nothing seems to correlate visually. We're in a medieval sort of landscape with a wooden inn, there's a ghost girl named Quellsong, a black knight in full medieval armor, and now I'm fighting a mech suit with lasers for arms. Oh yeah, and this is combat. And yes, that's what it sounds like. Combat is pretty simple. You put yourself into combat mode and then you use right click to punch or use whatever item is in your main hand. After talking to Quellsong again, she gave me a relic which would apparently give me access to the desert. I talked to the Black Knight again, who gave me a quest to fight 5 enemies within the desert. Before I made my way over to this portal, which would teleport me to, you guessed it, the
I want to talk to Mama Murphy, because there's a way to bypass this, and I think it'll be hilarious.
desert. One AI-generated origami phoenix in a desert loading screen later.
We haven't
and
seen her
voila,
in ages.
This is the desert. Although
We're gonna
it
go say
still
hi.
seemed like we had that strong blue hue that was present in the previous location as well. Despite the AI loading screens looking highly saturated and full of color, this entire game is just rather blue. Anyway, I spoke with this NPC beside me who told me to kill 10 scorpions. Then the game directed me back towards the portal, which took me back to the medieval inn, and then directed me back to the desert portal. So it seems in terms of quest navigation, I was on my own as the game was just sending me back and forth between these two
We go back to
locations.
Sanctuary.
And honestly,
we
I
march on
ran
back.
around and fought some
GG.
scorpions. I actually really struggled with combat as you have some sort of energy resource that seems to run out fairly quickly, and it stops you from being able to attack.
That's gonna be a
you know,
lot
in
of
most of
rocking,
these dead games that
and
I
it's gonna
play, while I
suck.
might be extremely confused as to the point of the game or who
But it
even
might be
developed
funny.
it, I generally have a better understanding of these games for having played them. At least understanding the
It'll be
gameplay
funny.
loop or the interface better after having actually played the game. But I think this is the first time I'm genuinely more lost for answers than I was prior to
Can I
even
see the
starting
water?
the game.
Where is
Before
it?
I actually played, when looking at the store page, I thought,
Okay.
oh, it's some sort of janky RPG with futuristic elements. I'll probably
Water's
get
our
some
best
quests
way.
and fight some things and maybe equip some armor, but no. Instead, it feels like I took 3 tabs of acid and
Double
tried to
checks.
play Skyrim. All in all, the game looks decent enough, even though
That's
these are
what's
all
up.
probably
I
stolen
like that
assets from
fucking
other IPs,
description.
and to be honest, I don't know if I've ever come across an MMO this strange in this entire series. Even the name is just kind of like, what? Quest Master's Realm? But you know, unique is not always good. So for that
Can
reason,
be.
we're going to give this
Not
an
always,
F.
though.
What a strange experience. Next up, we have Khan Online, an epic classic MMO that takes place in Eurasia, where Genghis Khan's brutal forces were never able to conquer. Released on Steam, at least, in 2016, but apparently it originally came out in 2003, which, judging
Mama
by these
Murphy,
graphics,
it's gonna be a
makes
long
little
trek.
more sense.
We're doing
Let's
it.
check it out. So you're asked to choose a server. I chose the only one available, Blaze, and hit connect. Next, you're shown 3 character slots, and I pressed create
For
before you're shown 7 different
brother.
classes to choose from. Except that, for some reason, this first one, this guy wearing all orange armor, yeah, you can't click on him. All of the other ones you can, but this guy, he's just there for show. Anyway, we have a necromancer, which doesn't really look like a necromancer, to be honest. Then the cleric, Then the Miko, which is apparently a warrior-cleric hybrid. Then the sorcerer, pretty self-explanatory, and the assassin, as well as the knight. I chose to be the sorcerer and named myself Waydot, which was interesting because I thought the sorcerer was actually a female in the preview, but I was given this male character with no customization, so I pressed play. And I was met with this quick loading screen before entering the actual game. This is the actual game. I appeared to have this absolutely giant glowing staff for a weapon, which was kind of cool, but considering I was otherwise wearing what you might assume is level 1 robes and armor, I don't know why my weapon was seemingly so badass. Anyway, it's click to move and the interface is fairly easy to understand. The game immediately offers a help guide, which explains about the game and how it functions. For example, I can press the R key in order to enable running. Nice. I eventually looked in my inventory and wow, apparently I have quite a few items. Some of these sort of look like armor, so I drag and drop the equipment into their respective slots, and I'm kind of at a loss for words. I have shoulder pads that even Blizzard Entertainment would be proud of. I look like a level 100 Egyptian mafia boss from one of those mobile game ads you see on Instagram. And overall, without having progressed in any way, shape, or form, it generally appeared like I was already fully equipped in endgame armor. I mean, cool, I guess? I decided to start running forward and check the place out a bit more, and look how dramatically my cape flows in the wind.
That fucked
First
me
of all,
up.
I don't understand why the bottom of my cape is so ridiculously wide. I might as well be wearing my grandmother's living room rug. But anyway, I made it out of this sort of city or temple and into what appeared to be some grasslands. There were some wolves roaming in the distance, and I figured before combat, I better try and find some skills to actually use, as I had this giant action bar. However, skills work a bit differently in Con Online, and basically you just have 2 equipped, which are found to the right and left of your action bar, and these can be used with your left and right mouse buttons. So I went and fought these wolves who only dealt 1 damage to me while I one-shot them with thousands of damage. And after killing just 2, I was already level 2. And killing 2 more got me to level 3. Also, just quickly looking in my chat box, it appeared that every time I killed a wolf, I gained 12.9 million key points, whatever those are. Next, I entertained myself a bit by looking through the emotes menu and testing them all out before killing
There is a Mama Murphy skip.
These guys.
So we're gonna go talk to Mama Murphy.
I decided to head back into the city to see if I could find some sort of NPC which could provide me with a quest, or at least an objective or something to do. But I mostly just found merchants. This guy sold different skills and potions, but I wasn't able to actually speak with this NPC. And that seemed to be the case for most of the NPCs I found. They just had different items for sale, or in the case of this guy who looked like a rather important figure, I literally just couldn't even interact with him. So today has been confusing. By far, today's games have had the absolute least amount of direction in terms of what the hell is actually going on.
All the way back to Sanctuary.
You would think as a game developer, one of the first sort of hurdles or things to tackle in beginning a new project would be, okay, let's have a meeting. What is the player going to do when they first log into the game? What is the objective? How do we point them in the right direction so that they can begin to understand the systems and the gameplay loop and the difficulty and the interactions? What can we do to set ourselves apart from other games in the market and really create a standout product that can compete with the best of them? That would be a great meeting, a great first thing to do. But with these games, it sounds like they just had one stone dude in the corner of the meeting who was like, that sounds boring. Let's just assume that we don't need to explain literally anything at all. And then everyone in the meeting clapped and cheered, and that's how we got Questmaster's Realm and Con Online. Anyway, I didn't really know what to do, so I decided to just venture forth and see what I could find. I made my way out into the barren plains, past the wolves, across the hills and rocks and statues, and I eventually found some zombies, who I also one-shot. This got me to level 5, and then level 6, and then
I did have to check my phone, yes, you're
level
right.
7. I went over a bridge and found some bees. These guys were actually aggressive, so I had multiple attacking me at the same time, but they really just did no damage. So when I was finished with those bees, I was already level 11, and
That's the other thing I liked about Guild Wars 1 is max health was 100, I think, or some shit. You didn't expect to see more than 100 health on somebody, you know? So it was really easy to just deal with numbers in your head for shit. No damage did all your bar. Things would it was build based, fucking build execution skill. Right? Holy shit, it was fucking great.
I ran around some more.
Nothing compares to Guild Wars 1 to this date. The closest thing in terms of positioning mattering is Souls-likes. Dark Souls, PvP, and 3. The closest for positioning In closest to healing economy, there's nothing. Protective magic, deferring you from having to like take damage and being so essential and time-based, nothing. There's just nothing to compare to Guild Wars 1 PvP. It's legit why I'm considering going back to it. I'm like, maybe gonna go back to my old account. Maybe gonna like grab some stuff. Maybe mule it to a new account so I don't have to deal with like the scary people. Or maybe, who knows? You never know. I might just like stick it out and just be like, fuck it. I go harder. Fuck you. Cause like, what's the worst they're gonna do? Scare me? Make me cry? I mean, multiple people who were very creepy when I was a child will be there. Maybe. And that's really scary for me. Like, legitimately, that's the thing that is very scary for me, is I don't want to deal with that or encounter it. But outside of that, I want to play the game.
Like Desert Swordman before, eventually, around level 13, I noticed that I could press V for autoplay, which brought up an entire autoplay menu, which allowed me to customize completely what I wanted my character to do. This is basically a bot script built directly into the game, allowing me to choose what I attack, when I attack it, what abilities I use, when I use potions, when I should run away, when I should buff, heal. Basically, any interaction my character could do can be automated through this menu. And so I set up autoplay, and now my character is playing the game by himself. The game that seemingly has no point or no challenge by giving you free endgame armor, it has no quests, no objectives, no seeming real point to actually exist. And most of all, it has no other players.
Just cute.
Yes, that game can also play itself. Like, literally, what is the point of this? Why does this even exist? I'm gonna give Con Online a D-, because at least it functions how it's supposed to, I guess. Hopefully we can find something with some substance to it. Hopefully one of these games has like an actual reason to exist. And so, next up, we have Animist, a strange and dark afterlife horror-themed sandbox MMORPG that was released apparently in 2018. Which, judging by the graphics, I would have thought it was a bit older, but apparently not.
There's a damn
2018 release date. So this is Animist. The game features a very dark and strange sort of ambience and sound design that adds to this immensely creepy vibe, which you'll notice as I progress. Anyway, you're met with this loading screen as your soul travels through the afterlife, attempting to find its body. You're then given the option to spawn in as a friend or a cursed one. These are basically the two separate factions within the game. Friends look like this, and cursed ones look like this. Friends operate on the western side of the map, while cursed ones the east. I'm a pretty friendly guy, so I chose to be a friend and spawned into the Droughts. And this is the user interface. It's pretty simple. You have an action bar with 8 slots, some health and stamina, as well as a compass to the right. You're spawned into some sort of graveyard featuring blood and bones all over the ground, and the entire game is played in first person. I brought up my inventory, which features 12 equipment slots and 32 inventory slots, before clicking mirror view, which actually allowed me to see my own character. It's weird because even though I'm a skeleton, I feel rather exposed.
I know where this
and
is.
Afterwards, I found the crafting menu, which shows you all of the different items you can actually make, from spells to clothes to buildings.
Not yet.
Seriously, apparently you can build entire structures made up of amber or stone or ice. So far, I was getting rather mixed signals from this game. I couldn't tell if it was a horror game or a sandbox game like Rust or Valheim, or honestly, even an MMO. Which it definitely is. Other players could log in right beside me and we could begin interacting, but of course, there's literally no one else online.
Lucasfilm.
And that's when, seemingly out of nowhere, I heard this. Okay, creepy. I looked down and saw a bloody bone on the ground with the letter E above it, so I pressed E. And apparently I was able to scrape the blood off this bone to receive some ancient blood. Nice. Anyway, I looked around a bit and eventually found this guy who sounds like this. I tried attacking him, which consisted of me just swinging a bone, but it didn't seem to do anything. I found another skeleton to chat with, and
Lucas.
Got armor at good rates if you're in the market.
okay, I'm entirely freaked out right now. This feels like some sort of psychological horror where I'm slowly descending into madness and losing my sense of self. And what is that sound? Is that a duck? Anyway, these items on the ground were glowing and I collected them and got roots. And that's when I think I found the source of the quacking, if you can call it that. So I gave this undead duck the boning of a lifetime, and hey, it worked.
Gross.
Apparently, he dropped a mind, ancestors' flesh, and
Nasty.
ancient blood. So, while this game seems to have more direction than the previous two, and it definitely has a reason to exist, I was still somehow even more confused. Eventually, I pulled up the world map, and as you can see, I'm up here above the town of Sympathy. And honestly, this seems to be like quite a large explorable area. It's crazy to think I'm the only other person currently online. I ventured forth a bit and found another friend who told me to use the V key in order to see the world through a special lens. And this basically creates a glowing beam from every resource or item or new area within the game that is color-coded to what those resources might be. For example, blue beams are NPCs to chat with, yellow are collectible items, orange is breakable items, and later on, as you'll see, these beams are very important for dictating which plots of land are already claimed by other players, or which areas you can actually build in. A short while later, I found an emote menu, which is honestly probably my favorite part of the game.
I didn't do this yet.
But this is when I really started
I did
traveling
this
forward.
already.
I wanted to see this town of Sympathy and see if I could find some other areas where players had been. I stumbled across this rock, which granted me 1 megalith resource. These are super important, as 10 megaliths allow you to create a megalith wall, and that's how you begin actually building a structure. So I followed the path forward. The sky almost looks like a time-lapse of an overcast day set to 2x speed, which completely enhanced the sort of creepy afterlife vibe that so far Animist had presented so well. But seriously, how far away is this town? I kept traveling forward and following the path, collecting megaliths along the way, and constantly checking my V key to see if I could see anything coming up. But eventually, I think I made it to just outside of Sympathy. However, when randomly pressing keys, I found this menu, which suggested that I could teleport to my home city, as well as my personal portal. So I pressed 7, and I figured this would just teleport me directly to the town of Sympathy, so my character did some sort of home teleport ritual and glowed blue before dropping like 10 feet from the sky. And, well, I couldn't be farther from Sympathy. I was now in the center of the map at Cathedral. Okay. So I explored around Cathedral a bit. It seemed this place was a neutral town between friends and cursed ones where you could interact with players of the other faction. It also seemed to mostly be a teleport hub where you were able to fast travel to other parts of the map. I explored Cathedral for a bit, but eventually decided to make my way out of the city and see what I could find, and also see if I could begin building. It was starting to get dark now. I guess this game operates on a day and night cycle, so it was getting a little difficult to see. But it looked like I saw structures and buildings in the distance. I tried building my megalith wall in a few different areas, however, every time it said I was still too close to Cathedral to actually build. The structures I saw in the distance looked like other players may have built them, but I had no idea how to build my own. I tried using my V-Vision to see if an area was able to be built on, but it was so crowded with different beams, it was constantly difficult to actually differentiate what was what. Eventually, after kind of just spamming the build button, randomly out of nowhere, I was able to place my wall. Wow, that's a beautiful wall. Although, while admiring my wall and all the hard work that went into finally building this structure, I noticed something in the distance. Surely not. So I began to make my way closer and closer as other insane, twisting, spiraling structures made their way into my view, and immediately I was blown away. It was still rather dark and difficult to see, and I had to use my V-Vision for light, but as I made my way closer, I was amazed. This is kind of like when you haven't logged into a Minecraft world for like a decade, and you finally go back and look at all these old creations that you probably forgot even existed. This was strange though. I wonder when this structure was actually built. How many years has it been since someone has actually logged into and played Animist? How many years ago was this structure designed, and how many hours did it take someone to actually make this giant protruding base? I actually found a doorway, but it was locked, so apparently I couldn't get inside. But Animist features no real sloping mechanics on surfaces, so I was able to climb about halfway up this structure and look out into the distance. This is truly a desolate
We made it most of the way,
experience.
so I'm going to make this save.
This game
Drink
is
water,
dead,
eat food.
both literally
Do
and
more.
figuratively. I wonder if the guy who created these structures knew that his hard work would be featured in a dead game video, potentially years after he created them. Anyway, what a strange experience. This game feels much older than it actually is. Released only 6 years ago, it seems like a precursor to more modern sandbox games, but instead, it was released 5 years after Rust was released. So that's definitely not the case. It also feels like an attempt at a horror game from the early 2000s, but instead, the most horrifying part of the game is just how empty and desolate it actually feels. Nothing can really compare to the lonesome vibe I got the entire time I explored this game. With that being said, at least Animist had some decent ideas and functionality, and at least it looks like it could be rather interesting. And seemingly, it does have a reason to exist. For that alone, it's going to get the absolute best score of the day so far. With a D. Anyway, next we have what appears to be, at least in part, somewhat of a return to MMO normality. Tales of Toast. A cute-looking open-world PvP-focused, high-risk MMO with a pick-up-and-play style that was also coincidentally released in 2018. The graphics seem a little lackluster, but they do have some cute charms, so let's check it out. I chose the only available server, Florin, and was immediately greeted with character customization, and a wisp flying around that was altogether way too bright and literally lit up my
HDR would murder you.
I don't understand why they needed this extremely powerful light source in character creation, where it would actually be beneficial to have more neutral lighting in order to see what you're actually changing about your character, but hey, who am I to judge? Anyway, you can change your skin color, eye shape, iris shape, eye color, hairstyle, hair color, and even your
I'm trying to finish a quest.
I guess that's why he's here. So I chose a sort of green and orange theme.
I've been pecking away at this for like months now. I just barely play, so. You know.
I'm offering an equal stake and consider
With my shirt and wisp being green, but everything else being orange. I named myself Waydot and loaded into the game, where you're shown some of the movement controls, told about NPCs and how to attack, as well as told about death, where apparently while you're level 10 or below, you're pretty much safe.
Get out of the way,
but
Dan.
after
Dan,
level
fuck
10,
you.
drop your inventory on death, with a gravestone available for you to loot your stuff back. And then from level 15 onwards, if you have PvP enabled, you also drop your equipment while dying. It seems that having PvP enabled is rather beneficial, as apparently it gives you a 25% increase to experience gain. And considering there's no one else online, this seemed like a no-brainer. Anyway, you start things off in this recruitment camp, and as you can see, the user interface is actually pretty clean. This is my inventory and character sheet. I have an action bar with some potion slots and 10 customizable slots. A nameplate in the top left and an easy-to-read minimap to the top right. You can click to move or use WASD. Also, every time you jump, you have a chance to do a sort of side flip, kind of like the Night Elves from World of Warcraft. Your Wisp constantly talks to you and sort of guides you around, at least to start the game, so my Wisp led me to the recruitment officer, where I was able to get my first quest. You have a quest guide right underneath your minimap, so it's easy to keep track of. And I was told to make my way towards Brightwind Village. According to my world map, that was basically directly forward. At this point, my Wisp told me how to access my skills, and although I hadn't chosen a class, it seems you sort of specialize into what class you want to play, between ranged, magic, and melee. I chose to increase my one-handed melee damage by 20%, and generally went with melee moving forward. Though this system seems kinda cool, as I could see it being possible to play a hybrid class, like a sort of melee mage or a ranged magic user. Next, I took a look at my crafting tab. Apparently there is 7 crafting skills from alchemy to tailoring, as well as 6 gathering skills from botany to fishing.
I mean, like, it makes sense and all. It's just that, like, when you say left and right, I clearly go to the wrong one or don't know where I'm going. And I can't identify you versus other people. Like, I don't remember things in people saying left and right, dude. That's never worked. We talk about this off and on.
Found this present on the ground, which was apparently a New Year's gift, which was a little strange considering it's February, but hey, inside I found a beer, so really, who's complaining? Next, I made my way to Thorn, where I was able to hand in my quest, and she gave me some new boots, as well as a new quest, to find a bandit camp out in the forest. Then I found a trick-or-treat bag, which was definitely strange, considering it was February, before attempting to enter this general store, where I got teleported back outside, but eventually made my way in. The general store sold broccoli, and 2 other items, and it didn't seem like I was able to sell anything myself, so I left. Afterwards, I found a flight master with a green exclamation mark, which is seemingly a callback to World of Warcraft. However, I did find it strange when I found out the flight masters had exactly the same voice lines as the flight masters from World of Warcraft. Anyway, I made my way further into town. I accepted a few more quests with objectives to collect animal leather and fight bunnies, as well as forest golems, before eventually making my way into the forest. And this is combat. You click on a target to attack them, and they make this sound when they die. I fought a few more because I didn't have any abilities
briefly,
yet.
And then
I
just
basically
stopped.
just clicked to swing every time, and
it didn't play like
I guess
wanted
that's
an
the sound of a
MMORPG to
green
play.
item dropping.
So I just didn't get
Apparently,
down with
this
it.
rabbit dropped me a green mace, which
again, I liked Guild Wars, which was 8 skills on a bar, very build based. You had to prep what you wanted to do in advance. There wasn't as much room for small bags to base. Wasn't much room for like being a having a little bit of everything would have fucked you. You wanted to know what you needed going into a situation and plan for as much as much versatility as you could, but if you like hard set yourself down, you'd be fucked. And that's my preference to gaming. I don't know. I didn't unlock this yet. Blamers.
Seemed like quite the upgrade. And it actually looked kind of cool. So I fought one more bunny, and listen to what it sounds like when you actually gain a level. I love how all of the sound design in this game is just someone's voice that's been sampled and pitched up. It definitely adds to the overall cuteness of the game so far. Anyway, I continued on fighting more bunnies. There are resources littered across the ground which you can gather, but you need the corresponding tool to do so. And even though the game looked and felt very cute, I could imagine that if other players were online, it would be anything but. Considering it's such a PvP-focused game, which reminds me, I should probably turn on PvP. So I did, and it prompted me with this warning message before showing this 3D floating red skull above my head, indicating that anyone could attack me. And now that I was level 2, I was actually able to apply a skill point, and I learned my first new ability, Power Strike, which basically just dealt slightly more damage than my auto attack. A few more slain bunnies later, and I was already level 3.
It's always better.
At this point, I had finished collecting all of the animal leather, and also slain all of the bunnies that I was assigned to, so I decided to venture forward, and that's when I found myself outside of what appeared to be the bandit camp that was actually mentioned in my quest log. However, if you look closely, my quest says that I need to find a map of the bandits' hideout. I don't think you're supposed to actually find the hideout first, because these guys seem to be level 9, and considering I was only level 3, I doubt I could take them. So I made my way back into town, where I turned in my first quest and was rewarded with this epic cosmetic pet, which is called a lich, and is pretty closely reminiscent to the lich mobs in World of Warcraft as well. And then I handed in my second quest and began running around town and checking things out. I found these sort of crafting workbenches where you obviously can craft other items before I went into the bank where I was able to store some of my items. Afterwards, I began running around picking up quest after quest, but I began to notice that the NPCs around me were actually constantly dropping hints about that bandit camp. Like almost every other NPC I walked past seemed to have something to say about those bandits. So I decided to listen and see if I could glean any information on how I was supposed to actually find this map that my quest was telling me to find. At this point, I had about 7 quests in my journal, so I was ready to head out when I noticed that Dawn the blacksmith mentions she saw the bandits drop something near a large tree. So my intuition was correct. The bandit map is probably near a large tree. Now, that would be beneficial information if Brightwind Forest here wasn't literally jam-packed with large trees. Sure, some of the trees are bigger than other trees, but the largest size of trees seem to be pretty uniform throughout the entire place. I guess now, instead of the entire forest needing to be searched for this map, I just had to check near all the large trees, which is like 75% of the forest. Hey, at least we narrowed it down a little bit. Anyway, while questing out in the forest, I actually came across this level 4 evil mushroom, who actually took a significant chunk of my HP, which I barely realized since every other fight so far had basically been a cakewalk. Because of this, I immediately started fighting another level 4 evil mushroom, and while I thought I could take him, he beat me. So I died. Luckily, I was only level 3, so I didn't have any of the super dangerous death mechanics available to me just yet. But this was rather humbling, as I definitely didn't think I'd be dying already. So I spawned back at the Brightwind Graveyard and ventured back out into the forest. I got to level 4, which granted me some more ability points.
I hate to be this person, but we're going to have more noodles, and we're going to play PoE too, and we're going to LARP like Elon, but more focused, and not have someone else play for us, but we're going to be terrible, and not the top of the board. It's funny that way.
Continued questing and fighting mushrooms and bunnies. I found my old gravestone, but I had to keep looking for that map as well. I looked high, I looked low, I looked east, I looked west. I looked by small trees, by large trees, but honestly, I couldn't find that map. Eventually, I stumbled across what seemed to be a giant tree in the middle of a huge circle. Surely, the map must be here. As I entered the circle, the game informed me that this was actually a battleground, so I'm assuming if I didn't have PvP enabled already, it would have turned PvP on for me while I was in this circle. I thought for sure I would eventually find that bandit map, but honestly I spent about 20 minutes looking through the entirety of Brightwood Forest, and so far had just turned up empty-handed. But really, I've seen enough of Tales of Toast, and honestly after the lineup we've had today, this is basically a 10 out of 10. While a little plagiaristic, if that's a word, in terms of the World of Warcraft references, this cute little PvP focused game could probably be a ton of fun, especially if you had a group of friends to play with. Unfortunately, with no one else online, the PvP aspect obviously doesn't exist. And with PvP being what seems to be the main focus of the game, it basically renders the main focus of Tales of Toast unplayable. And so for that reason, I'm gonna go with a C+, though depending on if you can get more players online, that score could definitely be bumped up. Who knows, maybe sometime in one of my future streams, we can try and get a group to play Tales of Toast.
Ooh,
anyway,
so
folks, that means Tales of Toast is actually our winner today. However, this was not your normal average Dead MMOs lineup. Today featured some of the most unique games I've ever found in this space. From AI loading screens with stolen assets, to games that provide no challenge whatsoever, to honestly the straight up absurdity that was Animist. I hope you all enjoyed exploring these games with me, but a massive thanks to everyone who made it to the end of the video. Don't forget a like, a comment, a sub, those things help a bunch. And if you really enjoyed the video, consider becoming a channel member. Anyway, I'll catch you all in the next one. Later.
Verify integrity. Integrity.
Every game with a competitive scene has players that want to be the best, but sometimes this desire for perfection leads them astray, and they turn to less honorable methods. This video covers one such player, who not only faked runs to claim world firsts and status as a top player, but also submitted a number of these fake videos to claim cash bounties. Today we'll be looking at how he faked the runs, why they weren't detected initially, and what happened after he was caught. But before we get into it, don't attempt to contact the person discussed in this video. The community has handled the situation, and anything else at this point is only going to make things
Okay, I'm gonna pause this and just get up and walk away and put on a kettle because I really just want more like sweet but spicy noodles because today is my day. I can be a shit biscuit and you can't stop me. I mean, if you really want something, if you really, if you insist, okay? Here, because you insisted. You didn't insist, and it's fine. I got you anyway. You're fine. Here you go.
Do it, Chad. Do what? No, fuck off.
Do what? Do what?
They want me to do the fucking voice, I think.
What voice?
The fucking...
Say welcome to the jungle.
I did it. Welcome to the jungle, guys. Today we have a crazy stream lined up. Nick just went out of the car. He went to go take a shit, dude. I can't believe it. There was shit coming out of his ass. I was gonna suck it up right off the floor. But then I told that sorry motherfucker, no, dude. No! Go take a shit in the bathroom right now! Dude, I am tired of this bullshit. Now I'm stuck in a fucking car with Melena and Kitty Cinderella, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, where is the content, dude? Only 46,000 viewers? Not enough fucking juicers in here, dude. L, dude.
No, I closed my eyes. Insanity. Dude, come on, help me. It is better in person. It's better in person. It sounds just like the way he said, get in there, that was perfectly accurate.
My God.
That was perfectly accurate.
That was insane. Like, I've always known you've been good at it, but that was like... That was like
Thank
creepy.
You.
That's insane.
Appreciate it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm warning you guys, by the way. They're selling out. Look, they're 40. Here, I can do it for you. No, he's the same height as me. He can't. X-Men. Go up it. Bodyguard, help me.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else? Let me know.
So proud of himself right now.
Some dude just doodled on his C sneaker in 5th grade and sold it for $1,000.
Yeah, but it was the gold Sharpie. Those are hard to find.
Oh my god, holy shit.
I can't really give you guys any proof, okay? But the main reason why I wanted to move back to Canada in the first place a month ago, before any of this even happened, okay? We were getting raided by the police station at rates that made absolutely fucking no sense. Almost every day, the police came to our house with a full squad because of, you know, fucking idiots, okay? And I was generally scared that I was going to die. And then it didn't make sense to me, and I got so scared I just said I just want to go home. I want to go back to Canada. So I started reaching out to all my friends in Austin and telling them about what was going on and asked them what they thought about it. And then some other stuff happened that was even worse, way worse. And I was like, I just want to get the fuck out of here. My parents were worried for me or whatever. Guys, I'm not trying to play victim. I just feel like I don't have any other choice than to leak it. Otherwise, people don't think that I'm serious about this.
XQCL.
It's like everybody keeps saying Kappa. Everybody keeps saying that they don't believe me. And I didn't want to give the reward to the person who or the people that were doing that. But now I can't. My back is against the wall. And you know what? That's my fault because of all the giving shit.
Who are you?
What do you want? How'd you find us?
3 men violently assault an innocent biker in GTA 5 RP. And that person's just watching.
He's so
Holy
fast!
shit.
He's too strong, he's too strong.
Why? Who is he?
I don't know what the difference
He's
between
not
that
even
would be.
trying. Get him.
Like, if PMCs are just random ass player characters or what, dude? I have no clue yet. I'm clearly distracted.
Run, run! He's too strong.
That's sick combo.
Terminator. He's too strong.
Here for you.
They just
Always have
ruined
to sit in the
themselves. It's not a 10.
Don't have much time.
You know what that means. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And down, up, spin around. To the right.
Wait, we did the wrong thing.
To the left. Now floss it.
You did it wrong.
Job was?
Break it down. Break it down. Oh, keep flossing. There we go. Okay.
Dude, how does a 32-year-old man have this much energy? I just don't understand. What am I doing
How
wrong?
is a 22-year-old bitch this stupid? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what? I am dumb for dating you.
Stop,
Thank you.
stop.
I finally
I'm sorry,
realized.
Elena.
I finally
You're not going anywhere. You're staying with me. You're staying with me. You're not going anywhere.
Boys.
Next TV.
Foreshadowing. Oh, I hear my
Yo,
phone.
I'm gonna keep it $150 with you guys. Okay, I'm gonna get $150. This slick guy is a fucking serial killer. No cap.
Oh my gosh.
Can
you explain it?
Crazy
Yeah,
Slick
could you say something?
is a serial
Can
killer.
you say something beyond that, or is it just he's a serial killer and there's nothing we can do about it?
Dude, this motherfucker, bro.
There has been no reasoning given for Crazy Slick serial killing.
No, he did. He gave it yesterday. It was the pajamas.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's a killer,
Yeah, that
bro.
makes sense.
This guy's a killer, bro. Listen,
Walk us through. When did you figure it out? What was the moment?
He's
that
a
you
good
knew?
guy, okay? Don't get me wrong. He's a good dude. He has good intentions, but he's gonna kill people. I'm telling you, bro. Motherfucker's crazy.
What was the moment that you knew? When was it?
Here's the moment that I knew, okay? I wake up one morning.
Yeah. One morning.
Try to figure it out, Chad.
Listen. I wake up one morning. He comes out with this menacing, just menacing yet no emotion smirk. He has some sort of a shadow of a beard around only his chin and his mouth.
Holy shit.
His lower half of the PJs say 6-year-old. His upper half of his PJs say 48-year-old. At that moment, I knew this motherfucker, bro. So I gotta spend as much time as I can with Maya and Miz, because I'm gonna be telling the news one of these days. It's gonna be one of those Amityville horrors, you know?
He thinks that Slick is going to commit a murder-suicide against everybody in the house.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, I am. Hey, listen.
It's because of his drip. He doesn't have enough drip.
Bro.
It's his drip. No, admit it's his drip. If he was wearing something nicer, you wouldn't think it's his drip.
Nah, bro.
It's this drip.
Worse.
Hey, what?
To understand the cheating methods we'll be analyzing, you'll need to get familiar with some terminology used in the community. So here's a briefer. The first term is highway, and it refers to the section of the game that looks like the neck of a guitar. It's where the notes you'll be playing come from, and it has one other part, the hit window, that serves as the hitbox for when you can register a hit on a note. Since you play the game with two hands, each hand is given a different name. The fret hand is the one that's responsible for holding the guitar neck and will be located near the buttons most of the time. The strum hand, or tapping hand, is the hand used to strum the guitar and tap additional notes in the sections that require lots of inputs. When it comes to notes, there are three types. Strum notes, which require the strum bar to be hit when playing them. Hammer-ons and pull-offs, or hopos, which are strings of white-topped notes that only require the first note to be strummed, and tap notes, which are transparent notes that require zero strumming. When it comes to the different types of notes, there are strategies and techniques for hitting them when playing at high speeds. But we'll be looking at these as they become relevant, because we're now ready to look at the event that started the entire controversy. The first song we're looking at is called 9 Patterns of Eternal Pain, a notoriously hard song, but not impossible, as a player named Nados uploaded a Tech FC on May 23rd, 2021. So what's a Tech FC? A Tech FC is a segmented run where players will grind out each section independently until they have perfected it without dropping the combo.
I don't know what the best word would be.
These runs are meant to show that while playing the full song may not be plausible, it is possible. And once a Tech FC is uploaded, players typically start grinding for a regular FC. On December 14th, notable Clone Hero player Shmooey would upload a video claiming to have beaten 9 Patterns FC without the use of segmented sections. The community saw this as an insane achievement, as it was thought to be near impossible, but Shmooey had the
I went with the Witch because I used to play Minion Master in Guild Wars because I am such a raving piece of shit. And it felt like the way to go, honestly. It felt like so fucking legit. Oh my gosh. Like, it did. I used to play Minion Master for a teeny bit when I did PvE bullshit, dude. The shit was kind of whatever, you know? Anywho's, I'm really, I've avoided playing PoE, like, the entirety of its existence. My one friend tried to get me to play, and I was like, no. And then I messaged them the other day, and I'm like, if you want to play together, I'll play with you. And then they were like, not in the mood, I'm playing Factario.
Resume to pull it off, with other incredibly difficult FCs under his belt. There was one problem with Shmooey's FC, and on January 8th, 2022, another top player named Jobu would notice that certain hand movements in the video didn't look correct for this section. He asked fellow top player Ghost Force to explain the methods for this section, and Ghost's explanation was different from what Shmooey was doing on screen, so Jobu dug a bit deeper. If you look at this section of notes at 212 in the video, you'll see a ton of tap notes, but by using a technique called zigzagging, players are able to clear this section with some practice. To do a zigzag, you anchor the lowest note of the section by holding it down. Then as the other notes appear, you can hit them with your fret hand by using a special grip. The grip has you apply different levels of pressure with each finger, so that when you perform the technique at fast speeds, you press the notes in ascending order. And when you let your hand up, the fingers on the higher notes get let up in a way that the descending section of notes are performed as well. When zigzagging is used at sections with too many notes for your fret hand to do on its own, your tap hand will get involved, so you can alternate presses with each hand while anchoring the lowest
Why does
note with
pushing
your
escape
fret hand,
close the game?
and it has a distinct visual appearance when being
Why is
used,
it like this?
so pro players can identify it with ease. With the section at 212, there is a segment of notes that goes green, red, yellow, red that requires a zigzag while anchoring the green, with your tap hand being required to hit a zigzag starting on red, due to the volume of red notes. As can be clearly seen in the video, Shmooey is only hitting red with his fret hand.
Again.
The tap hand is only hitting notes from yellow to orange,
I pressed escape.
but mysteriously, the red notes are all
I was salty because it was crackling the thingy.
Getting hit. This piece of evidence is bad enough on its own.
I hate everything right now.
At the end of the video, you'll
Holy
see something
shit.
else. At the end of Shmooey's video, the UI for Windows Media Player appears on the screen. This was a red flag, and Jobu also noticed that after the Media Player UI appeared, there was more audio present after the Media Player ended. Let's take a listen.
Oh my god.
Okay, cool. Our FPS normalized.
If the Media Player recording was finished, why was there additional audio?
Now
Let's
it's
take a
dying.
listen to Shmooey's response from the voice call where he was confronted.
Why at the end is there a UI there for Windows Media Player?
Because they were watching, they were gooning while they were playing. Clearly.
And I had to re-record it on OBS.
The video being re-recorded doesn't explain why there was extra audio after it finished playing, and the going theory is that he played over a re-recorded video, but what about the inputs not matching? When the other top players confronted him about the inputs, he denied that anything shady was going on with this or any of his other runs, and gave the response that he was hitting a quint, which is a 4-button zigzag with one hand.
I've never tried to keyboard and mouse this
you
before.
said you were fretting a quint.
So this is gonna be wicked.
Yeah, because that's what enables the overtap. In the way, it's the way like being sin hit quints, like in general, like a descending, yeah, particularly descending quints are just like really intricate quad patterns. Like,
well, where are you?
Totally not fretting a quint though.
Where are you doing the fret? Which finger is responsible for 2 fret?
As Ghost and Jobu pointed out, it's clearly not the case that he's hitting a quint, as his tap hand starts at the yellow button, which means only blue and orange were beneath it. Meaning not only was this not a quint, but it wasn't even a movement that would clear this section of notes. Shmooey maintained that this run was legit throughout the entire call, despite other issues being brought up, but this was just the start of the investigation. Since he was a top player held in high regard by the community, the mods wanted an airtight case before they confronted him so that there weren't any doubts about the authenticity of their claims. And they shifted focus to his upload of a Tech FC of Through the Fire and the Flames on 250% speed. On June 19th, 2021, Shmooey would upload a video claiming a Tech FC of Flames at 250% speed. Since it was a Tech FC, the various segments are allowed to be spliced together, as each section is run independently.
So, unlike Mr. Musk, I'll just accept that I'm bad and I don't know what I'm doing, so let's go. Okay, let's go. I've gotten somewhere. I've put everything on my bar. Weird. I don't know if I should do better. I don't care.
After it was uploaded, with Shmooey claiming it was copyright.
I'm allowed to be a fucking crumble bus.
This video up during their confrontation.
This is different than playing on controller. I'll tell you that much.
He had this to say.
The vid of Flames did get taken down by a strike, but I will say this is one of the few times
I might controller this.
I tried to do anything suspicious.
No, I'm not.
While he maintained that the video was copyright strike, he admits that this was one rare instance where he did do something against the rules. And instead of telling the mods what he did, he showed them this section of video. Let's have a look to see if you can spot it as well.
Not keyboard and mouse, controller.
If you didn't catch it, don't feel bad. It took a couple of seconds for it to dawn on the other players as well.
Oh my god. How the did we
I'm mad at it.
Shmooey had spliced a segment in one of the sections where the score visibly rewinds on screen, and Clone and Guitar Hero have no mechanic where score will be subtracted from a player, so it was clearly a splice. This was obviously why the video was taken down, but Shmooey maintained that it was copyright strike. But luckily, someone downloaded the video before it was taken down the first time, and on being re-uploaded, the video didn't receive any content ID or copyright strike. Shmooey stuck to his story, and he alluded to 2 other videos that he may have faked when showing them this, so they naturally asked, which videos were they? At this point, he pauses for a long while, and Jared remarks that there must be a lot more if he can't immediately pick out which videos he faked.
Come on, I think you know what they are.
No, dude.
So, is it just supposed to be this hard to
There's gotta be a lot. There's gotta be a lot then.
And that suspicion turned out to be correct, because along with the 2 other videos Shmooey admitted to faking, there were a lot more. So let's have a look at the Apollo 22++ FC he uploaded on November 18th, 2021. This video is a bit unique. There haven't been any splices detected or any instances where the inputs don't match what's happening on screen. Although the webcam feed is much darker in this video, so it's hard to tell exactly where he's pressing the buttons. Aside from the ambiguity with button presses due to the lighting, this video looks correct, except for one detail near the very end. If you look at the highway as the song is ending, the scroll speed slows down, which doesn't happen in normal gameplay. I've put the game feed from Shmooey's Apollo FC on screen next to another player's run on the same song, and you can clearly see that their highway maintains the same speed up to the point that it fades out. So what's going on in Shmooey's run? There's a piece of software called Cheat Engine that lets you do a lot of things in various games. For Clone Hero, it allows you to slow down a song and complete it. Then speed the recorded video back up to whatever speed you want, which allows for seemingly perfect cheated runs to be performed, except for this small detail. When a run is slowed down, then sped back up in Cheat Engine, the highway at the end of the song will slow down, which is exactly what you see happening in Shmooey's video. But this thread runs just a bit deeper. At a live meet for Clone Hero, a community member was on Shmooey's desktop looking for a clip of him to put into a compilation video. When he pressed the start button for Windows, Cheat Engine was in one of the top results for recently used software. There's no reason that a player needs Cheat Engine, since Clone Hero already has a built-in option to slow down songs for practice. And coupled with the other pieces of evidence we've already discussed, it only makes the situation worse, as Shmooey not only had the program on his PC, but its effects were clearly visible in an FC he posted. The previous videos we looked at were examples of cheated runs that were posted as Tech FCs or FCs and typically claimed world first status for the achievements that they appeared to be representing. But the most devious videos are the ones that Shmooey faked to claim cash bounties. During the call with the other top players, Shmooey said on 2 different occasions that any record he had submitted for a bounty wasn't fake.
Yeah,
no, I'll swear of one thing. I did not illegitimize anything on the bounties. Obviously, I am going to hold it because it is serious, because people are going to be skeptical whether or not bounties were involved, which they weren't involved in any of this. That would just be stealing at that point. But even so,
he denied faking any of the runs involved with bounties, but what I'm about to show you clearly demonstrates that claim to be false. Tyler Mammonocalypse would regularly post bounties for difficult and challenging songs that members of the community would compete for. And one such bounty was for an FC of Supernovae, which Tyler put up $694.20 for, with another user contributing $200, for a total of $894. Supernovae is an almost 15-minute long song that was released back in 2018, with the first ever Tech FC for the track being posted by Frith in 2019. It has some very technical sections, with the chances of making a mistake being very high, so a regular FC was going to take a ton of grinding. On May 4th, 2021, Shmooey would post a video of what everyone thought to be the very first FC of Supernovae. But when the community became aware that his 9 patterns video had inconsistencies, they started looking into every run he had ever submitted, and the Supernovae video wasn't being spared any scrutiny. The first thing you should notice about it is that the score counter isn't on screen, which makes splicing a lot easier to do since you no longer have to worry about it rewinding. But this video didn't need a score counter to prove it was fake. If you look at his hands here, you'll see that he's hitting the blue then red notes with his tap hand, and then hitting yellow then red with his fret hand. But on the highway, he's hitting red first with each input of his hands. This clearly isn't possible given the inputs that are being performed on the webcam feed. which means the video was spliced, with the game feed being pre-recorded on Cheat Engine and then played back while Shmooey pretends to play over it on the webcam feed. The video has other inconsistencies, such as the webcam and game feed desyncing, and another section where the gameplay is the opposite of what's happening on screen. But the bottom line is that this run was submitted to claim a bounty that it in no way deserved, and that's one of the worst things you can do in a gaming community. Altogether, Shmooey would claim almost $3,000 worth of bounties, with the majority of them coming from Tyler Mammonocalypse. And you're probably wondering what happened once all of this came to light. So let's take a look. Before the news broke outside of the community, Shmooey would only admit to 4 videos being faked to the mods in the voice call. But while this was taking place, other members of the community had already started an investigation on his other runs, and they found that over 50 of them contained evidence of wrongdoing. One of the players in the call would post a video that went viral on Reddit on January 13th that broke the story to the gaming community at large. And it was a day after this that Shmooey would post his apology video. He blames a traumatic experience as the catalyst for his behavior, and has no excuses for what he did. He offers an apology to the community and the top players that legitimately worked for their accomplishments. He goes on to announce that he's likely done with playing the game competitively and will only play in a casual capacity, and offers to pay all of the bounty money back that he took from the people that posted them. I'm not going to speculate on the authenticity of the apology, as it's up to the Clone Hero community on if they accept it or not, but I do have good news. On the 15th of January, Shmooey paid back the bounties that he took from Tyler and the other members that had posted them. This brings some positivity to an otherwise bad situation, but there's one question we haven't looked at. How did this go unnoticed for so long? If we look at a timeline of what happened, the first run that looks to be fake was uploaded on September 4th, 2019, an FC of Zoidberg's Revenge that contained a lot of sections where the video would skip. Had this been uploaded by an unknown runner, it may have had more verification processes applied to it, but Shmooey was a player with the skills to back up this type of achievement, as he played in voice calls with other community members regularly. On top of that, he was friends with a lot of other top players in the community, which may have led to less scrutiny being applied to runs he submitted, since he was genuinely capable of achieving the FCs he claimed to have. This isn't to say the mods did a bad job. As you can see from their reaction in the Flames reveal, it's easy to miss something that in hindsight appears to be obvious, especially when the person cheating is doing their best to mimic the moves that should be occurring. But the unfortunate thing about lying is that you have to remember everything, and the small errors that Shmooey made led to his apprehension. The important detail is that he was caught, and the community is being more careful when verifying world record runs. Tyler has stated that any bounty he posts from now on will need to be completed on stream to help eliminate the chance of someone splicing a run. And there's one final thing we need to talk about. Since Shmooey's runs that claim to be world first obviously aren't, I'd like to give credit to the runners that actually did achieve the world first FCs for the bigger runs, so be sure to check them out down below. I'd also like to shout out Ghost Force, Carney Jared, and Jobu for their help with this. They're all great players and deserve recognition for bringing this to everybody's attention. It took courage to confront someone they saw as a friend, and their dedication to the game shouldn't go unnoticed, so please give them a follow. And finally, if you enjoyed the video, please consider checking out my Patreon, as I post bonus content there regularly. And the best place to get updates about what's going on is the community Discord, or by following me on Twitter. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video.
Oops. There? No, skeletons won't do it. Oh no, there's a skelly baby. I made a skelly baby. Okay. I told you I was the worst player in the world. Oh, tits. No. Any? Yes. Well, I had to drop something first. What now? Oh. I don't remember how to map on this. I know how on controller, because I have things bound differently. but this is a little bit more tedious. It's just clicky clickies. No, it's not just clicky clickies. It's not which I thought would be like twice. Hold on. I have noodles I want to eat soon. Bro, do whatever the fuck you want.
As a Z-list celebrity, I get asked to do a lot of stupid.
Our new soap is here. Something's different here. I think Charlie got a haircut. I think the room change is still what's getting me.
Shit, a lot of times, and sometimes I accept. The Rock does excel at a lot of things. Being super big, commitment to being super big, getting bigger, eating like a big person, and being big. I do like a lot of The Rock's movies. I do like CIA was one of my.
Is this like post Moisty Boy comp? Like there was a thingy that was going on.
Jumanji. That was very cool. That was very cool. He's laid out a couple stinkers. He's laid out some stinkers, but
there was a thing you could do to like win a thingy-ma-do. To like, there have been people pretending to be him, and this has been like because he's doing a giveaway thingy for this. I forgot how it was structured. This is perfect. Everyone gets to be Moisty Boy now. Not a 10. Let's go.
I have faith in the man, and it seems there's no exception for Dwayne, my Rock Johnson. Mr. Johnson has decided to release what I would believe is something that he didn't know he was releasing, and somebody just kind of told him, show up for a photo shoot, we'll get you set, and that's pretty much all you need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is coming out with a hair product. You heard it right. The bald guy is coming out with a hair product. It's called Papatui. Now here's the thing. I actually heard it's not bad. It hasn't really been locked down on what kind of hair it's for. But look, I'm guessing there's going to be different formulas. There's going to be,
every hair.
Different situations for different. I'm not sure. I'm really trying to give this a fighting chance. I just want the bald man to explain what's happening here.
Right.
One thing you have to think about.
I just imagine it'll be the best hair care product and I won't use it.
We like to hold people to a certain. No, we don't. You know what? I don't want to lie to you guys. We're bad at this. We're bad at this. This shit is gonna hit. It's gonna hit. You're gonna buy it. I'm gonna try it. Everybody's gonna see what it is. Nobody's gonna look at it and be like, well, look how many people bought Goop. The backlash and the complete
my eczema
shit
ass
he's getting on Twitter.
My eczema ass is gonna stick with my products that don't hurt me.
It's about as much as you would expect. Ever since Twitter turned into X, it's pretty much just a place where shit grows and where you just go to get
that's called
shit
my
on.
booty.
It's a downtrodden place. His hair is getting posted about like an old ex-girlfriend, and he misses it so much. But that's just something that we can never bring back, and I don't think we ever should. Do you remember what it looked like? What I'm not okay with is him parading in ads for it like he's used it. Now, look, I don't know if he grows the stubble, washes that up, get a good lather going or something like that, and then
no, it's peak comedy. I like
out
this.
And whisks it around or something like that. But I gotta tell you, if he's in an ad like washing it off of his head, like, look how well this works. We don't have a reference, Rock. There's nothing there for us to reference. What changed?
It kind of is.
Now you're just gonna get ashy. Now we're just sitting here looking at you get. But there is
conditioner matters.
There's aftercare in the kit as well. So
based. That's what I mean. See,
who knows? I would love to see a review from a person with hair and a bald person, because we can't trust The Rock. He's selling it. So,
if he burns his own products, there's
a lot of people not taking it serious. Also, they think it's a joke. They think it's a troll. They think it's a a ploy for a movie or...
Would you rather a fucking meme coin? Like, it's 2025. Would you rather a fucking meme coin, though? This is what got me. 15 years ago, I received a video of a guy playing games on. His name was... Penguins. The little short guy with a funny voice. What? This man needs to stop what he's doing. He's dragging other people into his shit cakes now. This is just... I'm broken. I have nothing left inside me. Broken. Can't. Just broken. Nothing left inside of me. Bless you, you fucking goobers. Holy shit, nice burp you got there. Would be a shame if something happened to it. What? What the rock with fucking hair stuff? I will care when I can laugh at what goes into it. You'll catch me laughing when I know if it's all scented. Yeah, you'll hear me laughing then. Oh, are you about to complain about what I'm complaining about? Go to my watch later. Are you gonna have the same bitch fets that I do? Because that'll be great. I want someone else to whinge about what I'm mad about. I want to mold. I want you to mold with me. I don't want to mold alone. I just want to cry. Lol. I don't think Willie Mac likes people like doing nonsense. So that's funny. That's fine. What? You've been banned right now. Rockstar listened? Lol. What? Oh, who the fuck cares? Like, it's okay to have anti-cheat. It's not okay to be a fucking loser with it and implement it like shit. And then fucking mauled to your, like, your player base about how cool you are. Lol. More cheaters getting fucked? Oh, that's hilarious. I like that. I like when that happens. That's always a 10 out of 10. Reverse engineered without... Ooh, that's pretty. I like when cool stuff happens. I like when I'm able to giggle at the world and it's really silly. I remember Guns Akimbo. That's what came to mind. Okay. It took a minute. It hit there. It was eventually there.
In Mario 64, there's a couple of ways of moving Mario forward. You can long jump, you can dive, you can crawl, or simply just run. But what if there was a whole new technique of...
I can't. I just can't. Nope, I can't. This is easier.
Welcome to Investing for Idiots. Yes,
this is easier for
the
me.
Right place. This is a video for the Libra bag holder, option day trader, the Wall Street bets aficionado. I'm making this video for the people, for the victims who find the scams they're in, featured on my videos.
Where the fuck is the map button? How am I so ignorant? What is it, tab? Oh my god, it's tab.
The perennial topic of this series is investing.
I hate my life, it's tab. Oh, I'm such a fucking goober.
Patrick Boyle, the Plain Bagel, and today we're joined by Ben.
I'm the most ignorant bitch in the world. It's fucking tab.
Channels which give a sound theoretical understanding of finance and moving them away
Movement
from
on this? On keyboard and mouse is weird.
Basic common sense investing. Welcome to the show, Ben. I appreciate you coming on. If you don't mind, I want to start at the end in mind for those who just watch, the first minute. What is the optimal strategy for most people, not considering individual circumstance, for most people to allocate their money? And then we'll back up to why that is the case. I think you've said that investing is a solved issue. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I call it a solved problem because we have these tools called index funds, which is what you're, I think, referring to in the question. which are funds that give you really low-cost, tax-efficient
babies.
exposure to an entire
Whatever.
stock market. So the S&P 500 is an index that a lot of people have heard of. I'm not saying that's the index people should be investing in. We can talk more about that later. But an index is a representation
this is
of
going
the
to
stock
take too much
market.
focus
The S&P
right now.
500, the way that they describe it, that S&P describes it, is that it represents 500 leading companies in the U.S. stock market. And it's a capitalization-weighted index, which means larger companies, measured by their size, by their market capitalization, have more weight in the index, and smaller companies have less weight. So we have these things called indexes. We have these things called index funds that all they do when you invest your money in the index fund is they invest your money in the stocks in the index.
Oh, thank you.
And that's a really efficient way to get exposure.
I don't have to pay
the stock
attention with
market.
these.
And so I mentioned not just the S&P 500. There are indexes representing stock markets all over the world. And so you can use these tools to build a portfolio that's going to give you exposure to global stock markets, which is kind of all most people need in terms of building a really high quality portfolio.
Yeah, so there's this. So now I want to thank you for that. I think that is the answer that basically I was looking for, and I've heard so many people say, so many experts say.
Can't
but
pay
now I
attention.
want to back
Takes
up
too long.
to sort
Takes
of
10
the
years.
beginning. Let's just start with a bit about you, and then I want to talk about why it is kind of counterintuitive that experts would tell you sort of not to go with experts. There are active financial advisors, things like that, and we'll get into why you and I think I also think that that is not the most prudent strategy for, you know,
How would I bring in goobers?
most people, not to get into individual situations. But start with a bit about yourself. What is your background? I think you're engineering to start, right? Like just like me, I did chemical engineering. I did nothing with it, and I think you are the same mechanical, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
everything that I applied myself
mechanical
to in the
engineering
weirdest and
at
worst
Northeastern.
ways.
I'm Canadian. I live in Canada, but I went to Northeastern University in Boston. Did mechanical engineering there, and then I came back to Canada and did an MBA in finance after that, and that's how I got into finance. And like you, I never used my engineering degree. Went straight to the MBA.
Yeah. What made you interested in finance? Why were you kind of taken by the idea of investing?
Balls.
I wasn't at all.
10 years.
I was not taken by the idea of engineering. I knew I probably didn't want to work as a mechanical engineer. But I was playing basketball. That's why I was at Northeastern. I'm 6'10". People don't often realize that because they see me sitting down on my YouTube channel. So
that's really? Are you joking?
No, I'm dead serious.
Like actually 6'10"?
I'm listed at 6'11" for like if you go on the Northeastern website, you can see it from when I played.
It's so tedious. I already want to stop paying attention.
I played basketball. That's why I was at Northeastern, and then I came back to Canada primarily for basketball. I came to play at a
spew things
Carleton
out so I can
University,
make
which
them
is like,
help me,
I
and
don't
you
know
can
what
go
to compare
fuck
it to.
yourself. Oh, that was
the
not
best
far
basketball
enough.
school in Canada by far. So I came back to play there, and I had to choose a program, an academic program. So I went there for basketball, but it's like, okay, I probably don't want to do a master's in engineering.
Just puke things up
maybe I'll
so I
do an
can
MBA.
use them for me and not you.
You know, that's pretty flexible.
Do it.
So I can do
Oh, thank you.
And then I picked finance for the same concentration in finance for the same reason that I picked an engineering degree in the first place. Was that it was kind of the hardest program.
It's faster still.
I was told
I don't give a
mechanical
shit.
engineering
It's
is the hardest
2%
thing you can
faster,
do.
don't care.
I was like, all right, I kind of like mechanical stuff. I'll do that. And then same thing for finance. Like, of all the streams you can pick in the MBA, finance is the hardest one. So all right, let's do it. And that's it. But I was never like, I love investing or I love finance.
Nice tail.
I do now.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that really bleeds through a lot of your videos. That actually you are very interested in the research side of finance. That's how I found your videos. Is I was looking for somebody who talked about not just like their opinion about stocks, but what the research actually said. And you'll often cite, journals and articles in your videos, which I really appreciate. But it's interesting. So the counterintuitive thing that I want to get at in this video, why I'm calling it Investing for Idiots, besides the provocative title, is that I think it is interesting and deeply counterintuitive that in most industries, expertise is how you get the superior advantage in the field. So if you would want, something done right, you hire an expert to do it for you. That is the intuition that is at the heart of almost everything we do in the world. There's like a saying, you get what you pay for, right? There's a reverse saying in finance now, which is popularized by, I think, Jack Bogle, which the founder of Vanguard, where he says, in finance, you get what you don't pay for. Meaning that it's the reverse, and that oftentimes hiring the best wealth manager in the world will lead to worse outcomes than doing the very, at this point, now simple and
we're dead.
Dumb thing, and the idiotic, like, it almost feels too dumb, which is hold a very broad, diversified index fund, not choose stocks, not choose timing,
I can barely pay attention. This takes 10 seconds and it's too much for me.
Kind of
Nope. I already told
above
you that,
average
though.
is a bit misleading because actually you're getting
I told
the
you
average,
why.
but getting the average is in finance weirdly above average. Can you break down why this is the case? That is deeply counterintuitive.
Fuck me.
So I think the average return piece there that you just mentioned is actually really important. That with index funds, I've heard people say like, well, why would I just settle for the average return? Why wouldn't I try and do better by picking stocks or timing the market? But I think if you look at what are average returns, like what are the average returns of investors, or what are the average returns of actively managed mutual funds, they're way below index fund returns. So I think what you said is not incorrect, that you're getting, relative to other investors, you're getting above average returns using index funds. You're getting the market return, which is the average. But if you compare yourself to other investors or other types of funds, I think you're getting an above average return with index funds. Why is that the case? Expertise is weird in financial markets. I think it's because financial markets are competitive. They're a competition. Now, if you have one skilled person and nobody else is doing anything to price stocks are priced based on trading. So if I think a stock is worth more and you think it's worth less, we might have a transaction. And every time that happens, it puts information into stock prices. Now, everybody wants to make a profit. If there's one person pricing assets and nobody else is there, they could make
Sorry, I thought that my character bitching meant it was weaker for some fucking reason, and I was like, I gotta check.
And they'd become very wealthy very quickly, but that's obviously not the reality. There's a bunch of people competing to be the one putting their information into the price to try and make a profit. And that competition is what sets stock prices. But it also results in a situation where if you've got two extremely skilled traders,
so terrible.
You know, we talk about active manager underperformance, and I think a lot of the times it almost becomes pejorative, where active managers are dumb. And I don't think that's the case. I think they're some of the smartest people in the world. Like, finance has become this brain drain for all the other smart fields. So it's really smart people, but they're competing with each other to be the ones to make a profit. And when you get that, you get this thing called the paradox of skill, where when the players playing against each other in a game are increasingly skilled, the outcome is increasingly determined by luck.
Has it really become a brain drain for shit?
Take like NBA games, for example.
Is it just a thing that sometimes people choose to do?
Two NBA players that are equally skilled and they can play one-on-one against each other, and they play 100 games, like the winners will be determined by luck, assuming they're equally matched. So I think that's it. There's a paradox of skill.
It takes 10 billion
years. It creates
years.
a situation where
and
being
I keep
skilled
messing up my
does
clicks.
not lead to better outcomes. And then for investors, the you get what you don't pay for comment is because for the service of hiring someone to try and do that for you, you're going to pay a high fee.
And I'm bad.
You're also going to have
but
high
also it takes 10 million years. But also controller is easier. That's whatever.
Or
Who
explicit
cares?
or usually both. And so net of fees and costs, trying to beat the market on average is going to be a losing game. So you got those two pieces. One, the outcomes are determined by luck because all the players are so highly skilled. And two, you're paying a cost to participate in that game to try and beat the market.
What?
And so net of costs, on average, you're going to lose. It's a losing game.
When you say it, it sounds simple, but it is hard to get your head around. And I have a bunch of family members, for example, who will tell me like, yeah, I've got this active manager, he's charging me sort of 1%. And I want to like.
I kept thinking 4, not R.
Shit. I want to just tell them like, this is gonna be horrible for you, but they just always tell me like, no, this guy's a smart guy. He's a smart guy, and I've said something in the past, and my wife has told me like, hey, you got to stop this. You got to stop. You don't need to evangelize about this because for some people they need this guy. They wouldn't save the money if not for the fact that somebody's holding like if they were in charge of these decisions, they wouldn't act as rationally as you think they would act, which is they would just put it in an index fund and just hold it.
Click, turn, you fucking goober.
There also is this piece which I think is hard to understand and wrap your head around when you think about it in terms of like textbook math versus there's a behavioral side of this too. How do you think about behaviors as they impact returns, and how do people work against themselves, so to speak. I think there's like a saying, like we've met the enemy is us. That I think is true of most people who are investing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you look at the data on how do investors perform relative to the assets that they invest in, you can look at that for indexes, you can look for mutual funds. Investors pretty much always underperform. So you take the stock index fund, for example, or a stock index, and the index returns, whatever, 8% a year or something like that. Investors typically return
7%
or 6% or something like that.
I was trying to reach till number 4, to number 4.
Explained by what?
Blame.
That's the difference. Well, what's the explanation for the behavior?
No. What is causing that underperformance? Are they just trading it because they trade at the bottom and they buy at the top?
It's bad timing decisions. Yeah. So it's really comparing money weighted and time weighted.
Take care of yourself. Do whatever you need to.
But there's this gap. If people are investing at the top and selling at the bottom, there's going to be a difference between the money weighted and the time weighted returns. The mechanics of that don't really matter, but that's why we see those gaps, poor timing decisions. And that's really it's really everywhere. It's been around for a long time. But I think your comment about the person needing handholding is important, because there's a separation between the investment strategy and the fact that somebody may need investment advice. I'm biased here because I'm the chief investment officer of a wealth management firm. We use low-cost funds to build portfolios. Like, we believe all the stuff that I'm saying on the investment management side. But I still do think that there's room for hand-holding, as you called it, but also other things like financial planning and tax advice that people need. So I don't think those two things have to be combined. Someone who's giving financial advice doesn't have to be selling you crappy high-fee investment funds.
Unfortunately, that has been a synonym for a while, where financial advice has become synonymous with like this self-healing that is happening, where they're selling often tools that they are getting kickbacks from selling. So that is just an unfortunate, I think well-deserved reputation.
Location, middle, shit me, dude.
Industry. But you touched on something which I think is worth talking about, which is market efficiency, where you said, as the players get better, then the outcome is increasingly determined by luck. Which brings me to a question, which are markets getting more efficient as information gets faster and the players
Spaces roll on this. I didn't know how to roll yet on keyboard.
Market efficiency is a really,
I'm used to rolling on
really
controller. I
didn't
know it was space.
Whenever I ask academics about this on my podcast, they kind of laugh and like, how are you defining market efficiency?
Smiles.
How do you want me to define market efficiency? Market efficiency is technically, as kind of the plain English definition, it means that prices reflect all available information. Stock prices reflect all available information.
Wait.
Now, how do you actually test for that to check like our market's getting more efficient? There are a lot of different ways. None of them are completely conclusive. But if you look at something like information production, so is information about individual stocks?
I'm annoyed because
being produced at a higher rate
about my render
pipeline
is eating shit.
The past. I think from measures like that, markets are at least as efficient as they've been in the past,
Very
possibly
annoying.
getting more efficient. But that's not the only thing that matters. Like, another big one is active manager performance. So we talked about can active managers beat the market, and that's been pretty stable for a very long time.
Who cares?
Very few active managers are able to beat the market. If markets were getting less efficient, we might expect to see that reverse. The other thing, so yes, information is more available. Yes, technology is getting better. The other thing that we're seeing, though, as a big trend is that a lot of people are moving to index funds, which means there are fewer dollars invested with active managers.
Just L's,
and the
just
way that prices got right in the first
man.
place is because the active managers were trading on information trying to make a profit.
Oh.
So this is a thing called the Grossman-Stiglitz paradox. It's basically, the paradox is basically that markets can never be perfectly efficient, because if they were, there would be no more information production. It's kind of like an equilibrium, though, in reality, where if the pendulum ever swings too far toward passive, there will be opportunities for active managers, and then at least in theory they'll come back, make a profit for a bit, and then markets will be efficient.
Or physical, one to physical.
Yeah, because fundamentally,
index
lightning, fund investors are sort of getting
Max Life and Stir
of the work
Max Life,
of active managers to determine the price of stock, the fair price of stocks. Talk to me about diversification and what a type of risk is that you can diversify away and things that you can't diversify away. Because I think this is also something that's counterintuitive, where you go, why would I buy a basket of stocks when that basket of stocks is for sure going to have a bunch of losers? like stocks that are going to be terrible. Why would I not just pick the stocks that I know are going to be good? You know, I know, hey, I believe in Tesla, or I believe Palantir. Alex Carr, whatever his name is, that guy, you know, he's got big ideas. So why don't I just invest in that instead of your dumb idea where I, you know, invest in these losers? What is the answer to that?
Lightning.
Yeah. It's really easy to identify past winners. Like we can say, hey, that guy's really smart, or hey, this company's doing really, really well. That's reflected in the price. And so I think that's a bit of a trap that people can get caught in, where people can end up paying a really high price to invest in an objectively good company. But because you paid a high price for it, your investment returns are going to suck. We've seen that happen throughout the course of financial market history again and again. Like again, back to investor behavior, it's something that people kind of love to do. They love to overpay for exciting companies. More generally, though, the problem is most stocks
this doesn't impact every firebolt.
They perform poorly relative to treasury bills. They perform poorly relative to the market. A few stocks perform really, really well. So, I mean, to your question, can we identify those winners ahead of time? That's really, really hard to do. And because most stocks perform poorly, you're much more likely to pick losers than to pick winners. So if you look at people building concentrated portfolios, there's a study that looks at this. If you build concentrated portfolios of stocks, you're much more likely to underperform the market than to outperform it. So that's concentration. The risks that you can diversify away are company-specific risks or industry-specific risks. So that's like, take two companies that are otherwise identical. They're exposed to the same big picture risks, but one company's CEO starts doing some crazy stuff that the market really doesn't like. That company is going to do relatively poorly.
This seems
its returns
lame.
are going to be relatively poor compared to the other company.
I don't know. Hold on.
Because of what the CEO is doing, not because of anything that's going on in the overall market. So that's company-specific risk. That can be diversified away by owning all of the companies in that industry or sector.
Okay.
It
And
seems
then
handy.
when you diversify all the risks away, like company-specific risk, you've got industry risk, which you can diversify away by investing in other industries. You've got country-specific risk,
I'm gonna regret this.
to an extent you can diversify away by investing in other countries. And then you roll all that up, you're left with what's called market risk.
I'll eat shit.
The reason this matters is that market risk is priced. That means you expect compensation for taking on market risk. You do not expect compensation for taking on individual company risk or industry risk.
Is this why they say like diversification is the free lunch in finance, or like there's some saying about that? Because you're actually getting above average, or you're getting extra expected return for not having for not taking on more risk, where most of the time getting more return means taking on more risk.
What now?
Yeah. So if you diversify with a bunch of risky assets, so stocks are risky. If you have a whole bunch of them, you're reducing your risk without decreasing your expected return.
Useless?
Whereas typically in finance, if you want to take less risk, you have to expect lower returns.
So why do all these people pick stocks?
This is alt. What are you doing?
I think it's exciting. I think people think they're smart. I think there's a lot of overconfidence in investing.
Fucking skill, you
whenever I make a
I'm
video,
smart.
yeah, everybody does.
No, that's why this video is investing for idiot. That is like the whole premise, is that kind of the most genius thing to do as an investor is to know what you don't know and kind of take the counterintuitive position of realizing that average returns are really easy to get, and above average returns, slightly above average returns, are incredibly hard to get, and almost no one gets them. That is like the very odd
chaos, just
thing
fire
at play here.
and minion.
Yeah, and you're introducing a whole bunch of risk that you're going to get below average returns by trying to get above average returns, and you're much more likely to get below average returns. I think it's the overconfidence. People want to believe that there's a smart person out there, or that they're the smart person that can give them a performance. But yeah, it's not very well supported.
Okay, so I got another question for you, which is, I hear about AI, hot topic, robots, hot topic.
Roblox?
I want to screw the total market index. I want to put my money in the roll the dice in the AI fund.
What the fuck did I just click?
Whatever.
Oh.
Why is that a bad idea? Or a good idea? Is it a good idea?
So I got a lot of questions about this when ARK, Cathie Wood's fund or funds were doing really, really well. Like there were a couple of years or a few years where they were just crazy rocket ships. crushing. And so I started getting questions like, why would we invest? Because her narrative was the index has all these old, boring companies that really suck and they're not innovative, and we're going to pick the innovative ones that are going to do really well. So I started getting questions from clients like, why wouldn't we? Why would we want to invest in these old companies? Why wouldn't we want to invest in the new economy? So I did a lot of work digging into that. I made a couple of videos on it, on investing in technological revolutions. I did one on superstar fund managers or something like that too, which those two things often go hand in hand. So what tends to happen? Why is investing in revolutionary technologies or new economy stocks historically a losing game? It comes back to asset pricing. So when something's really exciting, so AI, for example, I think crypto went through this too. Marijuana stocks went through it too.
Like trash.
Electric vehicles, I mean, it's just recent history, but this is something that happens throughout history. Railway stocks went through this too. So what happens is people realize this thing is exciting. They realize it's going to be impactful, and asset prices start to reflect that.
It's
and so the asset prices shoot up. And what happens when asset prices shoot up? More people hear about this thing. Oh, AI is going to be really big, and the stock prices just went up a bunch, so more people invest in it. And the price keeps going up, and that cycle carries on for a while, and you see asset prices go up. Investors tend to buy after they've gone up, and then they tend to come back down. Because nothing tends to be as revolutionary as quickly as I think people expect.
And you have a dilutive factor. Don't you? Like, the companies also are issuing a bunch of new shares. You're not capturing the full profits of that sector that you think you're in.
I was getting
That's one of my favorite pieces of this whole thing. So you get high asset prices. And one of the reasons that they're high, I've heard someone call this the big market delusion, which is basically that every stock is priced as if they're going to capture all of the market share of that new industry. That's never what happens. So even if there is a massive amount of new earnings that are going to be available for an industry to capture, when it's a new exciting industry, like you said, a lot of companies are going to issue new stock, and a lot of new companies are going to be created. And so there's this huge earnings pie, but it's not one company capturing it. And the more companies that go after that huge earnings pie, the lower the earnings per share, which is what matters to investors, which is what matters for stock prices, is going to be. And so you can end up with massive earnings growth for a new industry and really bad earnings per share growth for all of the companies that are issuing stock to try and capture that new opportunity. And so investors end up just kind of getting hosed. And this is like, if you go back through history, this happens again and again and again. High stock prices, exciting technology, investors buy at the peak and they get smoked.
This is what is so interesting to me about finances. There
can bone
are
blast
all
on this one.
these
Yes.
traps for otherwise smart people to make catastrophic mistakes with their finances because of things that seem intuitive until you know a bit more of the picture. Like, I have a guy, I won't say his name, but a very, popular finance guy on YouTube, and he's telling me behind the scenes, oh, you gotta invest in, this smart, industry and da-da-da-da-da, and he was making the case so strongly to me that I was like, what is the research on emerging market, like some of these really interesting industries? And that's when I found your video, and I was like, this is not the easy buy that I thought it was. Where it's like, yeah, just buy a few of these hot AI stocks or hot robot. Look, it's going to be the future. It's not as simple as I identified, as if everyone can't see that AI and robots are going to be an important
I'm waiting for the
part of
Nvidia speculation
anyway,
to tank
say
too. That's going to be my haha.
I want to touch on an interesting piece, which is that even though we all know past performance is no indicator of future results, we all kind of behave a little bit differently than that. Everyone sort of behaves as if the opposite is true. And I want to talk about US versus international, right? This is a big conversation where the US has sort of, especially in the past decade or so, has sort of crushed. And so there is a narrative that crops up every time something like this happens, which is, well, I just want to abandon this loser, which is everybody else but the US. US number one. We're the kings. Sorry, Canada. You guys are. Sorry, I'm just. You're not performing. I'm dumping the loser from my portfolio. In theory, intuitively, like if you just didn't know anything else, there's some tendency to believe that idea. Can you explain why this might be a
I'll
problem?
put it on R instead of T,
and
so
explain
y'all can see my
the
mashing.
trend of U.S. assets that have become higher priced PE-wise relative to other international assets? AKA, is investing in international stocks a dumb idea?
Yeah. So the U.S. market has been wild for the last 15 years. It's been just, incredible, insane.
Yeah.
Like anyone that was not investing in the U.S. over that period, like you missed out on a lot of returns, and you don't get those back. Like, that's it. Which is one of the reasons that, even though we're about to talk about U.S. expected returns maybe being a little lower than the past, I don't think that means anybody should get out of the U.S. market, because I could have said the same thing 5 years ago, and here we are. The U.S. market has been incredible. So what has happened over the last 15 years, but really over the last 30 or so years, is that U.S. stock prices have gotten higher relative to their fundamentals. The fundamentals have been good. There's no question there. The U.S. market is objectively strong economically. But the other thing that's happened is the valuations of U.S. stocks have gotten higher and higher and higher. And right now, if you look at the Shiller price earnings ratio, which is one way to measure stock market valuations, it's not as high as it was in the year 2000, but
it's really high, Ben. It's really high.
It's about as close as it's been since the year 2000. And, it's not conclusive by any means, but typically when stock prices are high, expected future returns are low, and realized future returns are low. Like, if you go and sort historical U.S. market returns by their starting tape, their starting cyclically adjusted price earnings ratio, higher starting capes are associated.
Explain what you just said. What's a cape? I'm sorry.
Sorry. Cyclically adjusted price earnings ratio. So it's a way of measuring stock market valuations. It's the 10-year smooth real earnings of companies. So you're measuring the prices relative to that smooth earnings figure, and that just helps to balance out big changes in earnings from year to year. And so that measure is really high right now.
How are you?
Meaning buying a dollar of earnings of U.S. company earnings is really expensive right now compared to history. And historically, that had been associated with lower future returns. Now, what does this mean for does international investing make sense?
It's my
if you look
first
back
day
to
PA
1980 or
POE.
so, up until now, a huge portion, U.S. is completely obliterated international stocks over that period.
Crashed though.
And
yikes.
A huge portion of that
only on
difference
Windows,
has come
not
from
on Linux.
rising valuations. And so if we think about, is the same thing going to happen for the next 20 years, for the next 30 years?
Doing all right.
It's really hard to say that
day been
valuations, U.S. valuations, are going to keep going up the way that they have over the last 15 or so years to deliver the type of returns that people might expect when they say, "Oh, I'm only going to invest in U.S. stocks."
I guess. I know.
So I think that's a little bit of a trap. Currently,
I'm too
expected
new
returns
to
are
know
low.
if I'm winning.
They're low partially because past returns have been high, which has led to increasing valuations. And so people see the past returns and they
I don't know if I
project
can
in
win
the
if it
future,
crashes.
But in reality, they should probably, if anything, be expecting the opposite, lower returns. Now, if we look at U.S. versus international stocks throughout history, I looked at this a while ago. I looked at 10-year rolling periods from, I think, 1900 to 2023 or something like that. And it was about 60% of the time that U.S. beat international, which is like, it won most of the time, but it wasn't all the time by any means.
It wasn't what you'd expect if you were only alive from 2010 or something.
That's right.
Drova.
That's right.
It's not
so
gonna,
I
Drova
think
can't
international
crash.
diversification.
If Drova dies, then it's just QQ all the way down. Drova is too reliable. It is too pretty. It is too outstanding. It is such a good game. If Drova dies, then then games have given up on us today. It's not our fault, not my computer's fault. It's that games gave up for the day.
Makes sense. I made a video on it. I diversify internationally. The U.S. is only one part of the world. It currently makes up about 65% of the global stock market, which is a lot. It's increased each year, partially because valuations have been going up and up. But there's a huge portion of the global stock market that is not the U.S. And the U.S., I don't think, will perform the way it has in recent history forever. And historically, when the U.S. has faltered, when it's had lower returns, international returns have been better.
Let me put it on our controller overlay.
And that's diversification. It's like basic.
This is another way to diversify. It's just interesting because people who talk about diversification, especially in the U.S., are usually talking about U.S. equity diversification. They're not actually, they don't want to diversify to the rest of the world. They're like, they actually want to bet on their country. There's a bit of a country preference of, you know, and we have historical returns. We look back and we go, see, look, we proved it. We're the best. We want to, but it is interesting. Like the same, I find this interesting because I follow some of these, there's this community called the Bogleheads. Have you heard of these guys?
Oh, I've heard of them. Yep.
These Bogleheads, they're like people who more or less subscribe to the theories of Jack Bogle, the Vanguard kind of father of index investing. They, and to some, I don't want to treat them all as a monolith, but some of them have issues with this idea of international. Like most of them are like, look, even people who in theory completely subscribe to the idea of diversification sort of have subscribed to it because they go, look, I don't want to really hold that much. You know, I back tested this and I'm a little smart. And I found out that, you know, international is not worth holding. So I'm fully US. And then Jack Bogle even himself is like, I don't hold any international. I hold and max 20%, something like that. So if we are looking at this from what I wanted to give my audience is no advice, just a theoretical understanding, a framework for how to think about this. In my mind, this is an irrational side of both
Did we get it?
Jack Bogle's philosophy and in the philosophy of a lot of people who even subscribe to diversification. If you really subscribe to it, you kind of have to subscribe full send unless you're making arguments about like tax efficiency of international, I guess. But what is your thought about that? Do you think that the most sound theoretical
we don't have any health items. This is Drova. It's outstanding.
And if that's true, do you buy more than just equities? Do you buy like commodities?
Yeah,
do you buy oil? Yeah. What is your answer?
Yeah. So I think on the international diversification piece,
not stamina bar.
If someone wanted to be only U.S. equity, it's probably not the end of the world. I don't think it's a good decision, but there are worse countries to invest 100% of your wealth in. Like the U.S. is 65% of the global market, and it has companies that do have exposure to markets all around the world.
Right.
It's not quite globally diversified because U.S. companies that sell overseas are going to perform differently than companies overseas. So it's not perfect. But again, if you wanted to invest in one country, the U.S. is probably the way to do it. I do also think for U.S. investors, like you mentioned, tax,
we're doing a very
there's also
cheeky
currency
thing.
Issues. Costs, that there are reasons to have home country bias if you're in the US or elsewhere. Like in Canada, many people have a home country bias, and I think to an extent that can make sense just because of the frictions of owning foreign stocks. There's other weird stuff too that you can start thinking about, like the risk of expropriation by foreign governments in times of conflict. Like those are real things that are worth considering and thinking about diversification. So I don't think it's the end of the world if a U.S.-based
if their
investor
leashing
said,
distance is long enough, I can lure them to the town guards.
Or suggesting it, and I've argued against that.
We're playing on
with the Bogleheads
in the harder difficulty. It's kind of like the Covenant of Champions in DS2. You do 30% less, take 20% more, or maybe it's the inverse of that. I need to not engage them in their camp. I need them on their own.
They're one of the more sound.
But that's all.
Financial groups out there, actually, but and they have interesting discussions. But it is something that's cropped up that I think is interesting because I'm like, wow, this knowing the theoretical underpinnings and actually believing in it when you have all this data that kind of pushes you.
They were far enough. We could have helped that.
Seems so good.
I got nervous.
Is hard to. It's kind of hard to argue against the past performance of a guy who's like, I invested in the U.S. in the last 40 years, and everyone who invested in international is an idiot compared to me. And like, in theory,
it's true.
Not in theory, but I guess in practice, he's right. In those 40 years, he was right, correct. Just like if you invested in NVIDIA for the last 10 years, and I'm going to come to you and say, hey, you shouldn't have done that, and they would say, well, in theory, you're right. In practice, you're wrong.
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of rear view mirror bias because the U.S. market has done so well in recent history. But you go back, like from 2000 to 2010, U.S. stocks returned 0 for 10 years. It's like those periods happen, and over that period, other stocks elsewhere did better. I mean, even in the U.S., I don't know if we're going to talk about this, but even in the U.S. market, which is what everybody sees the past performance of right now, was flat. U.S. small cap value stocks over that 2000-2010 period did incredibly well.
Oh shit!
That's not quite diversification. That's not like an appropriate term for it. But investing in something other than the U.S. market capitalization weighted index,
we're gonna try,
can make a lot of sense in some cases. The theory piece of that is pretty simple. If markets are efficient, the global portfolio of assets is the theoretically optimal.
I highly
portfolio.
doubt they're going to go this distance
And that's,
easily.
It's pretty simple. That's the basic argument for why you should be
cleverly done.
diversified.
Okay.
Okay, question on top of that, because
we're a little low level for what part I'm doing anyways. It's not trying to negotiate us over here. I'm being stubborn.
You do a little thing called the slice and the factor tilt.
Yeah.
What are the, see, I've done my research. I've done my homework. What are the factors in the FAMA French model? What is the FAMA? Let's back up. Who's FAMA? And does he know French? And what are these things?
I think we have to back up even further, actually. I think we have to go back one step further to...
This is for idiots, Ben.
Yeah,
this is a cheesy thing.
Yeah,
that I'm trying to do, but I may not make it.
We talked about market risk earlier. You can diversify everything away.
Not with two
and
of
you end
them.
up with market risk, and that's the one
not
price risk. That's
not with just a wooden
stick. Compensation for taking. Okay. And that's you get that by owning an index fund, a total market index fund. So that idea really comes from a 1964 paper in the Journal of Finance by a guy named Bill Sharp, who won the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences for this work. He came up with this thing called the capital asset pricing model,
east of the camp.
And this model basically predicts, I hope this is not too nerdy,
would be here.
But it basically predicts that
would be
expected returns are explained by exposure to market risk. So you take on market risk, you get an expected return. If you take on more market risk by owning stocks that have a higher market beta, that's pretty nerdy talk, but riskier stocks should have higher expected returns in his model. But it's a single factor model, meaning market risk is the only risk that explains expected returns.
I have
so that's
a sword.
1964.
Oh shit.
From then until the 90s, there were a whole bunch of things that were violating that model. So there were a whole bunch of types of stocks where if you looked at their CAPM, if you analyze them through the lens of the CAPM, it looked like they had higher returns that were too high for the amount of market risk that they were exposed to. So that could mean two things. It could mean markets are inefficient and that there are all these profit opportunities, these risk-free profit opportunities for people to take. Or it could mean that the capital asset pricing model was not the best model to explain how assets are priced, to explain what risks are incorporated into stock prices. So this is where Fama and French, Fama is the guy who came up with the idea of market efficiency in the 1960s and 70s. And his co-author, Ken French, they came up with the idea that maybe there are more than the one market risk. Maybe there's more than one risk that investors care about when they price assets. Because the CAPM was empirically wrong, meaning you could find lots of places where it was not working.
Yeah.
So they came up with this a three-factor model where they said it looks like investors probably care about market risk, but also the specific risk of small stocks and the specific risk of value stocks. And those were two of those empirical irregularities. Is this dumb enough? I don't know. Like we'd be in.
No, yeah, this is fine. No, you want to explain value versus growth real quick?
Yeah. Okay. So value, the way that Fama and French measure it, they measure price relative to book value. So the book value is like just the value of a company's assets, and then its price is the value of its assets plus the discounted value of future cash flows. So basically, if people think a company's going to do really badly in the future, it might trade at its book value. Like this company's going to generate no profits, it really sucks.
Right.
If a company's going to do really well, it's going to have a really high price relative to its book value. So a growth stock would be a high price relative to book value stock. A value stock is a cheap stock. It's got a low price relative to its book value. So they had observed that value stocks tended to beat growth stocks over time. Likewise, they'd observed that small companies measured by their market capitalization had tended to outperform big companies. So they added these two independent factors to the asset pricing model. And all of a sudden, a lot of those empirical irregularities that the CAPM was failing to explain, they kind of went away. So from that paper, this whole field of
confident enough to get lured
called multi-factor asset pricing, which is really the study of like how are assets priced. What information goes into the price of a stock? What do investors care about? So they had that 3-factor model, and they later in 2015 came out with a 5-factor model.
Let's not talk about the 5. Let's stick with the.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah, that's for that. The 3-factor model is really it explains the CAPM explained like 2/3 of the differences in returns between diversified portfolios. The 3-factor model brought that up to about 90%. That means like if you take 2 actively managed portfolios, for example, and ask why are their returns different, the CAPM is going to explain about 2/3 of it.
I forgot where the bed is.
The 3-factor model is going to explain about 90% of it. The 5-factor model explains about 95%. So there's definitely some diminishing returns.
There's a free bed here, isn't there?
That is to say, their returns are explainable as a function of the amount of risk they're taking on.
That is fundamentally the whole idea is exactly that. Yeah.
So, because this is something that was confusing me when I first learned about this, is I was like, oh, are the factors like another way like diversification to get sort of this free lunch? Like I just buy more small cap index funds and I buy more value stocks and I just get better returns as opposed to people who buy the whole market index. Is that what you're saying?
Well, theoretically, they are independent risks that a lot of investors probably should not be taking. And that is why they're compensated. So the market portfolio, in theory, the market capitalization weighted, like you go and buy the market index fund, that's the optimal portfolio for the average investor. Now, if you're not the average investor, if you're in a position to take more risk than the average investor and take more risks that show up at really bad times than the average investor, like risks that will show up at the same time that you might lose your job, somebody who has a job that's exposed to those types of risks, they maybe shouldn't be investing in value stocks. Someone who's retired, for example, and doesn't depend on their income at all, maybe they can take a little bit more risk by tilting toward value stocks. But they're not for everybody, and they are risk, at least in the Fama French thinking, they're risk premiums, which means like, no, it's not a free lunch. It's an additional risk that you're taking, and doing it can suck. Like if you were investing in value or small cap value stocks over this recent period where the US market's been going nuts, it hurt. Like I have a value tilt in my portfolio and it sucks.
Yeah, because growth actually has been, value doesn't always beat growth, and growth has been killing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to kind of bring that up because it's an interesting, deep dive on the specifics of, diversification. People talk about these factor tilts. They're not talking about the same thing as diversification where you get sort of an increase in expected returns for no additional risk. You are getting an increase in expected returns for taking more risk. Just like if you were to have, 100% equities versus having 80-20 bonds or something like that, you would expect more return, but you're taking on more total risk. I think probably we should touch on bonds a little bit. Everyone kind of is bored to death by bonds. But for the first time ever, they've become a little bit interesting. Well, at least the first time in sort of my investing lifetime, where they're actually paying something. How do you think about bonds in somebody's portfolio? So far, we've just been talking about equities, but that is not sort of the commonly understood way to invest, because if you want to diversify, you should also be thinking about diversifying away from just pure market risk as well, depending on how much risk you want to take. What is the kind of theory behind why someone should consider bonds in their portfolio? What are they? Maybe just jump into that.
Sure. So stocks are pieces of equity ownership in a company. You're participating in the expected future earnings of a business. And because of that, earnings they can fluctuate a lot. Businesses can have bad times. And so stock investors are exposed to a lot of risk. So that's investing in a company's stock. There are also these things called bonds, which is another way for companies to raise capital. If they don't want to issue stock, they can issue bonds, and they're
this is actually, I think,
money.
really worth
if you buy a bond, you're kind of
Potion
lending
and
money
crafting,
to a company or to a government or whatever, and they're going to pay you interest.
Weapon craft is great.
Payments, and then at the end of when it matures, they're going to give you your principal back. The other interesting thing is that if a company goes bust, stockholders usually get zero, but bondholders often have some claim on assets. So there's a couple of different reasons there. Like you've got guaranteed payments, you've got principal at maturity, and you've got potential claim on assets in a worst case scenario. So all of that together suggests that bonds are a little bit safer than stocks, which, it's more complicated than that, but that's kind of step one. They're a little bit safer.
Yeah, I want to talk about what is risk later. If you have time. I don't want to take too much of your time, but
she's gonna hate this.
Okay. The point is a little bit lower downside in theory. Bonds have a lower downside risk of losing money, especially when you talk about what a lot of people are thinking of when they think of bonds, at least for their investment portfolio, is some type of government bonds.
She is a little murder biscuit, isn't she?
For a while, the U.S. especially has been in an odd position. I don't know the interest rate situation around the world, but the U.S. was in the interesting position of paying very little for bonds. So there was, what's sometimes known as like the risk-free rate for the least risky thing we can think of is like sort of what the government going bust. So the closest thing to risk-free you can get was basically nil.
Sneaking around. I want to use your bed.
So how should people think of bonds? And there's long-term bonds, there's short-term bonds, there's medium-term bonds.
I thought they meant they were alone, like no one was watching.
Ironically, these have different types of risk, because when I first understood bonds, I was like, oh, well, the long-term seem the safest. Get a 30-year bond, you're guaranteed to have that payment for, like, what's the risk? Can you explain the different types of risk of short, medium, long-term bonds?
Yeah, really interesting question. No, it's a great question. It's not an investing for idiots question, but I love it. But I love the question. Okay, so shorter maturity bonds are going to be really low in volatility. So volatility is like the price can change. If you buy a short or treasury bill, for example, like it's basically like cash. Like you're going to earn some interest. It's not going to move around. The price is not going to move around. As you go longer out in maturity, the price is going to move around more and more day to day based on changes in things like interest rates.
Break that down, because if I buy a 30-year bond today at 5%, just so everyone's clear.
A lot of the questions change.
I will if I wait the full 30 years. The price doesn't fluctuate and the interest rates don't fluctuate. So why are you saying that the price fluctuates?
If all of a sudden tomorrow, so you've got a bond that's paying you 5%. If all of a sudden tomorrow I can go and get a bond for 6%.
There used to be a man,
I
think it was here.
Relatively less
there used to be a man that would ask us for a bear pelt. I thought he was really nice.
What the new rates are, and if you went to sell it, you're not going to get your principal back. So, and because assets are priced daily, you're going to see a price fluctuation. The longer you go out in maturity, the more extreme those price fluctuations are going to be. So at like the 30-year mark, they can be extremely volatile. But now back to your question, what is risk? So for short maturity bonds, you're not going to have any volatility, which is one way to think about risk. You're also going to have a relatively low interest rate. And if you look in the data around the world for how to build like very short-term government debt obligations,
will this go poorly?
How do they perform?
Did we get busted already?
There's a pretty good chance you're going to lose money in real terms holding very short-term debt. So they're not volatile, but there's a good chance they won't keep up with inflation. So you're not taking on volatility risk, but you're taking on the risk of losing your purchasing power. If we go to the other end of the spectrum, it's nominal bonds that we're talking about. So bonds that don't adjust for inflation. There are also real bonds or TIPS in the states that do adjust for inflation.
Keep them out. This is an idiot's class.
It's hard to ignore them. So I'll talk though about long-term bonds. Like you mentioned earlier, if you have a nominal liability,
we did bad things.
Important. It's frustratingly complicated, but it's important.
Got a lot of coins.
You have a nominal, so it's $100,000, but it's $100,000 nominal, so it's not going to change in real terms. Like there's no inflation on this liability that you have, and you buy a bond for that. You're going to get your interest over time. You're going to get your principal back at maturity. And even the price fluctuations in the interim are not going to matter to you because you have this 30-year liability that you need to fund and you don't care about the interim. So it's not. It's going to be volatile, but it's going to hedge your future liability. The problem is most liabilities are not nominal. Like, I don't think an individual house, like you or I, do not have nominal liabilities. I don't think in anything. Like there's nothing that I'm going to want to buy in the future that's not exposed to inflation. Insurance companies have nominal liabilities. If someone buys $1 million insurance policy, it's going to be $1 million insurance policy in 30 years or whatever. But we households, people want to buy stuff, food, whatever. Those are real liabilities. So a nominal bond, even if it perfectly hedges a nominal liability, can be extremely risky in real terms. And so this gets to the really interesting thing. But now you can buy an inflation protected bond to hedge that real liability. But bonds more generally, nominal bonds, how do they fit into portfolios? They reduce your volatility for sure. Adding bonds to your stocks reduces your volatility. But they probably decrease your ability to maintain purchasing power in the long run. And so
we should first we need to probably define what volatility is, even though we've been talking about it for a while, because most of us, myself included, I usually think of risk just in terms of volatility. Like, you know, the risk that price will go up or down, and the size of those swings. But that is not all that risk is. Risk is actually very hard to define. Anyway, go ahead. What's volatility?
It's the price, how much the magnitude of price changes, I guess, is one way to think about it. So a stock is going to be volatile. It's going to be worth, you know, $10 today, but it might be worth $15 tomorrow or $5 tomorrow.
Bitcoin is volatile. You know, Bitcoin one day it's worth 10,000, one day it's worth 100,000. And then as compared to that, we talk about bonds as being less risky. What do we mean by that? We mean they are going to be subject to lower price fluctuations. But that, as you say, is not the only risk. A huge risk that we, you know, all are concerned with is, okay,
I do my forward folds daily.
30, 50, 80 years, when I need to fund some retirement, do I have enough money as relative to my standard of living and the inflation that has happened during that period of time? That is a huge risk and there is an argument, maybe you could give it, that having equities as part of your portfolio actually de-risks that.
Yeah. So equities are very risky in the sense that they're volatile, and they do have an uncertain long-term outcome. Like, there's no sane world where I would say that investing in stocks is going to give you a guaranteed inflation-adjusted return in the long run. There's still a chance you lose money, but relative to nominal bonds,
I know what's going on.
Stocks have historically been much safer. There's a paper on this that's not published yet. It's going through like the conference cycle and stuff, and it's getting interesting comments. I've been talking to the author about it the whole time, but the paper's called "Challenging the Status Quo," and it's basically saying that the status quo is that people think they should start out investing in stocks when they're younger and then add bonds as they get older because bonds are safer, and that's like, you know, common sense
textbook.
Almost. Right.
Yeah.
And so their paper basically shows that if you go and look at they use global data going back to 1870, and they did something called bootstrap simulations. Basically, they created a whole bunch of hypothetical scenarios using actual historical data. But it gave them way more potential hypothetical scenarios based on historical data than we actually have historical data.
Right.
And what they found in those simulations is that the optimal portfolio for the whole life cycle is 100% stocks. Now, this is like, it's pretty controversial because while their data show that, like a lot of people get really upset that anybody would possibly say that, but it's at the very least, it's a very interesting finding. And it's driven by the fact that stocks are still very risky. And they emphasize this in the paper. Stocks are still super risky at long horizons, but bonds, nominal bonds, are a lot riskier. You're much more likely to lose money in bonds. And so adding them to your portfolio, adding them to your portfolio makes it riskier. It makes it less volatile, which is great if you're really worried about volatility, but it makes it riskier from the perspective of funding your future consumption.
Okay. That being said, one thing that always freaks me out about things like that, and maybe this is the slightly risk-averse, volatility-wise guy in me, which is that every financial investor can read all the theory till they're kind of blue in the face, but they only get one shot at the financial markets, and they can't predict beforehand what their ride is going to be. So they have all this history, but they're guaranteed a different ride than historically was the case. So saying historically we had all this, evidence that, stocks or whatever, stocks don't always beat bonds. Now, they beat bonds over, if you take a long enough time frame, you could say that they,
I don't know if that counts as a checkpoint.
Beat them over, this many, if you take this many years. But we also don't know that that's even a guarantee that will continue to be the case. So what always, freaks me out about that is like, you have to plan for what historically didn't happen to happen. And that is like, to me, the basis of a sound framework for investing is you have to build a portfolio where, yes, you want U.S. stocks to rip 100, like, for the rest of time, but you have to plan for the event that doesn't happen because you only have one shot at your investing time period. Does that make sense?
It does. It does make sense. And I mean, there are different ways that people have tried to express that. I've seen some pretty crazy portfolios that take what you're saying to the extreme, where it's like we're going to have 10% gold, 10% stocks, 10% Bitcoin, like every possible thing that's going to perform potentially differently from the other stuff. So I don't disagree with you. And bonds are a pretty tame example of diversification, obviously. And I'm not advocating for 100% stock portfolios. We have not very many clients at our firm that are actually invested that way. I think it's an interesting idea. But yeah, I mean, there are limits to that thinking. We don't know the distribution of all future asset returns. And because of that, we don't know which assets are going to be good diversifiers. I think looking at historical data is one interesting lens, but I agree with you. Like if you look at just the theory and forget about that empirical paper, yeah, of course bonds make sense. But then you look at the empirical paper and it's like, well.
yeah. Okay. This gets me to actually where I want to sort of try to start wrapping things up, which is through listening to the Boggles, to the Ben Felixes of the world, to all you smart guys who are reading all these papers, I've sort of come to an interesting place where the fundamentals are sort of undisputed in a lot of these circles, where it's like, okay, passive investing, you get what you don't pay for. Most active investors will lose, so the average makes sense. And then it's almost like when you get into like the basics of fitness and then you get into advanced fitness, where there's all these new papers that come out and people excitedly rush into these like new theories about like how to optimize the, you know, the little tidbits of this or that.
Oh shit.
But they are sort of making tiny little, I would say like you know, theoretical,
really
I don't know
if
bets is the right word. I guess in finance it's a little bit more of bets because you don't know the outcome. But ultimately, when you do think about people who are not plugged in, what do you think about, this is, I guess, where we're going to end where we started, which is what should most investors, okay, that they're not reading journals, they don't want to pay attention to any of this stuff, they don't want to be worried about, you know, sort of what the latest paper says about allocation. What is like the basics? And then we can't tell them what portfolio to build because obviously they need to make their own decision based on that. But let's get back to ignoring like the daily trends of, I know it's not daily, but like the year to year, decade to decade trends of, you know, we think this is interesting, this is, you know, a slightly better way to do it. What is the, not advice, but framework for most people to think about investing? Going back to For Idiots.
So let me give you an interesting example. We talked about factors. We talked about the Fama French 3-factor model. We didn't get to the 5-factor model, and that's okay. But there's this term that's been created in academic finance called the factor zoo. And that term was created because there were so many documented factors. There were so many, they're called pricing anomalies, like so many observations that this type of stock or that type of stock did better than other models would predict. And for the exact reason that you're saying, that is a problem for someone who's trying to optimize down to the most recent paper. So I don't think that anybody should be doing that. The problem that creates for people who want to pursue factor investing is that there's always competing models. So the Fama and French have a model, but there's a ton of other models out there. And a lot of people say now that, well, the Fama French model is no longer relevant because of this, this, and this. So if you're a Fama French value investor, it's really hard to stick with your value portfolio when it's underperforming and people are saying, well, no, Fama and French are wrong now because of this, this, and this. You should be using this factor model. So for most people who don't want to get into the details of why they think Fama and French are still right, they should probably not pursue that type of investing. Now, some people can do it. Like we have an online community for our podcast called the Rational Reminder Community, named after our podcast. There's a bunch of people in there that like, it blows my mind, honestly. I love that community and I interact in there often, but there are people in there that literally nerd out all day, spend hours in there talking about, you know, value should be defined this way, no, it should be this way. Or like momentum is a good factor, or no, it's not. So some people love that. I mean, I think that those people probably treat it like a hobby. That is not most people. The rational minded community is not most people. So I think for someone who's listening, for the Investing for Idiots listener, the intended consumer of this podcast, they should probably be using low-cost index funds that just track the market. Now, whether that's U.S. or globally diversified, I don't know, man. Like, there's funds like VT. That's not a recommendation, but that's an all-stock global portfolio. That's a pretty nice security as a starting point, at least on the equity side of the portfolio. One thing, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. In Canada, we have similar products called asset allocation ETFs. They're not quite like VT because they give an overweight to Canadian stocks. They're not market cap weight. The same idea. One thing, and you buy that, and that's your portfolio. I think that level of simplicity, like we talked about investor behavior earlier too. When you look at the data on that, funds that are self-contained, that rebalance themselves, they tend to have much lower behavior gaps. Investors tend to behave much better in those products. So for the typical person that's listening to the podcast, that's like trying to learn about investing and they want to just make good decisions, total market index funds, market capitalization weights are a great starting point. And the more simple you can make it,
there's a much better armor set that is really cheesy to get early.
And if I could humbly add one
so helpful. I wanted to go for it.
Wrap up there. Low fees. We didn't really touch too much on like.
It's kind of a risky push.
Because ETFs and mutual funds have their own set.
I don't know if it's still in the current version. Oh my gosh, I thought it was my teammate.
As low as possible.
Oh my gosh.
Ben Felix. You have been a fascinating character for me to learn from.
Just yikes.
And I really appreciate you coming on the show. Where can people find you?
I saw the blue, like their bar,
and you have
and it just got me.
Is that your main two outlets where people can discover your work?
Yeah, those are. I release videos every 2 weeks on my YouTube channel, and then I think you just search Ben Felix, I guess, on YouTube, and you'll find my channel. And then Rational Reminder, we post an episode every week. Those are like, they're pretty nerdy. I mean, if people want to be like really get into the weeds, I guess they can listen. But I mean, yeah, Investing for Idiots is not Rational Reminder's intended audience.
Yeah, and that's not a bad. That's fine. These are our meme coin investors, our Wall Street bets guys. Okay, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
That's more experience than I'll know what to do with for a year. I'll change thingies in a sec. I don't know how they expect me to not die. Oh, come on, Net, please. Oh, you tried. At least you tried. At least you tried to Net. That Net is our best gain. Oh, I'm spamming so hard. Oof. I whiffed and then my controller died. Oh my gosh. What? Oh my yikes. Ew. If it dies when I'm trying to dodge, I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh, it did right after. Give me a second. This is sad. This is top QQ. I need to grab a thingy. I forgot. I needed to check if that cable was busted, and I didn't do that. And I'm presuming, because continuity through that cable shouldn't be that difficult to check, right? Let's see. Go to watch later. You go sit there. Hi, you're coming with me. I need to BRB. I'm bringing you through something that I actually want to watch and not something silly goosery, something you're stuck with me through, even if I spend the first couple seconds running to go get something. And up. Someone possibly whinging about Dark Souls 3 PvP in 2025 about, a week ago is when I was started whinging. That the current state of it felt odd. It was chill, and then it got odd really quickly. So, gonna go grab another cable. Gonna pop this on for y'all. Tell me if I miss anything cool in the preamble. I'll be right back. I may have to tinkle too. I might mute myself so I can go listen from my phone. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Because I don't wanna, my phone's gonna die too. Everything's dying. Oh well. You know, we go hard. Oh, my camera froze? Everything's busted today. Oof, it's all going downhill tonight. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna, like, open up the Twitch on my phone, mute myself now, so I can go listen to this from the loo, and grab a charger.
I apologize in advance, but this was kind of a weird video to make. Hello, I'm Saint Riot. I do invasions. This is the build that I'm going to be using for this video of Dark Souls 3 invasions. And if you're not familiar, that's when I started uploading videos, and, you know, streaming was during the Dark Souls 3 era. There's a quote in the book, "You can't go home again," and it says, quote, "He never had the same sense of home so much as when he felt he was going there. It was only when he got there that his homelessness began." And, yeah, holy shit, you can't go home again. I recently played through Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3, and obviously, in the course of playing through those games, I was doing invasions. And this was one of my favorite builds that I made back in Dark Souls 3. I ripped this build off of a guy named Adam Barker, and his build used the Hazel Pick, and I had a version of the build that also used the Hazel Pick. And the Hazel Pick offhand attack true combos into Old Moonlight or Soul Greatsword, and so you could do all kinds of fun stuff with it. But the point of it was sort of like the vortex of roll catches and things like that. And this, you know, I love this build so much so that one of the first builds I made in Elden Ring was a build trying to emulate this build, and that became my frog build. And it was interesting to see that just like in Elden Ring, you know, Soul Greatsword or Old Moonlight, these things true combo into straight sword R1s, straight sword light attacks that you can do, that true combo. And coming back and replaying this build, but with all of the extra knowledge that I had from making these types of builds in Elden Ring, it was pretty interesting. I will say, you know, when I was doing invasions, it was like I was looking for, you know, the 4-man gank squads out roaming around in Central Irithyll or the Cathedral of the Deep, or, you know, wherever. And just, there weren't any, you know. I saw some password summoned phantoms. They used to come with a little symbol over their head. You'll see that in the course of this video. You'll see that little symbol over some of the phantoms. They used to show invaders, you know, the over-leveledness. There was a symbol. If a co-opper had that symbol next to their health bar, next to their name, it meant that they were password summoned and had been quote-unquote scaled down. Now, that still exists in Elden Ring, but they don't show it to invaders. They only show it to other co-oppers. You guys remember Spear of the Church? This was a boss fight where a player would be the boss for another player in the second DLC of Dark Souls 3, The Ringed City. And this boss fight is like, it was so good. You know, you got like a passive buff depending on how many co-oppers were in the boss fight. You know, so if you came into a 4v1 and you managed to whittle them down to like a 1v1, your passive buff still existed and you were so strong it was hard for the host to kill you. There's a lot of old videos that show off the Spear of the Church and like great builds for being a Spear of the Church. But, you know, in my experience in 2025, it was just solo hosts, you know. Not a lot of co-oppers in general. Dark Souls 3, unlike Elden Ring, is a game where solo hosts could be invaded, and they didn't have to use a Taunter's Tongue to be invaded. They just had to have an Ember active, which gave them 30% extra health. It allowed them to summon phantoms, but it also made them invadable. And so when you beat a boss, you just automatically become embered. And so when you're playing through the next level, you know, there's a good chance you're going to get invaded if there's an invader in the area looking for invasions. the more phantoms you summoned, the more likely you were to get invaded. And then if you wanted to summon the max level of phantoms, if you wanted to summon 3 co-opers, you had to use an item called the Dried Finger, and that allowed 2 invaders to show up, and it also removed your invasion cooldown timer. And so you would just be invaded non-stop. And so you would constantly have these 4 co-opers versus 2 invaders in and out all the time when this game first released, and for a while afterwards. People miss this game, and I understand why, but it's just not the same. People always ask me, what my favorite PvP in a From Software game is, and I always tell them it's whichever one is most active at the moment, and that's true. The more players and the bigger the randomness and the stranger and more bizarre the massive co-op battle royale is, the more interesting it is to me, personally. And so, yeah, when it comes to like which one's my favorite, I love them all. But my favorite will always be whichever one has the most people playing it at the moment. Because that's, these 1 versus 1s, they can be fun, but that's not what I'm looking for, I'm looking for the big gank fights and what have you. I went to Gank City, I couldn't find an invasion, it was insane. I went to the Farron Keep, I found 1 group of overleveled password summoned phantoms, but they didn't appear to really be ganking. They weren't like, sweat lords or anything. The Ring City, I did invasions in the Ring City, and I never came across like a 3 or 4 man group while I was doing that. And it was kind of sad, honestly. The mechanics, after playing Elden Ring, I felt like everything did way more damage in Elden Ring, but coming back and actually playing the game, there's plenty of stuff that does real damage in this game. Unfortunately for me, it's just not any of the stuff I'm using. But that's okay. The spells, like, after a certain point, they become pretty good. After a certain level of intelligence, you're gonna need 2 ring slots, 3, 4. I have 20 dexterity and 1 ring that increases my spell casting speed. 20 dexterity and the base spell casting speed ring. It's called the Sage Ring, and I have max cast speed in Dark Souls 3. Compare that to like what you have to do to get max cast speed in Elden Ring. There are 2 spell cast boosting rings for every class of magic, for pyromancy, incantations, as well as sorceries. I'm wearing both for sorceries. They're really good. When you're playing Elden Ring, if you make a spellcaster build and you have to make a choice between the talisman that gives you 5 extra stats in Faith, Int, or whatever, if you have to make a choice between that talisman and the smaller of the 2 spellcasting boost talismans, you almost always go the +5 status. I'm sorry, the +5 stat talisman, unless you're at like an absurd amount of int or faith, whatever. And then maybe the smaller spellcast talisman would actually be worth wearing.
So cute.
In this game, the smaller spellcast talisman is always worth wearing. So when I made this build, at first I had a Ring of Favor on, and I was wearing the big spellcast boost talisman and the spellcast speed talisman, which is called the Sage's Ring. And then I started like looking at the numbers and the damage and testing stuff out.
I just love doing arena.
It was apparent to me, obviously, that like the +5 stat talisman, the Scholar Ring in Dark Souls 3,
we're in for different reasons.
It was not as good, despite the fact that it was increasing the spell boost on my staff by like a large amount. It was still better for me to wear the small spellcast talisman. So I took off the Ring of Favor and I went Scholar Ring +5 int, Sage Ring, spellcast speed, and then I went Young Dragon Ring and Bellowing Dragon Ring. And so I'm wearing both boost my spellcast rings, as well as +5 in
Dark Edge is so fun in this game.
And yeah, that's a major difference that I had not thought about or considered it, you know, coming from Elden Ring. Also, you'll notice sometimes my staff is blue. That is like, that's the weapon art of the staff, which is Ashes of War. Before Ashes of War, there were weapon arts. So instead of having like spinning weapon, staves had the ability to buff themselves and make spells do more damage, but it's a very short duration. It doesn't last for very long.
Yes.
And it does cost FP to do that. So, like, the trick is for this build, like trying to buff the staff
that blue,
and then punish their heals with the spells. That's what we're trying to do. But it's easier said than done. The timing on that can be, you know, kind of tricky. But in a perfect world, that's how you'd pull it off. Unfortunately for Dark Souls 3, what ends up happening is most wizards just buff their staff constantly and shoot lasers from 30 feet away. And, you know, that works and does good. Don't miss that. Another thing that I don't miss, chaining rolls together. Oh my god. I forgot, like, it is so much easier to roll catch people in Elden Ring. It's also so much easier, like, you can backstab somebody out of a roll in Elden Ring if their stamina is low enough. And you can, if you're chasing someone, you can see when their stamina is, like, low enough, you know, because they'll stop running. And if they're rolling, if they're just trying to chain rolls together, you'll see them roll 3 times and then they'll stop rolling. And so the next time they do that, you know that you can just like backstab that last roll. Now you can backstab rolls in Dark Souls 3 for sure, but it requires so much more like effort and timing. If you go back and you rewatch the invasion at the beginning of the video I had against the guy who was using the twin axes, I went for it there and totally whiffed on it, and that sucked. But, you know, the roll, it's just insane how strong rolls are in this game. And I understand why. It's because the PvE in this game never stops attacking. And it's at a really good speed, honestly. But I think the reason I like Elden Ring PvE better is because the PvE monsters and knights and whatever, they have less get off of me for free moves. And everything in Dark Souls 3 has that. And so it wasn't until Sekiro that you could fight and fight and fight.
Nice swap.
And then when something did its hey get off of me move, you could just deflect it. Elden Ring kept that. And when something does its hey get off me move, you can probably like 99% of the time
the way they didn't
just
want to go.
parry it. But you don't have that in Dark Souls 3. So instead what you have is like the ability to chain rolls together. And it's pretty wild. Also, the flask. You know, the flask is faster in Dark Souls 3, just like out of the gate. And then you have like the Estus cancel. I strangely enough didn't see any person doing it, which is how I know a lot of the people that I was invading were you know, either more casual players or like visitors, basically people who were just coming to check it out, because nobody was dropping you know, any sick tech on me. Estus the Estus flask cancel was like a weird glitch that you could do where you basically take a sip from your flask and then cancel the animation of it, and you could do that with a lot of consumables.
I still don't. And
it became very popular after the game stopped getting patched. It became a very popular sort of glitch. The infinite resummoning, like, you just don't, I don't know what it is, but this feels so much more egregious.
Why are they not hitting?
I don't know if you agree or not. Let me know. Let me know in the comments. What are your thoughts?
How many Estus have you drank?
This feels so much more egregious. It might be because like 15 flasks, super fast, chaining rolls together, just running around, dodge, dodge, dodge,
just waiting.
resummon a guy over and over and over again. And in Elden Ring, it's like I would have the ability to kill that host very quickly. Even with this build, you know, like I would kill them faster than I can in Dark Souls 3. Now, there are builds that are better than this one that could kill that guy faster than I am currently. But it feels like in Elden Ring, you can kind of make whatever kill people quickly if you want to, you know? And like, I just don't have that option right now, and so it's kind of frustrating. I will say, while I was playing through the game itself and streaming and doing my little playthrough, at the end of this game, I popped the dried finger item and I summoned a lot of people from chat, but I made them wear the Mound Maker's Covenant. And what that does is they are, you know, they can fight the enemies with me, but they can also hit me. They can also kill me, and I can hit them. And it's basically like co-op with a little added danger to it.
It's like seamless co-op with team damage turned on.
Invaded by 2 invaders constantly, and so chat was constantly invading.
It's so fun.
My friendly fire co-op squad as we made our way through the last level of the game, and that was a fun thing. And I miss that. I miss the Covenant stuff. Don't let Souls boomers tell you that Covenants in Dark Souls 3 were good. When this game came out, everybody complained about how bad the Covenants were, and for good.
The system is still more accessible than 2 and 1. Like, I prefer it in 2 to 1, but I still like 3s the most.
Reason they were bad compared to the other games. It's like they just kept getting worse. But the Mound Makers, I don't think it was intended there's the old school point down. There you go. I don't think it was intended to be used the way we use it, but you certainly could use it that way. And that freedom, you know, I miss that.
Oh my gosh, folks would just use it to like... There was a group of folks just hanging out with the symbol of avarice on their heads, and I just joined in. We all just, a symbol of avarice, put our signs down, our little red soap signs. We just fucked with each other. We got Mound Maker shit done. Super fun.
But, you know, I don't know. There's just something.
I like them.
I'm sure at some point I will give it a shot. But it's just not the same, you know? Couldn't tell you why. Just, it's not. But that stuff, that was peak. But the problem is that there's no way to get that level of organic.
Ooh, are you gonna see good tech?
Like I said.
No. You're seeing spam.
Which is, you know,
this sword can cancel pretty quick.
To say, but it's so like it's true. I don't care. Like
it's pretty fun.
It literally changed my life.
I do want to make a stir build.
Like, I don't have a job anymore because of this game. This is where it all started, you know. I just stream and play video games online and make videos for people on YouTube, and none of that happens if it's not for Dark Souls 3, which is crazy, you know.
That's adorable.
There's a domino effect of like, you know, waiting for Dark Souls 3 to come out, so hyped for Dark Souls 3, and then way later on down the dominoes line, like, get to go on vacation and go to Los Angeles and go to the Game Awards. It's like, legitimately changed my life, you know? And so it was weird to play this game. I haven't touched it since Elden Ring came out, maybe even a little bit before that. I was so burnt out on this game because the wait for Elden Ring took so long. And so, like, you know, from one invasion game to the next, from Dark Souls 3 to Elden Ring was like, you know, like 3 or 4 years or something. Just absurd when you consider that prior to that, we got like Dark Souls 1 a year later, Demon Souls a year later, Dark Souls a year later, Dark Souls 2, a year later, Bloodborne, a year later, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, a year later, Dark Souls 3. Actually, I think Scholar and Bloodborne were the same year. but you get what I'm saying. Like, it was like a year, tops. And then to have to wait, you know, all that time for Elden Ring to come out, and to play Dark Souls 3 during that time, and to see the level of organic activity drop off and just be replaced with, you know, people who were always there, like, it's stagnated. And yeah, going back and playing it now and playing with all of these random players, it was like there's a look at it, but you can't compare that to, you know, when this game released like a year after that. Just every invasion was 4 guys and 2 invaders in every level, in every area. It was magic, for me at least. And coming back with my magic build, huh? Having some fun invasions in 2025 in Dark Souls 3. Pretty wild. I appreciate you watching the video. And if you've been here the whole time, not like the whole time for the video, but like the whole time I've been here on YouTube, thank you.
I'm a noob, but
I appreciate y'all, seriously. And I will see you again real soon. Until then, later, y'all.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Hey, Saint.
Okay, this is gonna be cute. Hold on, no, this is on my watch later. Holy shit, this is gonna be fucking adorable. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so fucking cute. It is so cute. On principle, it's so cute. I'm gonna head out soonish. Using nothing? Probably. Was Scumnut doing DS3 a year ago? Oh, that's adorable. Okay, I'm here for this. Oh my gosh, you're reacting. Oh, that's actually sick. Okay, cool beans. Well, yes. 10 out of 10. Dargy, don't scam people. Well, lucky for y'all, I don't want shit that I can't do myself generally. There's some stuff I can't do myself, but y'all aren't gonna help me with that. That's not your fucking place. Y'all, that's my shit to do. Y'all get to laugh at me when I fumble, and I giggle about it. And it's hilarious. Y'all get to laugh with me. This says always verify, so it is definitely going in our watch later for tomorrow. Let's see. After stream, I'm totally not gonna have noodles again. Totally. I'm totally not gonna have noodles with cauliflower and broccoli and chickpeas. I'm totally gonna
Just when you think that
eat reasonably, and it's that I need to like do my controller stuff, and presently I just can't. Well, can I? No, I can't. I can play with keyboard and mouse, but I've never done that in this game before. It's like FGVT. That's not too weird. We can do this.
the whole Johnny Salami
But I want to see if this is new.
worse. We actually have an update to the last video I made on him about 2
days ago. If it's not new,
this guy's
we'll go to
just getting worse over time. He's breaking records right and left, just speedrunning his pathetic sad life. I don't only want to talk about Johnny Salami. I also want to talk about this other kick streamer who is literally doing the same thing Johnny is doing. And I talked about this on my Johnny Salami video. This guy who goes by Joshua Block, World of T-Shirts.
Turning Japanese, I think I'm turning Japanese, I really think so.
This guy was also in Japan literally a few days ago. And
yeah, someone let me go to Japan. I promise not to embarrass streamers, and I promise not to be a nuisance. I have family from Japan. I just want to go for the sake of sentimental shit. That's it. I keep telling people my family's from the islands. I never say which islands altogether, but yeah, bunch of island people. Anywho's.
And Mario Kart Wii were synonymous with each other at one point, with almost every new record being accused of illegitimacy, and for good reason. Shortly after the game's release, multiple methods of cheating began to proliferate online, with the leaderboards becoming infected with fake times. To understand how this happened, we need to rewind to April 2008, when the 6th installment of Mario Kart released for the Wii. and notably, it was the first in the series that came with online leaderboards that updated in real time. Records set in April are almost certainly legit, but in May, something happened that changed the landscape forever. The Homebrew channel for the Wii was released. The Homebrew channel allows you to run unofficial applications on your system, which let you use cheat codes in Mario Kart Wii, similar to a Game Shark. By injecting codes into the game with Homebrew, you could generate many different effects, and in July, the leaderboards would see the first of these codes wreak havoc, as a cheat that finished a race when you drove over the line at the start would be released. Nintendo didn't have anti-cheat mechanisms built into the leaderboards, so things quickly degenerated into world records of only a couple frames. And the only measure put into place to stop this was to manually purge the cheated times every so often. Online play was played with cheaters as well, as there were codes that would have you win a race even if you didn't finish first, others that ignored the effects of items, and some that had you finish in last regardless of your final place in a race, which allowed for hackers to ruin all forms of competition in the game. This made record keeping in the early days incredibly hard to do, but some external websites and YouTube channels did make an effort to keep the legitimate record history intact. However, this only served to start an arms race between players that wanted to play legitimately and those that wanted to cheat. Sometimes when making a video, I cover complicated programming concepts, and if you want to understand them better yourself, then this video's sponsor Brilliant is a free and easy way to learn about them. Brilliant is an interactive way to learn complex topics like data and computer science, as they offer courses on a variety of subjects with new lessons being added each month. If you're a beginner or already have advanced knowledge of a topic, Brilliant customizes its content to fit your skills and lets you progress through the courses at your own pace. Take the computer science course. If you're just starting out, you can begin by learning fundamental concepts before you jump into writing code. Brilliant is built for busy people, and you don't have to spend hours a day consuming course content. If you're looking to pick up a new skill for a resume or just want to learn something new, you can complete topics at your own pace after work or school, and before you know it, you'll have something to show for your efforts. If you want to learn through interactive courses, go to brilliant.org/Abasoft to start your 30-day free trial, and the first 200 people to sign up get 20% off the annual plan. Get learning now by clicking the link. And with that, let's get back to the cheated leaderboards in Mario Kart Wii. Instead of creating blatantly false times, cheaters now pivoted to setting times that were just worse than perfect or slightly better than the world record. And to do this, they used 4 different codes. The first is slow motion, which slows the frame rate down to a value the cheater determines. All that's required once it's active is holding the Y button down, and you'll be able to set up race lines and mini turbos at a reduced frame rate. This is an almost undetectable cheat, since when you watch the ghost
dictatorship by screeching harpy.
But due to issues with the playback quality, players wouldn't submit ghost videos
for watching cheaters while I fail.
Instead, they used another cheat called live replay. The live replay code takes the inputs from a ghost and plays them through your controller, allowing you to watch a ghost file with the HUD active. A lot of the world record channels would use this code when posting records of other players, as the in-game ghost playback didn't have great quality. But live replay fixed most of the playback issues. So how did these record channels get the ghost data of other players in the first place? Mario Kart Wii allowed you to download the world record ghost for each track, so you could see what the player was doing for yourself. And record-keeping websites such as Mashals were used to upload ghost data so everyone could share new strats and non-first place times more easily. Live replay on its own isn't super useful for cheating, but if you combined it with a cheat called task code, you could create fake times almost undetected. If you recall, live replay feeds the game inputs based on the ghost file, so once you start it, you can't add inputs yourself. But task code disables live replay when you activate it, allowing you to resume control of the cart. By combining the two, you could perfectly execute a difficult skip or part of the track, then use live replay to have the game execute it for you, then use task code to assume control once you were past it, making it possible to achieve records very quickly. Initially, players weren't very smart with this code, and runner Hahe noticed that Wonderoy's world record exactly matched his run to the frame, except at the finish, where the ending was slightly stronger for a faster time. The cheaters adapted, however, and instead of copying the entirety of a world record ghost, they would change more than just a single mini turbo or wheelie to make it harder to catch. While mini turbos are the main...
I played Tarkov for the first time that I can remember doing shit today. I thought I played before, but now I'm starting to think I played something else. It's been a hot minute. Anywho, so I got my, I got wrecked by, I think, an NPC. Yee. Oh, my camera froze again. I don't give a fuck. I do give a fuck. I do give a fuck.
This trick is called a chain wheelie, and if done at the earliest possible frame, you only lose 3 units of speed. But since the game runs at 50 or 60 frames, depending on your region,
yeah, bullshit. NPC got me. I'm stuck.
Perform perfectly, which is where the next cheat code
One
comes
person's
in.
name was like
Rapid Fire is essentially a turbo cheat that spams a button input every frame it can, and since it's not holding the button, this allows you to turn it on as your wheelie is ending and start another wheelie on the first possible frame. Rapid Fire was impossible to detect since a world record is expected to have good chain wheelies in it, and a person being accused of using Rapid Fire could just say that they got lucky with the execution, as there's no hard evidence that could convict them. But this didn't stop
we need
the
to buy a
community
knife.
from being
Oh, we have a
suspicious of
dagger.
players that consistently hit chain wheelies on the first frame. You might be wondering how these
We
cheats
burnt
came
out
to
all our
be.
points,
Rapid
right?
Fire, Slow-Mo, and Live Replay
one
were released
remaining.
by a channel called MDM Wii. But Task Code has a unique history. A German player by the name of Kevin figured out that if he modified part of the live replay code, he could regain control of the cart whenever he wanted. He didn't even think twice about using this cheat once he discovered it and copied this world record on Bowser's Castle 3 frame for frame, except for a single wheelie at the end that he performed a few frames better to snag the world record. There are plenty of instances of players cheating a record or two, but one player in particular managed to amass at least 15 world records
I didn't
across
expect
different
to be
tracks.
stuck in keyboard and
Razor
mouse,
is a
but it's not
divisive name in
terrible.
the community as
It's
he was
okay.
a very skilled player. He even theorized an ultra shortcut on Maple Treeway that led to it being hit for the first time. But despite being a skilled and knowledgeable player, the use of codes for many of his world records was always suspected. During his time in the community, he went by many aliases in an attempt to dodge cheating allegations. Razor, Black, Walter, BlackieBoy39, and MKW Champ are all names
Razor.
he used, with MKW Records, TNP
Razor
Ronnie,
sounds
and
peak
Mia
edgy.
all being
I'm here
suspected
for
names
it.
he used as well.
Respect.
In the case of MKW Records, this was a channel that uploaded record times of other players, so you might ask, why is this suspected to be one of Razor's alts? And the answer is because in addition to uploading world records, it also posted personal bests as well, but every one of them belonged to Razor. For a channel to upload world records from the community, but then only post personal bests of a single player is a bit odd. But when you take into account that other record channels such as Mander and Mindscarp refuse to upload times submitted by Razor, it makes more sense why MKW Records is suspected to be a Razor alt. But it's not even close to the most bizarre. Take Mia, for
I
example.
never keyboard
This was
and
a
mouse
run
this
of
game,
Donkey
so it's
Kong's
wild
Jungle
for me.
Parkway that beat Razor's world record by a few frames. But the interesting thing is that Mia was supposedly Razor's girlfriend. You can see comments ridiculing him as they suspect this not only to be Razor, but another cheated time as well. So let's investigate that claim. From the start, you can see that Razor's time uses Daisy, and Mia's time uses a Mii Racer, which has slower statistics than Daisy. If Razor were to have used task code to make the Mii Racer time from the Daisy record, there would certainly have been a desync due to the racers having different stats. For example, if on frame 500 Daisy's go starts a drift, the Mii Racer would start a drift earlier than it was supposed to since it's slower, leading to a wildly different result. This means that Razor would have to have created 2 different task runs, which goes to show the lengths players were going through not to get caught back in 2010. But this wouldn't even have been the most prolific alt account Razor was suspected to have made. For that, we need to look at TNP Ronnie. In a video titled Goodbye Razor, set to the song Bad Day by Daniel Powder, it's announced that Razor has died, then shows screenshots of various tracks he held the record on. The comment section is full of outrageous comments, and it's suspected that Razor made this video to try and move past all of the cheating accusations. If you thought these antics were where
that's
Razor's
just
story
terribly
ends,
bateful.
don't get off the Mario Bros. Bus analogy just yet, because he achieved something that no other cheater in history ever accomplished. He cheated a tool-assisted speedrun. If you're unfamiliar with a task, it's a speedrun created with external tools to show off impossible tricks or a perfect run, and Razor created a Dry
sure, but-
Ruins task that he claimed the task world record
I'm
with,
pretty sure I'm
but
just
it had
bad.
3 big
Whatever.
problems. His use of the lake skip shortcut, how his cart interacts with the off-road section, and his use of a jammed trick. The lake skip shortcut
on it.
isn't believed to be possible, as it involves going through an off-road section which kills your speed and prohibits making the jump. The closest anyone has come is in this video by Mark, where he makes the jump but lands short of the bridge, with TAS experts theorizing that Razor edited the off-road speed reduction value in his TAS, and luckily, there are 2 things we can do to test this theory. Looking at the sections where he touches the off-road, we see that no speed penalty is ever applied. particularly at this spot around 45 seconds. He goes off-road for 5 or 6 frames, but receives no observable penalty to his speed. Every frame you're off-road, you lose 3 units of speed, so Razor should have gone from 84 units down to 66, which would be visually obvious but doesn't happen in his TAS. And if we look at the jammed trick, we find the irrefutable proof that we need. A jammed trick happens when you do a trick off a ramp, and within 5 to 7 frames of starting the trick, you touch the ground again for a single frame. The game doesn't expect you to be grounded this quick after doing a trick, so it counts you as still being in the air, but there are consequences from touching the ground that occur. If you're drifting in the air while performing the jam trick, the drift sparks that shoot from your tires will appear after the single frame ground touch, with another effect being that the game will start reducing your speed to the base off-road limit of about 30 units per frame until you touch the track again. In Razor's TAS, you can see that he gets a jammed trick but doesn't get any speed reduction, and according to TASers, the sparks you see on his tires are from touching the off-road for a single frame while drifting during the jam trick. And the going theory for why Razor's jam trick doesn't lose speed is that he edited the speed reduction value of the off-road section using codes. Razor's TAS came out in February of 2012, well before the jammed trick was fully understood, so at the time, there wasn't any hard proof the TAS was fake. And up to this point, nobody had been able to prove that his other runs were cheated either. But that was about to change, as a method to analyze suspected cheated times was just around the corner. In July, a script was developed that could check the inputs on a ghost. In Mario Kart Wii, the game doesn't store ghosts as video files, as that's expensive. Instead, it tracks the inputs a player makes, then plays them back, so when you download a world record ghost, all you're getting is essentially an input file. The script that was created looked at the input file of a ghost and showed the inputs in a readable format, and when looking at various world records, it found 18 players that had been using rapid fire to achieve perfect wheelies. Looking at a legit input file, we can see that the game would receive a D-pad up input and register anywhere from 3 to 6 frames between that one and the next, which is a regular spread of times between human inputs. If we look at a ghost file where rapid fire is present, we see that between each input, there's only a single frame, which is indicative of a code being used. Razor had claimed over 15 world records, and across 2 of his aliases, a total of 6 runs were caught using rapid fire, which just goes to show how careful he was not to use the same cheating method on every record. Eventually, he would admit on the forums that he cheated and did it because he wanted to brag to his friends. When it comes to the aliases, he mentioned that this didn't get him a...
This comes up a teeny bit. First off, don't cheat. Secondly, okay. Let's be for fucking real, my dudes. If you need to feel like you're big man stan to your friends, just pick someone who's already at the top of the leaderboards and just lie and say it's you. Do not submit fraudulent records to the leaderboard. Just pretend to be someone else, dude. Like, fuck it. It's less gross. Don't cheat.
Around vigilant record channels like Mander's, as Mander created his own cheat detections and had a way to check a Wii ID from a ghost file, which is why he wouldn't post Razor's time despite him using different aliases. Razor admits to using task code, live replay, and slow-mo as his main methods of cheating, then suggests some ways that suspicious players could potentially be caught. After this, Razor never came back to set records or interact with the community much, as his actions had rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But if we go back to the list of people caught using rapid fire, we see one name that surprised everyone: Mander. Mander is an interesting figure, as he has a long history of setting records in Mario Kart Super Circuit. Some of these records appeared to be too good, and a few members of the community suspected that he used tools to create them, although nothing was ever proven, and Mander insists to this day that they are legitimate. When the software analyzing rapid fire was released, Mander's Moonview Highway run had over 2100 wheelie inputs,
it is such a
but
good
Mander
game.
claims this time is legit, and even posted a video defending himself from the accusations. This was an odd case, as Mander ran one of the record hub channels and had even caught cheaters himself using software he created. This left a lot of questions for the community. Were his other runs in the game legitimate? What about his records in Super Circuit? These questions will be answered in my next video, as we'll be taking a closer look at Mander's times and one of the biggest scandals to ever happen in Mario Kart. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next exciting episode of Abysoft Z.
Well, thank you for being awesome and giving us an episode of Abysoft Z, you fucking outstanding goober. How dare you be that lovely? There are so many connections between Dark Souls 2 and 3. A lot of times people try to say, oh, it's not, oh, it's the Forgotten. People calling it the B team of FromSoft can eat my fucking asshole. Hi. What, new to me? What the fuck? Yeah, sure. Great. Click me. No. This seems like a thing that's not that hard. How to make a Discord server is not hard. We have one. This sounds fun. This is based in fucking cool. This can go in for tomorrow. Beating souls with the worst weapons? I used to not know I could upgrade when I played the first time. Reinforcement learning AI for Pokemon. I used this game to learn like my mother tongue of English because I really had a hard struggle bus of a time. It was hard. You have updates on your thing? That's cool. I don't use that platform. A glitch that broke cell shading? No, that's nifty. Watch later. Abyss Watchers can each boss beat? That's nice. Sullivan's probably gonna do like 2. It can't be more than 2. Pontiff is not that cool. Pontiff is kind of weak. This could be weird. We know that this person's been cheating. Okay, Abyssos, what do you have? Asmon even reacting to that person. That was free. Asmon's editor for the clip channel is fucking murdering it. Like, goddamn. Ooh, disc 1 skip. We know that there's a lot of stuff between swapping discs. Wait, Final Fantasy? Ooh. Mario's... I don't speedrun, by the way. I just like when people do. Like, we have a lot of really sweet challenge runners that come and hang out sometimes. And that's legit. They're awesome. I suck ass, and my memory is not good either. Like, in addition to sucking ass, I also have memory problems. So it's like, you know, I just chill. I just have a good guffaw with them. Whoa. We have seen people do amazing shit to do that. Oh my gosh. Blindfolded speedrunners, we love you. Just keep doing awesome. That's so nifty, Thrifty. I'm sorry, I'm looking over here. Oop, I'm looking over here. You can't see it. Minus World Speedrunners is definitely, it's on the watch later, and I was about to put it on there. It's already there. People breaking emoji hijack AI models susceptible to Trojan horse emojis. That's hilarious. Let's get it. No, that's a watch laterable. I'm like kind of creeping for things that aren't long. The most boring video game? Hella doubtful. The most boring video game is watching me play with my 2 minutes of a focus attention span. Josh's ex-girlfriend Jessica Boyle is harassing him again. I do not have the fucking... one of our few community post things is telling him to report her to Twitch for off-platform and on-platform harassment. Oh, you're analyzing the code? Okay, cool. We like Apollo 11 flights. Let's get it. You go to watch later, though. You get to live there. You get to live there. I don't have the energy. Because I'll be focused, and then I'll, like, end up puttering myself out. Like, just pattering myself out. Puttering? Pattering? I'll break myself.
This is what game movement looks like on Razer's new keyboard. It achieves perfect strafing inputs. No movement overlap, no delay between direction changes. This movement accuracy is 100%.
I do like having overlay on screen these days. I just learned that I can do that. I'm fucking egregious, and I learned this like 10 seconds ago. Okay, I say 10 seconds ago. I learned it more like a week ago. Or like I didn't learn it very long ago.
100% impossible.
Hold your titties. Okay, I'll be out soon. But I think for 7 minutes I'm gonna guffaw. What?
normal keyboard, and in the past, this way of input handling has been determined as cheating. Razer though are calling it SnapTap. It's a free update that's available on their Huntsman V3 analog keyboards, and after testing this thing out, it is 100% something that we need to talk about. Normal gaming keyboards.
I do not use a single Razer device. Like, I use like little fucking I use keyboards you write your little firmware for. I use 66%ers. I don't have an F key, so I have to click function and number keys to do that. That's the only fucking weird shit that I pull. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Look like this. You've got a 2mm actuation point. Beyond that, the key is active, and above that point, the key is reset. That's pretty much it. The main issue here is that there's a lot of delay between what you intend to happen when you press or release a switch and the point when that actually happens. But then, Wooding mostly fixed this. They came out with their adjustable actuation points, making the press delay basically as minimal as you'd want, along with a feature called Rapid Trigger, allowing the switch to instantly reset the moment it starts lifting up. This feels leaps and bounds more intuitive to play on, and since the majority of keyboard input lag is actually the physical travel of the switch, it offers literally multiple frames of lower latency.
I just don't suppress my key the whole way. Like, I do it when I'm like typing loudly, but usually like this. I'm doing like a third of a press down. And I've got fucking I got fucking cherry clears in this one. Like I don't even rock the speed silvers, right? I just happen to know from years of typing that like I don't really need much like push to do stuff, you know? Like, what? Like, there's a full press. Hold on. Full press, right? I'll use F. Because it's F for respect. And then, like, what I usually do. Yeah, I push it barely a third or a quarter of the way down. What the fuck are we looking at? What?
Pressing and releasing switches. But there's actually one more thing. On the Wooding, it is still technically possible to overlap your movement keys. If you start pressing one direction before releasing the other, you're technically actuating both keys at the same time, and in most games, this will give you no input. The chance of this happening is way lower than a regular mechanical keyboard, but it is still there, and that is where this new feature from Razer comes in, called SnapTap. It only activates your last pressed input, now making it impossible to overlap.
It's just a timing thing. Get good.
If you hold down one key and then press the opposite direction without releasing the other, you'll...
Like, I'm not trying to talk leagues of shit, but my motherfucker, I got memory issues and my fucking neurology hates me. And I can still just chill here, like a fucking goober. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? And we're marketing this? We're paying money for this?
You'll just start moving in that new direction. There is no movement overlap at all, and there's also no delay between the left and right movement. You can be moving in one direction on one frame and then instantly get an input in the opposite direction, literally the next frame. No other keyboard can do this. Now in Counter-Strike, the most important movement technique to learn is called counter-strafing. It's when you release one movement key and then tap the opposite one to stop moving as soon as you possibly can. In this game, you only have full accuracy at 0 movement velocity or very close to it, so the sooner you can stop moving, the sooner you can fire an accurate shot. And this technique takes a lot of practice. It looks easy if you've never tried it before, but consider the precise timing that you need to release and press that new switch every single time in the heat of a game, with no movement overlap and no delay between those inputs. It is legitimately something that you could still be improving after thousands of hours of playing this game. This keyboard though can do it perfectly every single time with like no effort. All you need to do is be moving in one direction and tap the opposite direction. You get a perfect counter strafe every single time. And I don't mean like perfect as in like kind of perfect, I mean frame by frame. This is as perfect of a counter strafe as the game engine will allow. So here's a bit of a counter strafing simulation between the Razer Huntsman Mini V3 and the Wooding 60. These two solenoids will perform a strafe and a counter strafe, so we can see which keyboard will give us the better movement. And to kind of simulate human error, I've added a tiny bit of overlap. Basically, if you were to start pressing one key without lifting the other immediately, which is way more common than you might think, especially under the pressure of a competitive game, even for a pro player. And yeah, we can see a difference. Razor's snap tap gets us back to full weapon accuracy roughly 60 to 70 milliseconds faster, and maybe more importantly here, there are several frames where you'll be at full accuracy on the Razor, but almost full spread on the Wooding. And then in Overwatch, where you don't have counter strafing, but you do have instant changes in direction, it's a very similar result. Not something that's easily noticeable in real time, but keep in mind this is the exact same input happening on both keyboards, but with a different result. I've also only simulated a tiny bit of overlap of just 50 milliseconds. The worse that overlap is, the more dramatic this result will be. But again, the big thing here is how easy this is to do every single time you get a perfect input. I can personally count the number of times that I've played CS. It's enough to know that my movement is pretty bad, but this keyboard turned me into a counter-strafing god within about 5 minutes of practice. It was so easy to do over and over again. Even under the pressure of a 1v1, this keyboard just did it for me. But then I noticed something that's maybe even more broken. If you hold down one direction and keep tapping the opposite direction, you can do absolutely perfect jiggle strafing. Again here, no input overlapping or delay, it's brutally easy to do, and if you stay within the right dead zone in Counter-Strike, you still technically have full accuracy. It makes micro-correcting with little strafe inputs absurdly easy. You can do perfect jiggle peeks around corners with like no effort at all, and you're a lot harder to hit compared to just standing still or crouching. It's kind of busted in Overwatch as well. I mean, it's like the most insane strafe spam that I've personally ever seen. This kind of strafe with no error or delay is actually impossible on any other keyboard unless you're a robot. The usefulness of this in an actual competitive match though is definitely up for debate, but used in a more normal way where you're actually dodging and mirroring enemy input, it does definitely feel like a more responsive and clean input. Now this snap tap feature, this way of only prioritizing your last pressed input, is actually nothing new. It's been around for a while in both Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike with something called null cancelling movement. It's a script which basically does the same thing on pretty much any keyboard, and at least in CS, it wasn't allowed in competition. This new keyboard though, apparently is allowed at the highest level of ESL tournaments, which is going to be interesting for sure. For most people who are just going to be using this to rank up online though, I don't think that this is like bannable or even detectable because it's doing it at a hardware level. Maybe I'm wrong there, but yeah, I think we're at an interesting point in time with gaming keyboards especially, where game developers and tournament referees need to look at this stuff and actually decide whether it is broken for their particular game. Especially the way that it can be used to AD spam so quickly and so accurately with no error. Yeah,
I'm just reading
that's
it now
just
because I'm
not
salty.
normal. For those that play Valorant though, there's actually nothing to worry about here because Razor's snap tap is actually not that useful. Counter-strafing in Valorant is nowhere near as strong as in CS. You do get slightly shorter animations, but yeah, rapid trigger has a much greater effect here. At the very least, it is a nice feature that means that you will never be overlapping inputs, but that's pretty much it. Now, Wooding does have a kind of similar feature to this called Rappy Snappy. It's similar in the way that it won't let you overlap inputs, but instead it prioritizes the furthest pressed input, not the last pressed input like Razor. Wooding's version is pretty harmless, at least for FPS games. It's not too beneficial since most people are going to be pressing their movement keys to full depth. Otherwise, this thing is seriously OP, especially for CS. I can see why a few pro players don't want this thing to be included in competition. Game movement, after all, is a skill. Just like your aim, it takes thousands of hours to get it to a really competitive level. With this keyboard though, you're kind of cheat coding your way to a perfect input. I mean, the fact that I can pick up this keyboard and have like actually better strafing inputs than some pro players out there, that does make this feel kind of broken.
Where the fuck is my room? Oh, here. Alright, y'all, I'm gonna go run off. I want to take a shower. I feel filthy. Not like gross, but I feel like I could go for a shower. You know, I'm not like ideally clean. I could de-nasty myself. I've been shitting on Elon for like 2 whole minutes today, so I may as well do that. Like, you know, who wouldn't feel a little dirty after playing PoE for the first time just to take a shit on Elon? Exactly. If you're on YouTube, I can hook you up with where we're going. I got you, fam. Please tell me I know how to do this still. Okay, cool, I got this. Alright, YouTube and or Twitch, you can come here. We're gonna go see Aiko, who's been really awesome to us throughout the many, many moons of me being a shit kicker. And tolerates my bitch ass. Alright, cool. Thank you for hanging out with me. I've had a lovely time. It was nice getting to play silly game with you, Vess. Fallout was fun. Drova is based. Tarkov is probably the only shooter I give a shit about right now because it's less gregarious than the very cartoony ones. I can't fix my camera right now, but we're leaving, so ha. I'm still gonna fix it. I can't not. I looked at it for 2 seconds. I can't not fix it. I noticed it. Gotta fix it. Alright. Nope, it's worse now. Thank you for hanging. Take care, y'all. Please have a lovely one. Be safe out there. Be kind to yourselves. Bye-bye. If you're on YouTube, there's the link for there's the link for the YouTube for Homie. Peace out. I can't rate on YouTube yet. Bye.